Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma.
All right, good morning, everyone. Day 2. Hope you had a great evening out in Toronto. The place was absolutely on fire. Before we kick off our center stage content for the day, once again, we have handpicked some of this year's most exciting startups to showcase to you. So we're going to just start right away with that. So first up, we have Jessica Yang. She's the CEO of TalkTech Technologies, which is a healthcare technology company that's on a mission to apply innovation for seniors in their daily living, to enable a future where seniors can live independently while feeling safe, cared for, and well connected. From Vancouver, please welcome Jessica.
Good morning, everyone. So I just returned from China, where I went to celebrate my mom's 80th birthday. Being away from my parents for the last 30 years, I constantly worry about my parents' safety and health. Questions like, did they remember to turn off the stove? And are they okay getting up in the morning? Often come to my mind. And these concerns resonate with many of us. We are all aging. The world is facing significant challenge due to the aging population. By 2030, all the baby boomers will be over 65. The urgency for innovative solutions in the senior care has never been greater. Technology, especially IoT, has the power to transform the way we provide care. At TalkTech, our mission is to develop technology tools to support healthcare organizations and families to better support seniors through their aging journey in the place they choose to. That's why we developed various products. At TalkTech, our design philosophy is to seamlessly integrate technology into the living environment. We focus on non-contact, non-wearable solutions that can be tailored for the individual needs. For example, our smart knobs replace the existing stove knob for enhanced cooking safety, and our sleep care is placed under the bed for the sleep care. For complicated situations, our VeriCare system will be able to integrate various IoT products to provide 24 hours holistic view of daily activities, and this will ensure ultimate safety and health through the remote access. Our solution is already in over 6 countries and providing support for over 1,000 seniors. We see 2 key things to the future. The innovative advantagements. AI and machine learning is a key to provide predictive analytics, and collaboration is the key. Let's connect at Collision. Please message me. My name is Jessica Yang. Message me on Collision app. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Jessica. Okay, next up is Stephanie Curcio. She is the co-founder and CEO of NL Patent, an AI-based patent search platform built from a proprietary, fine-tuned large language model. So please welcome to the stage Toronto's own Stephanie.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me here. I'm excited to tell you more about our business. So we are an AI-based patent research platform. Patents are all around us. They encourage people to research in new areas and push humanity forward. Yet the great irony about the patent process is that the technology that drives the patent process hasn't changed much since the 90s. It's crazy that some of the most innovative companies in the world are still managing their patent portfolios in Excel. There's a lot to innovate in this space, and we had to start somewhere. So we started with patent research. Patent research comprises lots of different things. Is my invention patentable? Am I infringing any patents? Is my patent even worth anything? There are a lot of questions that are answered through patent research. And how do you research patents? You search by keywords. Have you ever read a patent? Patents are written in really complex language. It's like searching by keyword is like finding a needle, or whatever that says, in a haystack. On top of that, complexity of language, there's literally hundreds of millions of patents to search through. So this makes patent research a very lengthy process. I'm a patent attorney, and I would take 5, 6 hours to search patents pretty ineffectively. It's an imperfect system. And that's why we've developed NL Patent. It's built from a proprietary large language model that will read a full-text invention description, understand it, and generate a list of patents that's conceptually similar to the invention. Forget about keywords. This is instant, it's iterative, and it outperforms human experts. We are combining modern AI approach with patent data. We are making patent lawyers way more effective at their jobs, and we're also democratizing the process so that anybody with an idea can access patent information really effectively. We have clients across different verticals, big corporations, small ones, startups. On top of the corporations, we have law firms and research universities all around the world. But we're just getting started. Patent research is step one in a multi-step process. We're building the world's first, AI-first, next-generation patent management platform. We are taking an AI approach to solve so many problems in the patent process. I was on this stage last year as a finalist in the pitch competition, and since then, we closed our seed round. We have more than doubled our team size, and we've almost tripled revenue. So if you're interested in learning more, please come and talk to me. Thank you.
Wonderful, Stephanie. Okay, next up, we have Nyao Yanagisawa. He is the CEO of Jitera. It's a startup company from Japan that makes software to automate the development of mobile and web applications. So please welcome from Tokyo, Nyao.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nyao from Tokyo, and I'm really excited to introduce Jitera to you today, the autonomous software development platform. Our platform, our company's mission is build the next day of software development, and we are trying to achieve this mission through our product. Current code generation AI tools having much limitation. User will input few sentences or prompt, or just get the partial information from code, and they will try to suggest the partial code is the maximum of current AI generation tools for coding. In our platform, Jitera will generate the product requirement definition, database architecture, and API document, and we generate source code. We are also working on AI QA and AI bug fix, and we are trying to automate whole of the process of software development from our product. Our AI chat assistant also having better quality because we have more information about the project. And we are trying to achieve the level 5 of autonomous software development. Our company's market size is quite huge. it's going to be more than 100 billion, and we are truly believing that we are the center of this market. I have experience of working on the product which have more than $1 billion revenue project, and Yota was the lead engineer of this product also. So we architected our product, which is useful for enterprise, huge size of the product, and that's why in our private beta, invited-only private beta version, including the Fortune 500 company like Hitachi, NEC, and any other Japanese companies. And I'm really happy to share this information to you today. We will launch our product on September, and you will see what is the next step of software development at that time. Thank you so much.
Well done now. Okay, next up is Amar Dogar. He is the Managing Partner and Chief Operating Officer of Fori. They are a leading provider of supply chain finance and working capital solutions for companies around the world. From Toronto, please give a warm welcome to Amar.
Good morning, Clusion. After a fantastic day one yesterday, how's everybody feeling today? So before we dwell into the topic that I have today, let's do a little gauge. How many of you are familiar with the term supply chain finance? Show of hand, please. Very few. So supply chain finance is a mechanism whereby it allows suppliers, vendors, and contractors to monetize their receivables, payables, any of the net terms that they have with their buyers for an exchange of a small discount called early payment. So what I will be talking about today is that how our platform, Fori, which is a fully digitized and sustainably driven platform, enables a fully blown supply chain ecosystem for the buyers, suppliers, and the lenders. Our platform connects all of these three stakeholders which are involved in the end-to-end supply chain financing across the globe to sustainably work with each other to deliver the liquidity required by the many of the suppliers that exist in the various different economies across the globe. Fori provides real-time reporting, customizable workflows to optimize financial operations of the company, along with optimizing the workflow management needs of any given supplier across the globe. The company is formed by ex-bankers and technology leaders. Collectively, they have over 100 years of experience in the industry from a technology standpoint as well as from financial services standpoint. As of today, we have 2,000 plus suppliers onboarded, 7 large banks onboarded. We are operational in 5 different countries. Industry-wise, we are industry agnostic. We are also ERP system agnostic. That makes us a really great solution for any organization, regardless of the industry they are in or the ERP system that they are using. The global economic problem that our platform solves, as we all know that at the core of any economic vitality lies the SME sector. On average, about 90% of the businesses across the globe in any economy are small, medium enterprises, but unfortunately, most of their cash flow and working capital needs are not met. Let's take a look at Canada as the use case. 1.22 million businesses are in Canada, out of which 1.19 million are SMEs, and those businesses are always left behind for their workflow needs, for their cash flow needs. The reason for that is that in Canada, there are very few and far between operating platforms that provide these supply chain financing solutions, and majority of those platforms serve the needs of the large enterprises, as you can see on the big slide. So this is exactly where Fori comes in. It facilitates an early payment for the suppliers through dynamic discounting, payable financing, receivable financing, and distribution finance. The future of the supply chain financing for SMEs, despite the emergence of many great platforms across the globe. And my time is up.
Still talking. All right. Okay. Thank you, Amar. A little over time, but that's all right. Next up is Justin Kim. He is the Vice President of Growth at Keytech. It's a software company that combines AI, drone technology, and thermal imaging to provide insights into the building envelope. So from Toronto, please welcome Justin.
Hello. Buildings consume a staggering amount of energy. 40% of global energy consumption is attributed to buildings. This comes at significant costs and has additional consequences as well. For Canada to meet its net zero 2050 target, we need to retrofit 1 building every minute. But unfortunately, at the current pace we're going, net zero 2150 is more realistic. Let's talk about the building envelope, which refers to the walls, windows, doors, roof, and insulation, and plays a critical role in the energy efficiency of buildings. There are upwards of 40% energy savings potential through reduced heating and cooling with a high-performing building envelope. Traditionally, it's difficult to evaluate building envelopes. At Keytech, we use drones and AI to pinpoint issues, quantify energy loss, and recommend specific targeted retrofits that maximize return on investment. We use drones to capture thousands of infrared and visual images, along with additional data points, and our proprietary AI analyzes the data and provides comprehensive reports and recommendations. Building owners and managers have a detailed understanding of their building through an interactive portal. They can click and drill down into each section, each issue, and make data-driven, evidence-based decisions. The future, hopefully, is every building has a detailed energy analysis and customized retrofit plan that is being implemented. We've completed 600 projects in the last 3 years, some of them including large neighborhoods and catchment areas. If we have any hope of achieving our net zero 2050 target, we're going to need a lot of help. And I look forward to expanding AI to scale technologies like ours to help address this critical challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. Next up, we have Travis McDonough. He's the CEO of Wellnify.ai. That's the all-in-one white label wellness solution that uses gamification to foster healthier and happier communities. So from Halifax, Nova Scotia, please welcome Travis.
Skyrocketing chronic diseases, unsustainable healthcare costs, a disconnected sense of community, and a 10 million shortfall of healthcare professionals over the next decade are living proof we are in the middle of a health and wellness epidemic. In fact, we believe at Wellnify, we are witnessing the world's largest self-inflicted serial killing in the annals of humankind. And what are the causes? We certainly know it's sedentary behavior. Sitting is the new smoking, as they say, but it's also the phone and screen time specifically that's hijacking our wellness behaviors. However, we are flipping the tables and turning something that's been responsible for lethargy into an agent of change. And our philosophy is if you can't get people off their phone, let's get them active and healthy when they're on their phone. And finally, outdated education and knowledge transfer models that reek of yesterday. Today's consumer deserves better. My name is Travis McDonough, and I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Wellnify.ai. We help create healthier and happier communities. And how do we do that? We built a digital ecosystem, also known as a community wellness engagement platform, and we built it on 2 foundational principles: the fun of gamification and the science of behavior change. So how does it work? Well, we connect organizations to their community in a 2-way, fun, digital, interactive application that creates more of a pull rather than a push. And this is where we redirect some of the sticky, addictive features of gaming towards the colonization of healthy habits that people can implement. The mission we are on is to allow people in a community to fall in love with the joys of healthy behaviors, to ultimately convert them into becoming a lifetime participant of wellness. There's a saying that you don't choose your future, you choose your habits, and it's your habits that determine your future. And we're in the business of cultivating healthy habits that people can lean on to implement to give them agency and dominion over their future health destiny. So who's using the application? Corporations across the country, health authorities, governments, municipalities, indigenous communities, and we're just about to announce Canada's largest youth wellness initiative, rolling it out across a provincial school board. If you would like to learn more about our movement for movement, either as an investor or someone who cares about your community, please reach out to us. We'd be delighted to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, now for our last breakout session for this morning, it's Michael Lee. He's the CEO of SNP Lab. It's a company that offers a win-win for individuals and businesses, providing a My Data platform that ensures privacy and benefits all parties involved. Please welcome to the stage from Seoul, South Korea, Michael.
Hello, I'm Michael Jae-young Lee, the CEO of SNP Lab, which stands for Security and Privacy Laboratory. Today, I will talk about the on-device My Data platform based on blockchain and smartphone. Our platform can be used in many ways, but I will focus on e-commerce scenario in this pitching. I think that all of you have experiences over the online advertisement which are not relevant to your interest. To reach the right audience, we unlock consumer data in different ways. We call it on-device My Data. It's already commercially running in Korea. Let's assume that there is an Acme online shop. With our software development kit, the company can build a holistic profile of the users and utilize their behavioral data, such as Google search keywords, YouTube watch list, and even shopping histories. A good thing is that we can deliver a personalized advertisement without application tracking and third-party cookies, while complying with all kinds of regulations such as GDPR and CCPA. Our business model is composed of a software license fee and blockchain operation fee, but I will skip the details for now, and market analysis too. We got Series A funding last year, and we are expanding our partnership overseas. We have a great team, mostly from Samsung and LG. As for me, I was principal engineer of Samsung Mobile for taking charge of software security and privacy, and I'm teaching AI technology management in the university now. And my team received remarkable awards globally, and also participating and contributing My Data Global Association as a board member. We look forward to meeting customers and investors in North America, so I wrote a book in English to explain detail. It's available in Amazon. The title is My Data and Data Sovereignty in the Age of AI. So it will be great if you read the book and understand the paradigm of My Data. If you have any questions, please stop by our booth. Thank you for listening.
All right, amazing. So that's a wrap. We had 7 breakout startups this morning who pitched. Please do not go too far away. We're going to be starting in less than 5 minutes with the Mayor of Toronto, Olivia Chow. See you soon.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
Please welcome to the stage multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Collision 2024. My name is Bridget Trong, and I'm the host of Sister Cities on USA Today and the Homegirl Nation podcast. I hope you had a great time at After Hours last night. Did you guys go? It looked pretty packed. Okay, nobody move, nobody make a sound if you had a great time last night. Perfect. Okay, I'm glad you all had fun. Are we ready for a packed day here at Center Stage as we have some amazing speakers lined up for you? I hope you guys are excited. From Grok to Google Cloud, from ACLU to 1Password, and from Maria Sharapova and Jeffrey Hinton, and every artificial intelligence in between. It's going to be an amazing day 2 at Collision, so I hope you are ready. For the full schedule for today, don't forget to check the Collision app, okay? Now, before we begin, I'd like to first hand over the opening remarks to one of Toronto's most important leaders. She has served the people of Toronto for over 3 decades. And as our newest mayor and the first Chinese-Canadian mayor of Toronto, she has been working hard to build a city that holds the same kind of hope and promise that it did when she first arrived here from Hong Kong, a city that is more affordable and fosters an inclusive community where everyone belongs. With a background in arts and philosophy, She has leveraged her diverse experiences to champion progressive urban issues throughout her entire career. Her leadership style, marked by collaboration and community engagement, continues to inspire and drive positive change within our city. Please give a huge welcome to the 66th Mayor of the City of Toronto, Mayor Olivia Chow.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here to welcome Coalition back this year. Now, Coalition, like Toronto, is a global gathering place. So I just want to take a moment to see who we have here with us today. Is there anyone from the US here today? Wait, okay. How about my home country, Hong Kong? Anyone from Hong Kong? No? Whoa. All right. How many of you are from Toronto? All right. Okay. Well, the conference is a reflection of the city that hosts it. And like Toronto, Coalition has always been a place where everyone belongs. In that sense of belonging, that is Toronto's competitive advantage. You know it, right? It makes us not just a global beacon of hope, but a launch pad for innovation. Toronto's story is told in 190 languages, and its character are drawn from 250 different cultures. It's a story that is deeply local, but is shaped by global currents. Toronto's story is also my story. You heard a bit about it earlier. A journey that took me from Hong Kong to a high-rise apartment in St. Jamestown, and now to City Hall as this city's mayor. And it's a story of what can be unlocked when we deepen our connection to each other, and when we create a place where everyone belongs. You can see that connection between the global and the local in Abby. Let me tell you the story about Abby. It's a 29-year-old game designer whose parents immigrated here from Sri Lanka, and they fled the civil war in search of a better life for their son. It's tragic what was happening at the time to the Tamils there. Abby is the artist behind Venba, I think I'm saying it right, a narrative cooking video game that tells the story about his family's struggle with a new language and culture, something my mom certainly had struggled with. This game's main character wants nothing more than to instill an appreciation for Tamil language and the culture. And guess what? Like all moms, this is the character in it. She does most of the talking through food. It's that human story, a mom trying to get through to the son about being proud of their culture. It's the connection of the global and the local, and all the pain, the love, and ultimately the sense of belonging felt by a newcomer family to our city. That made this game a resounding worldwide success. Imagine connecting mom, immigrant, leaving war, finding a safe place in Toronto, and connecting through food. How human can it be? That's something that we all experience. Abby's experience should remind us that as we go about the next wave of innovation, we need to think about how it keeps us connected. Because it's wonderful having AI and all that important, but it's how we apply it. So think about how it can connect us, allow us to tell our stories, and unlock our shared potential. That's where the magic happens. Because it's precisely that potential, our city's diversity, its global perspective, and a highly educated workforce. 70% of people in Toronto has a post-secondary degree. That has made us the North American destination for artificial intelligence. Okay, I'm boasting about Toronto. I'm the mayor, since most of you are here, from here. Yesterday, I announced and joined with companies like Vanessa, whose AI platform help new business connect all their marketing tools together in one platform. And yes, they are expanding here in Toronto. Imagine what they could do. They can take the web and the YouTube and the social media and then decide what is better. Is it an email? Is it text? Is it a phone call? Is it a flyer? What is it that we can connect and market better? And all in one platform. Vanessa chose to do business here because they see how the city and the sense of belonging that we create together can unlock something amazing. So, are you teaching your AI tool to better speak and understand Urdu and the different culture that language comes from? Well, you can do it right here. Curious about youth culture in Sri Lanka and how Tamils connect with each other on Instagram? Come to Toronto, right? Talk to our vibrant Tamil community. And looking to unlock the potential of the Asian market? Well, I could name countless chambers of commerce, business associations, and other groups with deep local knowledge of South Korea, Hong Kong, China, Vietnam, Taiwan, you name it, whatever you need, Japan, whatever you need to make you a global success right here in Toronto, in Canada. So a place like Toronto shows us the boundless potential of belonging, about how we could include everyone to the benefit of all. Because in a world like ours, where we are all connected by big, big challenges, think about it, rampant inequality, a war, several wars, urgent housing crisis, climate change, all of that seems like a big crisis. But we can and need to find common cause in their solutions because we have it. We have it right here in the room. And technology can help us to close the gaps between us. The gaps between the rich and the poor, those that have the most, those that have nothing. The gap in understanding between cultures, between our languages. It can bridge that gap. It can help enable people to find their basic needs and have it secure. That is a huge challenge. Housing, clean water, clean air, having enough food to eat, having the energy, harnessing the solar and the wind, harnessing what is around us and do it in the most environmentally sustainable way. It's all possible when we work together. And I count on you, all of you here, with your talent, with your commitment, your imagination, with your innovation. I count on you to help bring all this together. When we use technology wisely, it can connect us deeply. Because in this world, we are never alone. We cannot be alone. And the success of this conference is because we are not alone. Because the energy generated here, right in this hall, right in this building, right in this area, can transform lives, transform your business, transform your spirit and your thinking, and you can be as innovative, as successful, as connected as ever. So, local, global, joining together to unlock our shared human potential. Imagine that. That is the Toronto way. That is the technology way. It makes us not just a place worth investing in, but an example on the world stage on how we could tackle the big stuff together. Imagine this city, this country, being able for all of the people of different culture connecting in harmony, creating the next wave of technology, the next solution. Just thinking about it gets me excited. So, as Collision 2024 comes to close tomorrow, and as you set off for home or a new horizons or a new business, a new creation, take a little Toronto with you, or those of you that live here, take a bit of this energy here with you. Join us in our shared work of making our city, our world, a more affordable, more caring, innovative, creative, and safe place where everyone, no matter where we are, what we do, that we say that we belong. And we belong because we stay connected to one another. Thank you so much for coming out. Enjoy, learn, connect, and have a great time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Now, the competition in chips for AI interference performance is heating up, with several companies vying to challenge NVIDIA's dominance in this space. We've got Intel, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft who are all in this race. But so are startups like Groq, who are developing specialized chips to deliver faster, more efficient interference at lower costs. But can they tackle the giant that just surpassed a $3 trillion market cap? Well, to inform us if we should make AI happen or watch AI happen, please welcome the CEO and founder of Groq, Jonathan Ross.
Here's something interesting.
Groq, on en parle un petit peu dans Tech & Co, dans cette émission dédiée à la tech que vous retrouvez tous les soirs.
Groq makes the fastest AI chips out there. They're called LPUs.
Everybody's talking about Groq. You're on cloud nine, it seems.
Groq. Groq. Groq is all the rage now. Brrr, the graph on the top right here, that's Groq.
Groq chip is an ASIC, rival to NVIDIA. Everyone who is trying Groq hardware seeing such an amazing latency.
This is Groq. It's like ChatGPT, but insanely fast.
We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Groq, Groq.
Hi. Come on, we can do better. Hi. Woo! I love Toronto. All right. I feel a little bit like a rock star whenever that thing plays. It feels great coming out here. But about a year ago, Groq almost failed. We almost ran out of money. We couldn't get anyone interested in us. And it's amazing being on stage here. There's about 2,500 people out there. That's crazy. And so what's happened is we've really sort of captured the developer mindset. And to illustrate that, let me give you a little bit of a story here. So our head of recruiting was in the Bay Area a couple of weeks ago, and he was on his bike, and he had an orange vest on that said Grok on the back. And as he was on the bike, another bicyclist came up behind him and yelled at him, "Can I give you my credit card for a rate limit increase?" while on a bike. So we call that tech famous. Other people in the Bay Area who recognize you know what you're doing. But about a week ago, something new happened. This has never happened before. Our head of brand was in Austin, Texas, and he was wearing a backpack like that with the Grok logo on the back. And a high school kid came up to him and said, "Hey, do you work for Grok?" And he was a little skeptical, and he's like turning around, and this high school kid pestering him like, "Do you work at Grok with a Q?" Not Elon's Grok, but Grok with a Q. And he's like, "Yes, I do." And the high school kid said, "We love Grok. We're using it in all the high schools here." So there's tech famous, and I think we're verging on a new kind of famous, high school famous. So why has Grok become famous recently? Well, it's about fast AI. And the reason fast matters is when you're building a service, the speed at which you get an answer increases the engagement. And AI has been very slow up until recently. If it takes 10 seconds, just imagine going into Google, typing a query, and taking 10 seconds to get an answer. That'd be incredibly slow. And so we've actually improved it to the point, I'm going to give you a quick demo here, that this is what it looks like today if you were to go to Grok and type in a query. And here we go. And it's done. If you blinked, you missed it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you writing an entire book in a couple of seconds. So here, you type in a query, you say, "This is the book that I want," and it's going to start generating this book. Now, you might be asking, why would I need to be able to generate a book in seconds? So there's chapter 1, there's chapter 2, there's chapter, I can't even, what is that, chapter 7? Okay, so it's going so fast that you can't read. The funny thing is, when they switched over to Grok, the engagement on this service went way up. So speed matters tremendously, and it's been one of the things holding AI back. But it's not just language, it's also image, because everything is language. So here's an example of a multimodal model running on Grok, and you can see it making guesses as it's drawing. So it's a smiley face, it's a bear, I don't know what that is. It's a lion, okay, it's a lion. And so this is so fast that it's making the guesses real time as it's going through. About 13 weeks ago, we only had 10 developers on our platform. And as of this morning, we have 244,000 developers. It took NVIDIA 7 years to go from no developers to 100,000. We did that in 6 weeks. So if you want to understand that number, in this audience, 2,500 people, for every seat, that would be 100 developers. Now, developers build apps. And so how do you measure the number of applications built? Well, we measure active API keys. These are keys that have been generated and have been used. And we're at 115,000 active API keys. And so to give you a visceral sense of that, let me walk you through just a handful of the apps that have been reported to us. So this one just won 3rd place in a competition. It's a helper for crisis workers. This one is a game, so you put a book in there and you can answer questions about it, and it's going a little too fast for me to keep up. That was 200 applications. We have 115,000. At that rate, that video would have taken almost 5 hours to play if we played every single app. And so when it comes to AI chips, that makes Grok the Rookie of the Year when it comes to AI chips. Now, that's where we're at today, but the reason that I'm here talking to you is the future. And before we get into the future, I want to set things up by talking a little bit about the past. I get asked by venture capitalists quite often, is generative AI the next internet? And my answer to that is absolutely not, because the internet is an information age technology. What information age technologies do is they copy data with high fidelity and then they distribute it. In the case of the internet, they distribute it to your home or your business. In the case of mobile, distributes it to your hand. Different in scale, but conceptually the same thing as the printing press. Generative AI is not an information age technology. Generative AI is something new. It's about creating something that didn't exist before, something contextual and in the moment. And as much as the difference in degree of technology broke all of our intuitions with the internet and mobile and disrupted everything, we ain't seen nothing compared to generative AI. Now, what each of these ages have in common is they run on a precious resource, a scarce resource. So the industrial age ran on oil, coal, natural gas, now solar, now wind. The information age ran on internet archives. It ran on personal histories. It ran on all sorts of different data collections, like medical data collections. The generative age is also going to run on something, and it's going to run on compute. And so at Grok, every single Grokster carries this challenge token, which says 25 million tokens per second. That's our goal by the end of the year. If we can deliver on that, then we will be the size of a hyperscaler, because that's about what Microsoft and Azure had at the end of last year. Little old Grok. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what's coming next. So just like with the information age, how we had the printing press, we had the telephone, we had the internet, and we had mobile, we're going to have different stages of generative AI. And what I see happen a lot is people trying to start things where the technology isn't quite there yet. And if you think about it, if you wanted to start Uber in the age of the internet, you'd go on your desktop, you type in the destination, you'd hit enter, it'd pick you up and you'd go there. But how would you call to be picked up? Are you going to have access to a desktop? It just wasn't practical until we got to mobile. And so one of the things that I see a lot of people trying to do right now is I see them trying to create apps that inform people. And right now, the technology isn't there. So let me give you the taxonomy here. The first stage is ideate. This is where it can templatize, it can give you an initial example. So if you're a lawyer, you can say, give me a rental agreement, and it will give you one. And it will probably have issues, it might need to be fixed up, but it's a great place to start. If you are a computer programmer, you can get an initial program, but you're going to have to do a lot of work to fix that program up. So it gives you an initial start. And one of the reasons that I think a lot of us feel like AI is being used everywhere, it's not. It's only being used to start things, maybe iterate a little bit. But it's not being used to finish things, and it's not being used in a way where we rely on it. And if you've been wondering why you hear so much about hallucinations, that's what's preventing us from getting to the inform stage. That's where you can reliably get information from generative AI and make decisions. So imagine that you're asking about what sort of side effects does a medication have. Would you trust AI to tell you today? Probably not. You'd need to look at the citations. Once you can start reliably getting information, you're going to be able to build search engines. Now, because we're not there yet, it's hard to understand the distinction between inform and verify. But the difference is, when you're verifying, it has to be comprehensive. It has to be complete. So if I write a program and I want to push it into production, can an AI tell me with certainty that there's no bug in it? Definitely not today. If I want to offer a medication to a patient, can an AI tell me for sure that there's going to be no side effects based on their genetics, based on other medications that they're getting? Absolutely not. So that's even further away in the future. The next stage after that is going to be update. So someone was building a voice application on top of Grok, and they were complaining to me that all of their customers were asking them for something where they could make updates to accounts. So, for example, I want to change my subscription from this plan to this plan, and it wasn't reliable enough. And so I asked this person, would you use your own voice system to let people make updates to the voice itself? He's like, absolutely not, it's not reliable. And I'm like, well, there you go. We're not at that stage yet. And then lastly is decide. And so I think decide is the place where we have to be very careful. Grok's mission is to preserve human agency in the age of AI. It's not so much that we're worried that AI is going to take over. It's not so much that we're worried that some dictator is going to take over. It's more that we're worried that we're going to give over all of our decisions to AI, and we're not going to participate anymore. Now, people can only make so many decisions in a day. We get decision fatigue, and beyond that, we're out. So AI making some smaller decisions for us could be very helpful. Helping us understand the subtlety and nuance between two decisions is an area where AI can be very helpful. But that's a place where we're going to have to be very careful, because that's where we might give up our own humanity. Now, I want to look a little further out than this. So this is how you should think about when to start a business doing something. But there's a bigger question, which is, what's going to be next for humanity? And I get asked a lot, should we be afraid of AI? And I like to think back to Galileo. And Galileo got in a lot of trouble. And the reason was he invented and popularized the telescope. And as the telescope got better and better and better, and we started to be able to see further and further into the universe, we started to realize maybe we weren't as big as we thought. Maybe we weren't the center of the universe. And that's scary. And it makes us feel really, really small. But over time, as we started to get used to the idea, we started to realize that maybe the universe was much larger than we thought. And I think that's what AI is. AI is very much the telescope for the mind. And in a very real sense, over time, I think we're going to understand our place in intelligence. We're going to understand how vast it is. And rather than being afraid of it, we're going to realize just how beautiful it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, the first quarter of 2024 was the second lowest on record for global startup funding since the beginning of 2018. Startup investors kept a tight hold on their wallets in Q1 of 2024. There were big exceptions, though. AI healthcare, energy, and robotic startups received massive investments. But overall, the tone was cautious as the year got started. In this next session, we are going to see if there is a light at the end of the tunnel for startups as we gather some insight into fundraising during a downturn. Please welcome in conversation with Hannah Murphy of the Financial Times, the co-founder and managing partner of Oak HCFT, Annie Lamont.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good collision so far. Look, Annie, you've had a remarkable career. The papers have called you one of the most successful women in venture capital. You've raised billions, sat on dozens of boards, seen the sale of dozens of companies. You're on this year's Forbes Midas list, I saw. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Several decades into investing, many, many successes. What drives you today? How do you keep it fresh?
Well, entrepreneurs keep it fresh for me, right? I mean, we're always looking at new ideas. It's amazing. I mean, it's the most fun career because you just get educated every day. So it's that lifelong learning, you know, like be a venture capitalist. It's really, really fun, I have to say.
Did you always want to be a VC?
Always, well. So my first 3 months after Stanford, I carried Steve Jobs' bags on the Apple IPO roadshow and took Bob Swanson at Genentech public with a firm that was a venture capital boutique investment banking firm. And I was like, yeah, I want to be a VC. I want to be working with people like this the rest of my life. It'll make it so interesting. Yeah.
Well, I think many founders are very happy you went this route. Your firm is called Oak HCFT. Obviously, as a journalist at the FT, I like that. Can you tell us a bit about what Oak stands for, your strategy?
Yeah, sure. Founded the firm 10 years ago, but for 25 years I've been investing in tech-enabled services and solutions in healthcare and in fintech. When nobody knew what fintech meant, you had to tell them. First kind of, I don't know. I know there are a lot of Canadians in this audience and internationals. So I don't know if you know Athena Health and Cotiviti and One Medical and things like that. But historically, we'd invested in healthcare companies like that. NetSpend, first prepaid debit card company, way back. Now things like Paxos, Circle, Rapid in payments. And so HCFT, obviously healthcare and fintech. We're a multi-stage, which means we do everything from early startups, we do a lot of incubations, all the way to pipes and public companies. So for us, it's the importance of starting our firm 10 years ago was just that there were a number of entrepreneurs coming into healthcare and fintech, which we were really excited about because they'd been like old legacy companies mostly. And we're so excited to have great tech entrepreneurs in these two sectors, but we really wanted to go deep. And in order to do that, hence the name HCFT, Healthcare and Fintech, we really wanted to build a company of just experts around those two industry sectors.
Do you look globally? Are there particular geographies that are drawing you?
Yeah, so as you can imagine, healthcare is mostly America. But we founded Health, which is the conference, HLTH. I mean, we've been there, Money 2020 before, and then Health. And we have just started Health Europe, which was going on earlier this week. And so we are actually looking, but if you think about healthcare in Europe, it's obviously more pharmaceutically oriented in terms of like AI applied to discovery. It's much harder to think about healthcare systems with different payer structures and single country payers. Fintech is global. We're doing a lot, love Latin America right now. If anybody's here from LATAM, we're highly interested, have just committed to our third company there recently. Yeah.
So taking those two sectors, where do you see the most interesting trends, transformational activity? What's exciting you?
In healthcare, there's something called value-based care, and I think what we're excited about there is that that healthcare to date has really been paid, you pay by the drink, it's fee for service in general. And what value-based just means you're paying for outcomes. And so we've been investing in models across the board in healthcare and Medicare and commercial that are really outcome oriented. And it's the only way you're actually going to get the right outcomes, because all people are, the reality is doctors are economic beings just like everybody else, and they're inclined to do things. And what we want to do is do things that have outcomes that are positive. The doctors will be rewarded, the patients rewarded, the system rewarded. So we want win-win-wins. FinTech, obviously Gen AI, we're applying to opportunities in healthcare and FinTech. We see, I'm sure anybody who's in FinTech knows that, 2022 was a rather watershed event for FinTech. We were in healthcare and FinTech, and we could see 3 years ago that FinTech multiples were 2x healthcare multiples that were pretty high themselves. So I think healthcare, FinTech is in a digestion period there. I'm hopeful that entrepreneurs are still very excited about starting new FinTech companies, and we're starting to see more FinTech companies come to market, and are excited about that. Payments is the gift that keeps on giving. Unfortunately, fraud is also the gift that keeps on giving. So we invest in a lot of fraud, identity, authentication companies, and when you move from point of sale with cards and payments to card not present. There was obviously a lot more fraud with card not present, now person not present, deep fakes, and otherwise you've got, there are many solutions that need to be created. So for those that are in the audience and thinking about that, that is I think an incredible opportunity that we're highly interested in. That's an issue in every market. Yeah.
Are you looking mainly at companies that are making AI a big part of their pitch, or just perhaps using it in innovative ways, a sprinkle of AI, as the phrase goes?
Yeah, I think Gen AI clearly is getting higher multiples if it's real right now. We've been seeing AI for 20 years in business plans, where everybody thinks that they put it in, and there are moments of where people get excited about it. I think Gen AI is different, and we've definitely had companies before where use AI to great effect. It's not, it is just a means to an end. We expect all of our companies to be using AI to actually run their companies. Like, we're using Gen AI to actually run various functions at our firm right now. We had companies like Devoted in America, which was the founders of Athena Health, that we back. They've just moved 100 people over to other functions because they took them out of call center, and have their own call center run purely by Gen AI. So I think there are ways. We just started a company, and I think 10 years ago we spent $70,000 branding and website and all of that, and we just started a company spending no money using Gen AI to do all of those things. Yeah.
You've made a name sort of spotting and embracing new cycles. Where would you say we are in this AI cycle?
Our early days. I love it because I think it's going to feel like it's going slow, and then it's going to go very fast. And I do think, applying it to all of these markets, it's literally going to, inseminate every segment of every market. So, we are excited about it. I think there's certainly caution in terms of valuing things that, one has to worry about things being displaced, and if they're hard to do. And it's like we're not investing in horizontal LLMs. We're looking at it as though it's application software. It's just vertical applications that somebody does extremely well. So you really have to understand FinTech. You really have to understand deeply healthcare in order to write a vertical app that using Gen AI is productive. Yeah.
So the title of this talk was Tough Times, Smart Money, Fundraising in a Downturn.
Right.
But I'm not sure that quite captures things, perhaps a little dated. How would you characterize this moment now in the investment landscape for founders looking to raise?
I think it's more of a reversion to the mean in the sense that it's becoming more normal. Obviously last year was rough for our companies and for others. But I think, what we've seen is just there were so many companies that raised so much money in 21 that most companies haven't needed money or have been smart and tried not to need money. I do feel like their venture funds and growth funds like ours are, we're looking for deals to do. We're looking to make investments, and eventually everybody gets itchy fingers, and so I do think entrepreneurs are finding a more receptive market, and we're always in the market for good times or bad for especially early stage companies, where valuations aren't as much of an issue. I think that actually should be a good market right now.
What did you learn from this sort of gloomier period? What can we take from it into the year ahead in 2025?
What I learned? Well, I would say there are some firms, I don't know, a SoftBank, a Tiger, for example. Let's just name some names that ended up, sort of changing the dynamics and valuations, and it felt good for a while for everyone, and then it didn't feel good because they elevated valuations to the point of no return. So I think it's just back to discipline, and it's been very helpful. I think our companies and our entrepreneurs and my team, I can tell you, have learned so much the last 2 years because we have we have senior partners, but we have a relatively young team. We're growing, and everything had always been up in their lives, and so I think now it's just okay. You got to have actually eventually margins that make sense. You've got to have business models that make sense, and so I just think we're getting back to more discipline in the world. This is not a bad thing.
What would you say to an entrepreneur facing a possible down round? Should they be embarrassed? How do you as a VC feel about that?
I think, I don't think that's embarrassing in this environment. I mean, I think it's actually, you had a number of ramp and great companies, look, Stripe, that have taken down rounds, Klarna. It's not a mark anymore. In fact, it's more like, be realistic, get the right mark if you need the money, and spend it wisely.
Not the be all and end all.
Right.
More generally, when is a company ripe for venture capital money? When are they ready?
Well, I think, it depends on the stage. The reality is, it's right. Like we do 20% of what we do is before, somebody's got an idea and two people. So I think it's more about what we want to see is a person is going to be the best person to execute this particular strategy. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's just about that. Have you become the expert? And if they're just coming to us blind, obviously we're vetting the talent, and sometimes you just know it when you see it in terms of the quality of somebody that can run a company and build an idea. But the reality is like, are you the best person to be doing this? And there are often times where somebody's been an expert, and we've known them. We invest in a lot of repeat entrepreneurs. They could be ours, they could be others. And we bring them in, and we spend a year ideating on different opportunities and figuring out the model. I do think it's an incredible time to do what we call buy and builds. Like, there's a lot of consolidation that should happen out there where you've got a lot of features and products and not companies. And so the ability to actually put some ideas together, I think fraud is actually a really good one, where there are a lot of isolated solutions, and they should come together as one company that can leverage sales, marketing, support, growth. Yeah.
When you say the best person, what do you look for? How do you know who is the best?
I don't know. You know it when you see it. Best person. I think somebody that is an A, obviously attracts A's, but is not afraid to bring A's in, right? So, looking at somebody who's a Pied Piper and can really excite people about their, excite investors, but excite the people who have to work with them every day to come and work with them, and is confident, like supremely confident without being arrogant. And I mean so confident that you ask questions about everything. My best entrepreneurs question everything. They worry about everything. They game theory everything. And I think it's that person but then they decide. They're incisive. They're decisive. They really, they get all the data, and then they know, go, and they do it quickly. And I think it's that iteration, that rapid iteration, and that confidence to ask questions and decide that really differentiates.
So it's similar for journalists. Yeah. What are the biggest mistakes you see VC founders make?
I think the biggest mistake is not getting the right team around them, and not, it's funny, it's like delegation is an interesting question, because I do have entrepreneurs that go high and go low, like they're very strategic and they're very in the weeds. And I think when I've seen their growth trajectory, it's they're in the weeds, but very specifically, and they make sure they have the right people that can then execute that. So if there's a problem, they make sure that they're helping the team solve it, but they're not getting in the way of then the execution of it. So I think those are the sort of important issues.
Sort of flipping it, what's your pitch to entrepreneurs?
Yeah.
How should founders evaluate you?
Yeah. Us or anyone else. So let's just start with the things you don't want to have happen to as an entrepreneur. And I saw a lot of it in the last couple of years with other board members. I think, first of all, you don't want somebody that's so large they're like an index fund and you're just one of 100 companies in their portfolio. I think you want to know that this firm is invested in you, and you want to know because it's possible that the board member, the member that's going on your board, is not there in 5 years, and then does anybody else care at the firm about you? So you want to make sure there is a team approach, that you're known and cared about by the firm, that they're not investing in 2 other competitors to you, and that they're just like let the best person win, strategy. I mean, I do think it matters that, like, for us, we concentrate these 2 areas, and I'll talk about the positive things about what we can do because of that, but it also means that we are going to be with you. We have concentrated portfolios, and we invest, and we stick, and we make it work. And we have like an under 10% loss ratio because we make these companies work. We support them. So I think that, that is a very important piece for us. I think you want to know that that person is going to be with you. We had a situation where the head of a firm was going to be investing in one of our companies, and the CEO was convinced this guy was going to spend time with him and be on his board, and the day of closing, he literally put a person that the CEO had never met on the board. So that you want to make sure you have the answer to before you close with a firm. I think, what do you want from them? And I often hear, like, you're going to introduce us to customers, and we do that. I mean, fintech and healthcare, we have connectivity across the board in both of those sectors. We not only know the company, we know the person in each department that would or wouldn't buy your product. So helpful that way, but it's also the time you're selling. So we have sold, I've sold over 50 companies in my career, and it's sort of like we have a relationship with these buyers and understand who not to waste time with and who, to spend time with. Our talent team is unbelievable, and you would see that as an entrepreneur from day one, because before we even invest in something, our talent team is already helping and they're part of the investment team in the company. So,
I like the pitch.
That's the pitch.
Can you speak to the exit environment currently? What does that look like?
Yeah. So everybody always talks about IPOs, and that is, if you think about the 100x, the 200x wins, that can happen in the IPO market for a few companies. And it happens more often, like it's just pure tech, but 5 or 10% of our exits are in IPOs. And you don't want to be dependent on the IPO market. And a lot of CEOs don't actually want to be public CEOs. So 80% of our companies are sold to strategics. And that is the most consistent, reliable source of acquisition for companies. And about PE is coming back, so I'd say financials are maybe 10 or 15%. So right now, we're selling 3 companies right now to strategics. So it's like good markets and bad. 2009, after the 2008, Great Depression, recession, we sold 4 companies in 2009. Because I think if you are teed up for a strategic, they're always looking for growth in bad markets or good market. Particularly in bad markets, they want to buy growth because they generally have cash. That isn't their issue. They need growth. They need innovation. They can't produce it the same way. So it's not like you don't purpose build a company. You just build a great company, and then you find the right acquirer, or even better, the right acquirer finds you. But that is good in any time, and it's actually a pretty good exit market right now.
I'm curious, how much of a factor the regulatory environment is in all of this?
Yeah. You know, in each market, I mean, particularly fintech, obviously you have to go into each market and know and understand. I mean, it's huge. Like in Brazil with Pix, I mean, they're creating an enormous number, you know, just an opportunity for apps, and we do mostly B2B, not B2C, but apps that are being created, you know, on Pix that will be, I think you're looking back 20 years, will probably be the best thing the Brazilian government did for their economy. So I think in each market it's just different. In the US, obviously with crypto, you know, which we invest a bit in, one administration might be better than another, you know, so you're looking for like friendly environments, you know, for that. And then in healthcare, which, you know, is so US centric that we care about CMS, which runs Medicare and Medicaid, and they're not particularly friendly right now. But you know, you just have to invest in the right models that are on the right side of history in terms of lowering costs of care, improving quality, and improving patient experience, and you'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah.
In our final minute, I want you to look into your crystal ball.
Yeah.
What are your predictions for the VC market, for startup funding, for the rest of the year and the year ahead?
You know, I think it increases. You know, I think there's always this retrenchment when you know, a 2001 happens and into 2002, where there's you know, I mean, just look at the public market. I mean, the public market is back in a big way, and I think it always takes longer for the private markets to correct on the way down, and it always takes us a little longer to correct on the way up. But that's because, in general, we're working with a lot of companies that need help when that happens, and we're trying to get those funded. And as I said, in 21, there were so many companies well-funded that. So I think what you're going to find is a more receptive market as we build out of this over the next couple of years. And again, I mean, there's plenty of money out there. That isn't the problem. I think it's the, you know, getting people back in the motion of investing, and you know, they're doing it now. So.
Well, against all odds, against the title of the talk, a positive ending there. Thanks, Annie, for joining me. It's been an honor to sit and chat with you, and thank you
to talk to you.
All. Enjoy the rest of your collision.
Okay, enjoy. Thanks.
Green hydrogen production, carbon capture, solar innovation, and smart grids are some of the newest innovations in climate tech this year. Companies like Glacier Grid are building energy management platforms that help businesses reduce energy costs and prevent food waste, while DioCycle is developing electrolyzer technology to capture and convert CO2 emissions from industrial sources into valuable products and fuels. Now, experts are predicting generative AI will accelerate innovation in areas like advanced battery chemistry and solar cell designs. But is all this moving fast enough with VC funding and climate tech flat in 2024? To find out if climate tech is on its way to really save the world, please welcome in conversation with Harry McCracken of Fast Company, the founder of Gigascale Capital, Mike Schroepfer, the founder and CEO of Glacier Grid, Manik Suri, and the co-founder and CEO of DioCycle, Sarah LeMason.
Good morning, Collision. Good morning, Mike, Sarah, and Manik. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
We're going to have fun, and to dive in, let's confront the topic of this session. Mike, you've rearranged your whole life to spend a lot of it investing in climate tech companies. Is your goal to save the world?
I mean, I think I told you this, that I hate that framing because it sort of puts it into a humanitarian, sort of philanthropic framing. And I think what we need to do is get people excited about a better future where they like the products because they're better and they're cleaner and they're cheaper, not because of some like greater good. You know, when you drive an electric car, the sales pitch is it's fast and it saves you money on gas. You know, that's the sort of thing that we need to have, and that's why we have some companies here today whose products are fundamentally cheaper than what's out there today.
And are there other examples of things that are already part of our life that are climate friendly, but that's not the whole selling point?
I mean, I think you see this already in solar deployments. It is the fastest growing way to make energy, and it is inherently clean. It just sits there and pumps out clean energy all day long. It's now one of the cheapest forms of energy production out there and is continuing to decline in cost. And I think just the very concept of batteries being everything. What's enabled EVs is, you know, at the core of it is something that looks a little bigger than a AA cell, just a lot of them, and they have come down in price 97% in 30 years. And that's why an EV is now feasible and it wasn't before. So I think you're going to see batteries in a lot of stuff, which takes a dirty thing that emits toxic chemicals right where I'm standing and get it replaced with something that's clean, quiet, and cheaper. And we're going to see a lot more of that happen in cars and aviation and boating and a variety of other fields.
Sarah, tell us about what you're doing and why you're doing it and why companies want to work with you.
Well, hi everyone. So at Dioxycle, we are developing a novel technology to basically clean up ethylene. You might not know what ethylene is, and it's normal, but it's, with a $200 billion market, it's the most used organic chemical in the world, and it's used in pretty much everything from like clothing, windows frame, pipes, auto parts, pharmaceuticals, medical device, you name it. So basically, right now, the way it's done is through breaking down fossil fuels. So you heat up a lot of fossil fuels, and you're going to break that down into ethylene. And this is a very, very emitting process. And so at Dioxycle, we are basically developing a technology that turns this process on its head. Instead of breaking down fossil fuel, we are building ethylene up from carbon emission, from waste carbon emission. And by doing that, we have the possibility, using renewable electricity, which is the power we use to do that, to displace the equivalent of 1 to 2% of the world emission. So I hope you will care about ethylene at the end of this discussion.
So building a material the world needs anyway, but doing that in a climate-friendly way.
Exactly, exactly.
And where are you on the continuum of making this something that can be produced at scale?
Yeah, so we are 3 years in the making. We've done a 3 order of magnitude scale up so far. We were at Stanford before, so it's really like a breakthrough technology that started from like a post-stem size demonstration, and now we are needing a crane to lift our electrolyzer. And so that's really important because what we are building right now, this electrolyzer, is the final standardized size electrolyzer. And the beauty of this kind of technology, like solar, is the modularity of it, which means you first do a cell that can do that conversion of carbon emission into ethylene using electricity. Then you stack these cells into a stack, then you parallelize stacks in an array, and then you parallelize arrays. And that's very important because it means you can reach proof points faster, and so have like earlier on bankability, as well as like getting to like fast learnings, because now you're not making a huge one-of-a-kind plant, you're making like thousands of first-of-a-kind little cells that you are now putting together.
And are the companies who should be customers for this, are you in conversation with them, and are they excited for reasons that go beyond any altruistic aspect to it?
So I still think there is a lot of goodwill in the world. However, I have a plan B, which is the fact that we've reached with that technology a real breakthrough in terms of performance, which means it's super energy efficient. And in that process, since the energy you put in drives like 60% or even 70% of the cost, we managed to have a line on sight on what is called like zero green premium or even negative green premium, which is like the overhead cost you usually pay for a sustainable product. So now it's scalable, cheaper, and also, I said scalable already, and sustainable, of course.
Manik, step us through what Glacier Grid is doing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Harry. Love these kinds of technologies. Glacier Grid, like Sarah's company, we focus on a unsexy but critical problem, which is the world needs cooling. But the way we do cooling today is broken. Cooling, air conditioning, and refrigeration are 100-year-old technologies that are essential for human flourishing. You know, they are what enable food, pharmaceuticals, even data. Data centers are basically cold boxes, and comfort. These are huge parts of the global economy, and yet cooling causes almost 10% of warming. And that feedback loop is getting worse because more people want cooling. Well, at Glacier Grid, we're trying to use technology to make cooling net zero, to make cooling not a carbon emitter, but a thermal battery. And so what we do is we use sensors, controls, and data science to turn dumb equipment into intelligent, controllable loads. But we don't do it because we tell people we want to, save the planet. We do it because we want to deliver better, faster, and cheaper results. And I think that's the kind of reframing of the problem that we need to think about. What climate tech and what we're trying to do at Glacier Grid, I think, opens up is the possibility that you don't have to ask people to make sacrifice in how they get what they want. You can actually deliver people the kinds of results that make their jobs easier, their lives better, and in the process reduce emissions and help decarbonize. And I think that win-win is one of those rare opportunities to have your cake and eat it too. So that's us at Glacier Grid.
I know that you've been working with McDonald's. Sounds like potentially a very, very big customer for this type of stuff. What have the learnings been from that experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So we work with businesses in the food and hospitality space. So we're working with brands like McDonald's, 7-Eleven, Domino's, Marriott Hotels. These are businesses that deliver experiences, that deliver products to billions of people every day. Many of these businesses want to do the right thing. They're making net zero commitments, but they also need to deliver value. And so with a company like McDonald's, we're offering energy efficiency and energy optimization solutions that reduce operating costs, save users and staff time and money. I was in rural Arkansas earlier this week installing and watching installs in 6 McDonald's around Texarkana, which is a part of the US I had never been to. I live in the Bay Area, grown up in the Central Valley of California. These are folks that are trying to do their jobs better and save time and money every day and deliver meals. And if we can reduce their utility bills by 10, 15% and help catch equipment issues, that's a win-win. And so that's the kind of value prop that we're selling McDonald's on.
I mean, when I first met you, Monica, I remember this image that stuck in my mind was, you walk into a McDonald's or a Chipotle or restaurant, and there's a clipboard next to the refrigerator where every hour someone pulls out the clipboard, looks at the temperature, writes it down to make sure the food didn't get too warm, and then they use that to make sure it's safe. It's like, well, why don't we automate that? And once we automate that, we can optimize it. Once you optimize it, what you're doing is just saving money. And so the pitch is just like, hey, you're spending a lot of money you don't need to spend on this thing by putting a device on there and adding even 1990s AI technology into this. So there's so much optimization. And when I met Sarah, I spent 15 years building 20 million square foot of data center space. And you build that 1U by 1U pizza box. And then you put those pizza boxes into a rack, and then you put a rack into a building. And even though we build massive buildings now, you don't sort of build the whole thing in one unit. You build it in these units that you can scale up. We look at a technology like DiocCycle and the electrolyzer, the fundamental unit size looks like a pizza box, and then you put them together into a bigger rack size, and then you put those racks together into a facility. And so taking these concepts that people understand, automation, AI, scale up, and applying them to these really old, archaic industries that are ripe for disruption, there's a thing that gets me excited about this whole space, again, as an investor, not just as someone who cares about the planet.
And as an investor, is the world full of these opportunities waiting to be explored?
I think there's just so many static businesses out there that are waiting to get disrupted. I mean, just to make another thing obvious outside of these two businesses is we're in a world now in the United States where we had 2 or 3 decades of flat to declining energy demand. And now we're slated to maybe double our energy demand in the next 10 to 20 years. So you had a whole bunch of operators who are used to being like, how much do we need this year? About the same as last year. Great, go back to work. And now it's like, gosh, I got to double what we deliver in a decade. And that's creating all sorts of interesting challenges and opportunities and everything from transmission to production to transformers to all sorts of boring businesses out there. Not to mention solar and wind don't operate all the time. So we're used to put this asset on the grid, a big power plant that ran 24/7. Well, solar operates during the day, doesn't at night. So you have this huge variability during a day or during a season in power generation. So this sort of thing, and they're super cheap, so we're going to keep deploying lots of it. So this just creates a tremendous opportunity for optimization for new technologies that can take advantage of low-cost intermittent renewables. So I don't have enough hours in the day to meet everyone doing cool things.
There have been periods where there's been a fair amount of concern that our most entrepreneurial people were focused on starting companies in glamorous consumery areas rather than these areas that are somewhat mundane but potentially very impactful. Since all three of you are involved in working with people in the startup community, is that an issue, or are the people you would hope be excited about being part of these companies, genuinely excited about joining the cause? Sarah, maybe I can start with you.
Yeah, well, I think the first thing we have to remember is that it's still a business, so it still has the same functions as other business. I mean, we just recruited a CFO. Now we are transitioning at DiogCycle, from like R&D to more like commercial demo deployment. We are also looking at other type of functions like business, etc. So it's very similar to another type of business. The beauty, I would say, of climate tech in particular is that it's less of a mature industry compared to other industries, and so it means that since we are very often developing end-to-end technologies, like you can have a mix of competences within a team. For example, at DiogCycle we innovate at all levels. We bring in like software, data engineering, mechanical engineering, chemistries, process engineering, and so there is a chance for super ambitious people with like a will to have a lot of ownership, a lot of scope, to come in and be really at the center of something where they see all the parts coming in together and not being in a very specialized function as in more established industry. What do you think, Manik?
Totally agree, and I think to Sarah's point, I mean, we're building businesses. Climate technology is still about building technology-driven solutions at scale. That's a business problem. I think what's exciting is for young people and for people who want to reinvent their careers, the returns to that effort could be greater, both economically and the spillovers could be greater for society in the climate category. You have a bunch of technologies over the last 20 years that got more and more mature in consumer and business applications, and I love those. I would never knock those. I mean, I like my pizza delivery, I like my photo sharing, I've got a 3-year-old, I use my consumer apps all the time. But what we see with climate is you've got 100-year-old sectors that people haven't worked on, and we've got approaches, product-driven growth, the ability to deploy venture capital at scale, building cultures of excellence. Those approaches have been working really well in consumer and business technologies. We can take those and bring them to big problems and drive more return. You can make more money for your investors, for yourselves, for your teams, and create wins for the world. So I think that's why people are flocking into the space. We're seeing more applicants than ever, and I think there's going to be more climate capital in the years ahead.
Yeah, I'd say I have a conversation every single week from someone from oil and gas, from the space industry, from big tech, who says, look, I want to help with the climate crisis. I care about this. I care about people being able to live well. I just want to know that it's an actual interesting career opportunity for me, and I can support my family. And so that's the thing that people need to understand is, as Manik said, there are great business opportunities here for people to do work that they are proud of and are excited about.
And some of the skills that people might apply to any sort of startup are useful here versus it absolutely requiring unique skills that could not be applied to some other startup field.
I mean, you still have to deliver value. If you're building climate tech solutions, you have to make people's lives better, make their work easier, help them either make money or save money or achieve what they want, in their personal lives. Those problems are still ultimately about delivering great user experience, doing it in a way that's intuitive, that's easy to access and scale. And so the skill sets needed are similar to what's been developed in other sectors, but because these industries are less mature and there are fewer players working on these, there's just more opportunity, which means the kinds of jobs you can take on are more cross-cutting, you can pick up skills faster, you can actually get outsized personal opportunity and professional opportunity, but the underlying skills are still very similar, I would argue.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think there's a risk to think that climate tech is different also because it's like, as an entrepreneur, if we don't go to the talent but to the entrepreneur side of it, for anyone wanted to build a company, I think it's important to remember that we have to start from the consumer experience, how desirable is the product, and work backwards towards the technology and not be technology centric. So I'm saying this because I'm a technical founder. I have a PhD, and you can fall into that trap of like really willing to push technology. No, it's a business. So you have to like make it cheap, make it scalable, desirable, etc. And so that's really important as a starting point.
We would probably be remiss if we didn't wedge a reference to AI into this panel, so I'm going to do that. Is there an AI sustainability story, and is AI an accelerant for some of the things you're doing in a way it is in other categories of business?
Monica, you should talk about AI in your
Mike thinks about AI more than I do, but I think about AI a little bit, and Sarah probably knows more about AI than I do. I'd say we see opportunity in a very practical sense when you have a simple closed ecosystem of controls, when you're trying to turn stuff on and off, say an air conditioner or refrigerator. When you're doing that across thousands of assets and looking at the temperature and trying to make sure you don't spoil products or make guests and workers unhappy by making it too hot, there are rudimentary ways to solve that. You can turn stuff off when no one's there. You can turn stuff off when the businesses, or for example, we work with 1,000 schools. Schools are closed. You can turn stuff off when no one's in the environment. But doing it at scale and doing it better and better, ultimately using techniques from machine learning, can allow us to get self-learning systems so that we can do it better in a McDonald's versus a Taco Bell, a Burger King versus a Domino's. And so I think there are opportunities to deploy real algorithmic approaches to solve practical business problems. We're starting to do that. I'm sure you see many of these, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I think of AI a lot, and so, because I still wear one hat where I help Meta with Llama and other things like that, and I think of AI as both a challenge and an opportunity. So, I mentioned growing power demand in the United States can about double in 10 years. There's really three core drivers of that. The first is onshoring of manufacturing, the second is the EV transition, and the third is data center growth, most often driven by AI. So AI is creating a tremendous increase in power demand, which is the challenge that it's presenting us. And then the opportunity, as Monica said, is it is a powerful foundational technology to help us optimize a whole lot of things. So there's a lot of people with clipboards out there still running, or a lot of big panels with switches where you're just sort of looking at gauges and switching things. And by optimizing that 1 to 3 to 5 to 10%, you basically have this win-win-win where you get basically savings in money, time, and others. And the deployment of AI to any of those industrial systems is basically 0.something%. So there's just a tremendous opportunity to take even current technology to do that. And as technology advances, it's going to allow us to make higher and higher level decisions in these systems. So optimize not just at a plant level, but across an entire industry.
I would add to that like one of the big challenges, though, for example, in chemistry, is access to data, especially when it comes to industrial processes, because a lot of these data have been like proprietary data from like the big industrial players. So I would say, for example, in our case, we do a lot. I mean, we have software. We have a lot of like work in the back end on like analyzing data. We have tens of test bench turning all the time to accumulating this data, and I see a lot of companies starting saying, yeah, we are a material discovering company, and that's really exciting. I do want to know about, if it's about protein folding, of course, like the data is available. If it's about like industrial catalysts, I think there's still like this challenge to bridge, and a lot of opportunity is going to be between this sort of hardware, software, data access space.
I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity. I was just at University of Toronto lab yesterday, where they're basically running high throughput experiments on a variety of different materials for catalysts. And this is actually a collaboration with Meta and the Open DAC project, and they're using AI models to basically explore, to generate, just like we'll generate text for your chatbot, we can generate ideas for molecules that might work for a catalyst. We don't know if those ideas, they may be just as dumb as a hallucination in my chatbot, but you try them out and there might be some interesting discovery there. So it really is increasing the speed at which we can iterate as humanity in discovering new materials which may perform better than things we're using in the past.
That's a great note on which to end. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Collision.
Thanks, Harry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harry.
Pleasure.
Our next session is all about how Google Cloud is aiming to bring the power of generative AI models like Gemini to real-world applications and workflows with an open, innovative ecosystem. Now, depending on which AI you ask, while OpenAI has made a big splash with ChatGPT, Google is seen as having an edge with more powerful multimodal models like Gemini that outperform GPT-4 on many tasks. You know, when I open a Chrome browser and do a search, Gemini is there at the top answering me. I can now write an email in point form and let Gmail formalize the whole conversation. It's pretty cool. And I'm waiting for the day to tell my friends to have their AI get in touch with my AI over Gmail, and maybe a Google Meet too. I don't know. I think that'd be neat. But to find out how Google Cloud is creating real impact with Gen AI, please welcome in conversation with John Ehrlichman of BNN Bloomberg, Google Cloud's VP and the Chief Technology Officer, Will Granis.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a Gemini as well, actually.
Oh, excellent.
Before you guys took it away from all of us Geminis. But, you know, we just heard in the last panel a lot of the things that are at the center of what Google Cloud provides. Can you just give us a reminder, though, Will, on the evolution of Google Cloud, how we got to this point, and its connection to the AI revolution?
Sure. So for about 25 years, we've been building things at web scale at Google. And you can think of Google Cloud as like the access point for all the things that we've learned and the advanced technology around technical infrastructure, platforms, AI that serve billions of users every day. You know, we created cloud to be the surface area where any company, regardless of size, could come and access the same technologies that made us successful at scale.
And just for the record, in your career, you've worked in startups, you'd worked for larger technology companies, but you were curious about that opportunity to work for something growing that was scaling. That was kind of the initial interest in being part of the Google Cloud story?
Yeah, absolutely. So my origin story at Google was I was a CTO of a public company, and we wanted to analyze all of the events happening in media every single day and do sentiment analysis. And so this was in the early 2010s. And it turns out to do that, to solve that problem at that time, was going to cost millions of dollars. You had to go procure the servers, you had to build the software, you had to manage everything yourself. And one day, one of my data scientists, Amanda, she's like, hey, I've heard about this thing called BigQuery. Have you heard of it? I'm like, no, what is that? And she showed me BigQuery, which is essentially this web user interface, UI, where you could just drag tables of data over and it would analyze massive amounts of data, and it would do it for pennies. And it was at that moment I realized that something really big was going on at Google. I called a couple of friends at Google and said, I got to be a part of this. I don't know how. Give me any role. I'll take anything. Just, you know, make me a part of this.
And here we are in 2024, where many businesses are deeply aware of Google Cloud and the abilities, but now the AI that is woven into that in a bigger way. And we should clarify, when we talk about generative AI startups, some of the ones with big valuations that are getting talked about here. Some of them are customers, but they're also big businesses that are longtime Google customers. Maybe you can talk to us a little bit about the problems that are being solved on both ends. So let's start. If you're a startup leaning into Google Cloud, what am I trying to solve?
Well, let me set a foundation first that could be applicable to any company of any size. Then we'll dive into a startup journey and then maybe like bigger companies.
Sure.
So today, we've taken all that learning and all that technical infrastructure innovation and AI innovation, and we've packed it into this AI stack. So starting at the bottom, chips, tensor processing units, graphical processing units. You know, we've been building custom silicon at Google for nearly a decade, and we've been deploying it in our cloud for everyone for roughly about the last 7 years. We're on our 6th generation Trillium, which we just announced.
Just announced that, yeah.
And so if you're a startup, say you're Anthropic, and you want to build a foundation model and you want to create differentiation and advantage in the model, you need a lot of compute, you need it right now, it needs to be really efficient, and it also needs to perform really well. So for those of you practitioners, once you start a run, one of the hardest things about creating these models is like what happens when it bumps into an issue and you have to restart it. So we also have innovation in the storage tiers to allow you to checkpoint places within that model training run. So If you're a startup, a company like Anthropic, you can get scaled infrastructure optimized for building models today. Kind of moving up the stack a little bit, one of the things that we know about software, and think of AI, it's just software. One thing you know about software is it's an iterative process. It's always living. That's why we still have Fortran. That's why we still have COBOL. That's why we still have mainframes. That's why we still have enterprise apps, depending on which industry you're in. You know, and I come from the public sector, manufacturing, industrials, aerospace. We have applications that have been around longer than probably just about anybody out here. And I, you know, no commentary, you know, not making any judgment. So there's a constant need to refine the software. And so we have a platform called Vertex AI, where if you're a company like Wayfair, you know how to do machine learning. You know how to build models. You know how to make them useful in your organization. But you want to be able to deploy them faster and faster, and you want to be able to refine them, enrich them, ground them with tools that are battle tested. And so Vertex is our platform for doing that. And Wayfair, for example, it used to take them about a month to take a model that they built for customer support or rendering images on the website. It used to take them a month to build that and deploy it. Now they do it in a few hours. And then like top of the stack, and where I get a lot of questions these days around agents. So, you know, the manifestation of you build the infrastructure, you've got the platform, you've kind of pulled your knowledge of your company in, and you pulled your data in, and now you want to get leverage from the software. And that's what agents really are. They're giving you leverage. As a human, you can task these agents to go perform tasks for you, and they give you leverage. And so a company like ADT, they want to make sure that when a user goes to their website, they get great product recommendations, they have a great experience, but they also get help in configuring security products. If any of you, I've tried to do this myself, and yes, it's embarrassing. Yes, you know, I'm CTO of Google Cloud, but at home, I'm still Will trying to configure my ADT system. You know, these agents allow people like me to go to a website, choose the services, and then get recommendations for camera placement, what products should be used in conjunction with each other. And so that type of agentic interaction is an entirely new customer experience. And so the stack is transforming, you know, how companies build AI, how they deploy it, and then how all of us leverage it.
That's a great piece of context. You talked about the AI data center chips, and for those who don't know, I mean, NVIDIA is a partner of the company. Absolutely. And the power that they offer is what you want to be able to offer as well. But the chips that you, and Trillium, and what you have been developing for years, this all plays into, I'm a Google Cloud customer, this is what Google offers, we're going to help you get there. Essentially, is that, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but.
Yeah, absolutely. So just think about AI models. Any of you that are building applications or services with AI know you're going to want to have access to a lot of different models for different purposes. Some things are going to be experiences on a phone, and so you need a little lightweight, more inference-heavy model. Sometimes you're going to be creating, you know, massively new services or serving at scale in a multimodal scenario, so you're going to want something a little bit bigger, runs in the big data centers. And so we know part of our responsibility in creating technology for everyone is we have to also provide computational shapes that match all these different use cases. And it just so happens that for those of you that are into the, you know, AI history and cloud history, all 10 of us maybe, you'll know that about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was this AI winter, and the end of that AI winter was actually created by progress in scaled computation, efficiency of that computation. And so it's no coincidence that around 2015, 2017, as Google was scaling up our AI use internally, it was based on processors that could complete these jobs more efficiently. And so we took that learning and we built TPUs, tensor processing units. And so we're now in our 6th generation Trillium of TPUs in just 7 years. So that's how fast market needs are changing. That's how fast the frontier of technical infrastructure is changing. And today, if you deploy a Trillium TPU chip, you're getting 67% more efficient computation than you were just a year ago. And so that plays into companies being able to do more training, more inference, and also gets at one of the core topics that I heard other speakers talking about, which is scarcity of energy, responsibility, and sustainability.
And I like stories about scale and moving fast, and I like history lessons as well, usually with a few financials mixed in. I mean, for a business that Google hadn't even really kicked off, call it 15 years ago, to be at, give or take, an annual run rate north of $30 billion. And I look at what the Wall Street analysts are saying about where you'll be in about a half dozen years, and they wouldn't be surprised if this business is clearing $100 billion. No pressure, but it seems. What would you say about how quickly this business is growing within the Alphabet empire, just for people to understand what kind of focus is being put into Google Cloud within the larger array of the business? Because we're hearing a lot about it constantly on Wall Street.
Well, our CEO, Sundar, has been very vocal about the role cloud plays as this, and I mentioned this at the beginning, is kind of like this focal lens for organizations that want to leverage the technology we battle tested at Google. They come to cloud and they can get that. When I think about growth, I think about customers. So 2016, 2017, I was involved in our original partnership and deployment with Shopify.
Heard of them.
And Shopify, when the conversation started between Jean-Michel and I, it was, we need more scaled databases, we need more scale. We've got a lot of small and medium-sized businesses coming to the platform. They need the scale on demand. But over time, proving that we could do scale at demand opened up opportunities for us to also serve new use cases like flash sales, which is a really big deal for Shopify, a brand, a very visible brand ambassador, a new company spinning up, unforecasted demand. Cloud has to be able to serve that type of demand instantaneously, or you lose out on potentially millions of dollars in commerce. And so the reason why, to me, our platform is growing and our cloud business is growing at the speed and scale that it is because our customers like Shopify are growing as fast as they are, and they're enabling new, like if you want to go start a business today, you can get template recommendations from them, you can get seamless experiences from the time that you go. Like my daughter is a baker, my youngest daughter is a baker, she likes to bake cookies, and they're awesome, by the way, but I'm biased. And she wanted to start a pop-up shop so that she could make these cookies, sell them, and then donate the proceeds, because she has a heart the size of Texas, where I'm from. And so we went to Shopify. You can get a domain, you can deploy your website, you can get these templates, all of these creator tools, and under the hood is Google Cloud. And that's why you see the growth. That's why I'm really, really excited about the future growth, because we have now millions of customers building those same paths on Google Cloud.
So earlier you talked about the different technology that is offered to those customers, but hearing everything you're saying makes me curious, what is the length of a Google Cloud customer? In other words, at a time when everybody is making big commitments to the future, that partnership would seem to me like maybe a long initial conversation, because it could be a very long partnership. So how should we think about, if people are working with Google Cloud, like what's that customer length in terms of the relationship?
Well, anybody who's ever tried to solve a problem with technology knows a couple of things. Number one, it doesn't always work out the way that you intended at the beginning. Two, it's a very iterative process. And so most of the relationships that we have been built on, just like with Shopify, proving that Google Cloud can perform in a range of scenarios, whether it's databases or scale computation AI. But that creates a longevity and a trust in the partnership, because now you're actually co-creating and collaborating in the creation of new experiences. But we also serve individual developers who may just want to go kick the tires on Gemini Flash 1.5, which is this new, I heard the intro, some of our newer models, that is performing on benchmarks that were required much larger models just months ago. But an individual developer now can get the power of cutting edge AI just by going and going to a sandbox environment and trying it out. And they can learn to reason about how they would use these new techniques and these new models in their business. So the life cycle could start from a developer kicking the tires on things. It could start from a very strategic decision by a customer like Scotiabank, who says, we start with a conversation around how do we improve security in this age of increasing ransomware, increasing threats. So we start from that, and how can we improve security? And they go, oh, well, you've got some really interesting techniques that you're using to analyze security events. Could we also use that to analyze our customers, our own data? And so then it naturally expands. So, it could start from a developer. It could start from one of these kind of big enterprise data center migration scenarios. It could start from an exploration of one part of the platform and move to another. But these relationships, these trust-based relationships, they last for years.
I want to stay on that theme of trying things out just for a second, because I think one of the takeaways from the world we're living in right now is sitting still could be dangerous. And yet we constantly talk about the dangers of AI and the what ifs. You talked earlier about agents. When you are putting those ideas that you're talking about with customers into practice, what are the things that you're thinking about to avoid scary situations or things not working out or the technology maybe leading us in a path that would make us all feel uncomfortable? How do you navigate that?
So number one, we wouldn't have a cloud business if we didn't have customers, enterprises, developers, startups. So job number one, and I've been at Google 9-ish years now, 9+ years. I've worked with thousands of customers of all sizes. And when we start with the customer and their brand guidelines, what the geography that they have to operate in, the industry that they're in, they'll have very particular needs. And my job is to collect all of those signals and then guide our roadmap so that we can serve many customers with this multi-tenant platform. So the way that we get started with building the trust is first, we listen very, very carefully to what our customers need, and then we build a platform. So for example, in Vertex today, if you want to deploy an AI model and you're a little worried about the output, we have knobs and tunable parameters so you can determine how creative you want the AI to be, or how non-creative and how authoritative you want that AI to be. And depending on what your industry is, if you're in creative, so for example, I was meeting with the CEO of Nectar First, a local company last night. They built natively into Vertex without having a lot of legacy. And one of the things they loved is this kind of brand safety guidelines built in the platform, because they can say, oh, we're working for a client, we're creating this content, and we want it to be really creative and imaginative so they can kind of move the slider bar. We work with financial services organization, government. They want to have authoritative data sources. They want to have citations and everything. They want a really tight provenance. And so it's listening to customers and then manifesting those things that they need into software, because that's how they get leverage.
And briefly, before we wrap things up, give us a taste on what you guys are thinking about in terms of where we will be, because I think that's what everyone is grappling with right now. You think 5 years, 10 years out, where's the world taking us?
Well, 15 years ago, cloud was viewed with some uncertainty. It was, I'm a network administrator, I'm a storage administrator, I buy servers for the company, I'm a sysadmin, not really sure about this whole cloud thing. 15 years later, better off, worse off. So I think today there's a lot of trepidation around AI and the impacts that it will have. But in 15 years, I'm pretty confident better off, worse off, better. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One, computation will become more and more efficient and more available. And that means more participation. It also means more energy efficiency and more sustainable patterns of development. Two, these tools for deployment are going to get a lot better. Today, without any code, you can deploy machine learning and AI into applications as a 4-person company or as a global 100. So the tools are going to keep getting better and better. And third, we're just at the beginning of thinking creatively about how to task these AI systems to give us leverage, to give us decision support, to give us recommendations so that we can leverage our most inherent human capacity for creativity, imagination, and seeing what's special about our industry, our problem, and guiding these systems. Because at the end of the day, they're all still guided by humans.
And before we wrap up, speaking of creativity, what kind of cookies does your daughter like to bake, just out of curiosity?
So she likes lemon cookies. I'm not a huge fan of lemon cookies. Sorry, Kate, I love you. Okay. They're the best. I don't like lemon cookies. You know this. We've talked about this. But chocolate chip cookies are where the Granis family comes together. Okay. And those things are killer.
The Granis chocolate chip cookie out of Austin, Texas. Will, thank you very much. Appreciate the time today. Thank you, everybody. Thanks so much.
Okay, well, a startup recently showed me an AI dashboard that does due diligence on a startup for VCs that want to invest. Another startup showed me a new AI platform that does a psychology check on a team of founders based on what they post on social media and say in YouTube videos and podcast interviews. Pretty cool. Is Gen AI transforming how investors deploy capital, though? From reducing startups' capital needs to emphasizing strategic value beyond funding, how are VCs embracing the technology, and how should founders think about this dynamic going forward? To dive deep into how AI is changing VC, please welcome in conversation with Elaine Reyes of CGTN America, the co-founder and managing director of Tribe Capital, Arjun Sethi, and the co-founder and managing partner of FPV Ventures, Wesley Chan.
Hello, everyone, on this second day of Collision. Everyone doing okay? Yeah, awesome. Well, let's get right into it. We have a really fun session with Arjun and Wesley to talk about the VC side of things. But, you know, there's a little bit of twist here. You guys have been on the other side. You have both been founders, so a lot to get into. But let's begin with that previous experience and how that has shaped the way that you evaluate and make decisions in investing today. Arjun, let's start with you.
I'll let you start.
Oh, you want Wesley to go? Okay, Wesley, you're on the spot.
You know, investing is such a fun art, right? There's a million ways to do well in this business and to find great companies. I've been very fortunate enough to have spent 15 years of my life very early on at Google. And some of the things that we look for when we invest are just founders with amazing clarity, and with the ability just to build these teams that believe in the mission. We call them mission-driven founders, right? Like, I still remember the early days at Google where Larry and Sergey said, we're going to go change the world. We're going to go build Gmail and give everybody 2 gigabytes instead of 25 megabytes of email. We're going to build a search engine where we want everybody off of the search engine in 2 clicks in 10 seconds or less versus tricking people to stay on for hours so that we can give them fantasy football and give them weather reports. And so when you find founders who basically have a different view on the world, where everybody's zigging and they're zagging, that's where we get really excited. You know, Canva was one of the early investments that I did in my career. I was very fortunate to find Cliff and Mel on the Series A. And they basically said people have to spend 3 years. And Mel was a yearbook teacher, and Cliff was a history teacher in high school. And they said our students have to spend 3 years learning software to like design a yearbook, and then on the 4th year they can be productive. And they said we can do better. And they created Canva, and today it's one of the largest used platforms for productivity, creativity, and design in the world. And so we look for founders with those 100-year plans with amazing visions, and that's when we back up the truck. And once in a while it works out.
I'll have to get back to that 100-year plan in a few minutes. Arjun, when you were on the other side, talk a little bit about that for us and how that's made you a better investor.
Yeah, so I think the journey of any founder or entrepreneur is terrible, right? Like you start a company from scratch, you're so passionate about what you're building, and you may or may not know how to articulate it, but what was great over the last 15 years was that my team and I, we were able to build products, and we were able to let the product substantiate with metrics and how our customers were using it to tell the story rather than the other way around, rather than having a salesperson talk about it. And so when I thought about what I wanted to build, was my goal, my life's goal has been, how do I get all of those metrics, how do I quantify what someone is doing, no matter where they're from, no matter who they know, to be able to bring that out, and then I will wrap myself around those folks to figure out how to help them succeed. And so, we invested in Zoom and Slack. I'd done, personally Snapchat, and there's a whole list of these companies, but I always used to invest in my friends at the early time when I had started my company. And there's an element of art and science to investing, and there's an element of a network when you're making these investments. And my whole goal and all the products that we build at our firm today have been, how do I reduce the amount of art and network that I need and able to help enable any entrepreneur or founder anywhere in the world. I'll help them with the network. We just want to make sure that they can build the best products.
Part of this conversation obviously involves AI and the use of AI in your decision-making process. Arjun, we were briefly discussing backstage. Are you using AI at all when you are looking or investigating or anywhere in your process, in the VC process?
Yeah, I mean, AI is it's a buzzword today. So you have to think about how it's used and where it's applied. So there's so many companies using machine learning and then AI, and then there's generative AI on top of that. There's normalized data and unnormalized data. As I mentioned earlier, our thesis, our life's work around what we want to do to enable and empower entrepreneurs wherever they are worldwide is to get access to their raw data, so access to their companies and their products and how they're performing. So what we built was our own product internally called Termina, where we got all of this data. There was a value exchange between us and the entrepreneurs where we were essentially their growth and data science team. We gave all those reports back to them the same way we did this at Facebook, Airbnb, Slack, et cetera. And we said, we're going to wrap ourselves around you to be successful the same way we were at any of these scaled companies. And then what we did over time is we spun that internal tool out because we got that data set. And then as these new LLMs came out over the last 2 years, we implemented that on top of our data set so we could have better decision-making systems. But more importantly, we could give all those decision-making systems as what we care about as investors back to the entrepreneurs and the founders so that they could be better at operating their companies.
Wesley, you have a more organic process.
Yeah, Arjun talked about investing as an art, and I think that's how we embrace investing, right? We look at it as a very, the practice of this art. And so a lot of our decision-making process is really on the qualitative sides of founders, because we're investing very early. We're doing Series A's, sometimes even seeds, right? And at that point, there's very little data. There's maybe a little bit of data from product market fit, but we want to understand and see the patterns from what founders are telling us about why they feel their company will change the world and sort of some of the interesting insights they have on product. I started my career and spent 10 years plus as a very early product manager at Google. And we had some data guiding us in terms of what we're doing. We were able to run experiments, but there was a lot of intuition and a lot of understanding on just what people would want to experience and like what was state of the art and how to create the state of the art. I still remember Steve Jobs, coming into Google early on and telling, we need to give people what they don't know that they want at that moment, what they don't know that they need. And so we look for that qualitative element in founders, and you can't really outsource that to an LLM or an AI or say, go talk to the AI engine and have that figure it out. So we look for founders that use AI, but we don't use AI in our own process.
We see AI everywhere. It touches so many sectors, so many different industries. And so when you're looking at this AI startup and that AI startup, what is it that you are looking for? Because we're seeing companies that are all AI, or there's what we're hearing, a thin layer of AI, a little bit of AI. It's just, how do you wade through all of the different offerings, the ocean of offerings? I'll get both of you to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to what he talked about for art and science as well. I think one of the issues I've always had with the venture capital ecosystem has been a lot of folks talk about qualitative, which is I'm looking for the pattern of someone, I'm looking for someone special. The problem is that what if there's someone special, but you just don't know because it doesn't meet my pattern or doesn't meet Wesley's pattern of someone going to Stanford? And so, when you think about a company, what are you trying to build? You're trying to build a product and a service for a customer set. And you're going to be either selling to a business or you're going to be selling to a set of consumers. And you might be selling to a mass amount of businesses, like a Shopify, or a mass amount of consumers, like a Facebook or Airbnb, et cetera. And I think when people talk about artificial intelligence, there are aspects of what you're going to be able to do to augment those customers' experiences, save costs on your side. And so when you think about what are the types of businesses that are going to be built, they're the same that we had before. We're going to be doing more category creation. Entertainment's going to be cheaper, better, faster. Healthcare is going to be cheaper, better, faster. Gaming is going to be cheaper, better, faster. And there's going to be something that I'm not even thinking about. It'll be cheaper, better, faster. Like maybe we'll be able to do something that's in space at a fast rate. And so we see all these companies, and I think for any company that's software or quantifiable, you can get data at the earliest stage. We made seed bets at the Seed Plus and Series A, where the data is there. And I think what you need to think about is what's the science that you can use to find the patterns, and then how much of the art do you need to do in order to find the types of companies that are out there. So there's a ton of companies like 2 years ago that were, I'm a co-pilot for lawyers, I'm a co-pilot for doctors. And if you've seen a lot of those companies, they were very thin layers of software, not leveraging any sort of AI or LLMs. And I think what you're starting to see over a period of time now, let's call it 3 or 5 or 10-year horizons, you're starting to see people actually use an LLM to be able to infer, compute, and come up with a solution, first principles, without having to have a human in the loop to help them get to that decision making.
Is there an AI startup that has caught your eye or your focus? Is there anything that you could share with us in that regard? What's interested you in the last few days?
Well, I mean, I'm in a company here the other day where they're starting to build circuit boards. Or to take a step back, and I don't want to hog the stage, I apologize. If you take a step back, when you train these LLM models with humans, you are augmenting human decision making and human creativity. When you train these models, first principles around physics and science, you have to start from a completely different way. And so there's not a lot of data to start from first principles, physics and science. And so I met a bunch of companies here because there's a lot more hardware related companies in this part of the region, or they might be coming from Europe. And what's really interesting to see is that their approach to building new semiconductor chips or new circuit board chips or a board in the first place. And those types of companies are interesting because they're using first principles and leveraging artificial intelligence to learn and build something from scratch versus how do Wesley and Arjun think about something and augmenting their decision making.
Well, and Wesley, I know that you tend not to go for the flashy, sexy, new, hot thing. You've been doubling down on enterprise, but you also have a long list of well-known names that you've invested in that have turned into unicorns. Tell us about your process there.
Yeah, again, it comes down to meeting amazing founders, right? And this is a part of the business. Having been through Google in the early days, like Larry and Sergey were exceptional founders, right? And a lot of folks like, oh, we look for the special founder. We want to go back these like special folks that that fit this pattern that went to Stanford. And I think we look at it slightly different, which is what is the qualitative elements that allow them to go create the special product, to create something that people didn't know that they need or they wanted, and build these amazing 100-year companies that outlast them. I mean, it's the same thing with Canva. 111 investors. Mel has a logbook of people that passed on them when I did the investment on the Series A because they didn't quite recognize the unique insight that they have. So we look for founders with a unique insight. And again, it's very hard to sort of send an AI engine to go train on this pattern that's that we're looking for. And it's not even a pattern. It's a set of first principles that we look at where we can make the bet and that we listen for what the founder says can go change the world. I mean, I was very fortunate that I worked with Arjun on MessageMe, which is one of the companies that he founded back when I was at Google Ventures. And I still remember back in the early days of mobile when we created this company, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're a mobile company. We're focusing on phones. We're focusing on this." And if you look at all the mobile companies that exist today, most of them don't exist anymore, right? This is my prediction on AI. They're not going to exist, as standalone companies later on. They're all going to be part of people's strategy. Like United Airlines has a mobile team that builds their mobile app, right? Morgan Stanley has a mobile team. You look at any company today, they have a mobile strategy that's inherent in their business, right? Because they needed to incorporate that technology for their business to function. But we're going to see the same in AI. There can be some companies helping them succeed, but we look for founders that have that very long-term vision plan that sort of says why we're going to be a 100-year company, why what we're building is something that people are going to keep using for 100 years, and then we sort of sit there and go like, wow, we should back that founder. And that's how we sort of incorporate our process. So I think AI is very interesting, but I also think that it's going to become part of everybody's everyday existence later on, as just like mobile phones are today.
It will not be a buzzword in 5 years. Arjun, what about the regulation side of this and what we see among governments trying to get a handle on AI? And I guess for both of you too, how does that go into your decision making in navigating the evolving laws and regulations that pop up across borders even?
Yeah, this is a tricky topic, but what's great about innovation and even when we were in Silicon Valley and spent our time there building our companies, is that the amount of friction that's in the system to build a company just continued to reduce. And so I always kind of think about what are ways in which you can just build as many innovative products and companies as possible, and how do you find more and more special people? In this audience today, there's probably going to be, between 1 and 10 people that will create $1 billion plus enterprise value because of the reduction of how hard it is to reduce the friction and how hard it is to build a company. For sure, there's somebody here. My goal is to try to find those people once they get to a certain stage. And when I think about all of the regulators that are involved in software, artificial intelligence, crypto, in my opinion, while it may be right or wrong, or they might have their heart in the right place, what they've always done consistently is add more friction along the way to be able to innovate in the first place. And so we spend an inordinate amount of time in DC, in Europe, most recently in India, Latin America, around regulations around financial services and like, what is artificial intelligence able to, or technologies able to allow you to do? So we started a company in Mexico City called Capital. And a lot of what we do, because we can test and iterate there faster because the rules and regulations don't exist in the same way, is how do I make sure that all the 800,000 small and medium businesses that exist, our customer base, how do I actually get them to a decision-making system as quickly as possible? Or how do I do it for them without them even thinking about it, so that it enables them to be better business owners? Now, you can't do that here in the United States, but you can do that in India or you can do that in Mexico. So I use that as an example because when you look at some of the more developed countries or versus the developing countries, it's more who's pro-innovation and putting regulatory hurdles or reducing the friction along the way versus some of the other countries that are putting in friction along the way. And so I'm more of a purist around like how do you just reduce the friction to create the company.
I guess to sort of wrap this up, we've been talking about forecasts and projections. You gave a little bit of a prediction about AI. But when it comes to VC money, we've been seeing so many crazy valuations and so much money being thrown out there. Are we toward the end of that? Is that starting to dry up a bit? Where do we land on that?
Yeah, I mean, I always look at valuations as something I don't control, right? Sometimes it's priced to perfection, sometimes it's not, sometimes people don't care about the sector. All I can do is invest in companies that are timeless, right? That's the one thing I learned when I started in this business, is go find the companies that are timeless. We talk about the 100-year products. I don't joke about this, right? Like in 100 years is what you're creating going to be timeless. And when timeless companies don't have to worry about who's elected president, they don't have to worry about how the markets are IPOing or not IPOing. They're all blips in the road on these companies, right? Like Google 20 years from when I started has become a timeless company because they've created something that just is embedded in the fabric of everyday life. That's kind of what we look for. Regulations I don't control, valuations I don't control. Like they come and they fall, but the timeless companies always keep their valuation because they build things that people want and the company keeps compounding. They continue to have multiple inflection points, and those are the ones that wind up making people's career, right? And those are the ones that, when I see a founder that can explain that to me, I get very excited.
Arjun, last word.
Yeah, I think one area to think about is where is the capital being spent? So it's being spent on power consumption. It's being spent on chips and hardware. And if you think about the AI investment, majority of it is coming from Google, Microsoft, Apple, OpenAI, et cetera. There's a ton of capital coming from the corporate side because they know how important this is. And so I think the way to sort of think about usage is, the country of Iceland, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, there's a certain amount of power that they consume per year. And OpenAI itself, just by itself, is equivalent to the amount of power it needs to use in order to serve its customers, which is also roughly equivalent to about 2% of what Google has today worldwide. So you can just think about the rate of adoption of what is being used, how it's going to be applied in the future, is what I'm probably the most excited about because that's the fastest we've ever seen in history around how people are leveraging artificial intelligence models, systems, to be able to enable products and services for their customers.
Arjun, Wesley, a pleasure sharing the stage with you and sharing your thoughts with our audience here. Thank you all for joining us, and let's please give a round of applause for Arjun and Wesley.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I think everyone has been pretty engaged with the US presidential elections, even if, or especially if, you're Canadian, European, or based in Asia. But of course, there are more than just the US elections. There are literally billions of people casting ballots in more than 50 countries this year. And journalists are faced with an unprecedented challenge. Geopolitical tensions are high, divisive rhetoric dominates the airwaves, and voter distrust is rampant. Deepfakes, TikToks, Sora, AI-created websites, Robert Kennedy launching a Bobby crypto token. How can journalists navigate this minefield of misinformation and ensure fair and accurate reporting? Well, to talk about fair and accurate reporting during another historic election year, please welcome in conversation with Tanya Dua from LinkedIn News, the editor-in-chief of The Guardian US, Betsy Reed, the editor-in-chief and publisher of Vox, Swati Sharma, and the executive editor of the Associated Press, Julie Pace.
All right, well, hope your day 2 is going fabulously and you're ready to dive into a serious but very important topic. We know how much is at stake this year and all the things that complicate an already tenuous situation. First things first, I'm gonna get straight to it. What, for 3 of you, is the biggest concern when it comes to elections coverage this year?
I would say that our biggest concern at the AP is making sure that fact-based, nonpartisan news is getting out into the ecosystem. So if you look across the US right now, you're seeing certainly local news outlets that are shutting down or unable to reach audiences in large numbers. You see people gravitating toward platforms that are partisan. You see people getting their information from sources that may not be reliable. So how do we make sure that if you're a voter and you're trying to make a good decision and you're trying to be informed, how do we make sure that that fact-based information is getting in front of you? And I think that's been our mission throughout our history, but the challenge of trying to connect with that audience, I think gets harder and harder.
Swati, how about you for the
Yeah,
Vox?
I mean, that's a very important mission, and we believe in that as well. We want to accomplish that as well. I think for us, Vox's mission is to serve its audience. And so we're constantly thinking about, you have that really great information, the reporting that the AP provides. How do you get people to pay attention and care about it? And I think what we're seeing really this year, and maybe I'm curious if you've seen this too, but it is really hard to get people to really care and pay attention when the news is pretty grim. We're putting a lot of effort in getting people to care about it, but I think that's like one of the biggest challenges we're facing is how do you deliver the news and information in a way that does resonate with people?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at The Guardian, we face all of those challenges. I mean, it's a moment where there's intense political polarization, but also a swath of the country that's just sort of disengaged and not really paying attention. So, you know, how to cover the news in such a way that manages to like reach those readers is a challenge. For us at The Guardian, we are grounded in progressive values, but also believe in relentlessly reporting the facts and the truth and being transparent about our values while also, you know, making clear that it's really important to make a distinction between facts and opinion.
So what I'm hearing is, on the one hand, the challenge of reaching people that have tuned out a lot of news, just given everything happening in the world. And on the other hand, it's meeting people where they are. And that is constantly changing. I mean, if we had Facebook a few years ago and the Cambridge Analytica, you know, scenario happened, I shudder to think of what AI makes possible. Because it makes content creation, as you know, so much easier. There's TikTok. You know, there was misinformation floating about how Canada is preparing for civil war in the US, which was very overblown, by the way, and this was all on TikTok. Yesterday, there was misinformation about Noam Chomsky having passed away, which later had to be clarified. In an era where misinformation is basically going into overdrive, and this is something that is not new for newsrooms. We struggled with this in the past. How are you, preparing yourself for that challenge?
I mean, I think some of this comes down to really talking, and I think all three of us believe in this, really talking openly about why there is value in getting information from news organizations and being transparent about our process, kind of lifting up the curtain a little bit and saying this is the work that goes into producing this kind of information, being really aggressive in trying to combat that misinformation. One of the things that we're focused a lot at the AP this year is around our race calls, because we declare winners at the presidential level and then all the way down the ballot, and making sure that we're not just saying the AP declares that this candidate is the winner, but here's why we've done it, to be able to combat misinformation that might surround those race calls.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think so much of it is about reporting and doing the work to show people the reporting that we're doing. What I would add is, so there's that one part is challenging misinformation, which is a challenge that you have to just keep doing the work, and whether it's AI or it's TikTok, it's kind of the same process you have to go through. But the other thing I would say is making sure people are actually reading our work is really important. And what we do there is we try to make sure that, how do you get people to pay attention? When we're covering really heavy topics on our podcast, Today Explained, we play uplifting music. When we try to be solutions oriented, we try to find a very approachable, easy way to read stories. And that has worked for us so far, and we're gonna keep trying to do that. And one thing I'll say is, I know there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of people tuning out, but as we saw in the Indian elections that just happened, people paid attention, people voted, people were out there, and they really wanted the change they wanted in their communities. I mean, it was a lot of poor people who voted, people from marginalized communities who voted. So that gives me just a lot of hope in people really taking in information and voting.
I would just add that, in journalism, particularly digital journalism, there is always a slight tension between speed and accuracy. And we all are sort of, we all want to be first, right? It's like, it's just sort of in our natures in this business. But I think more than ever before, it's really important to make sure that accuracy is the gold standard and that we never sacrifice that in order to be first.
Yeah. I also want to dive into how the news business is evolving. It's not the best time right now. A lot of job cuts, pivots, local news being folded, and the rise of AI at the same time. Are AI companies like OpenAI your friends or your foes? And I'm asking this particularly to the Vox and AP because you have deals with them. So for those who may not be familiar, walk us through the reasoning behind why that sort of a partnership made sense. And are they your friends or foes or somewhere in between?
Sure, I'm happy to talk about this, from the perspective of AP. I'll let you speak to Vox. Look, I think every news organization has to make a choice about what makes sense for them. But I think there are some principles that really are important to us. And one of those principles is making sure that we are receiving fair value for our content, making sure that news organizations are compensated for the work that we do. And I think the other principle is making sure that our intellectual property is respected. And I think that we have to be honest, whether we strike an agreement with one of these companies or not, our work is still being used to train these models. And so it becomes a choice. Are we going to let our work be trained on these models and not have our intellectual property respected and not be compensated for it? Or are we going to try to get in the game and be partners and make sure that we are receiving fair value? And I think that's the decision that has made the most sense for AP. And we're very comfortable with that arrangement because we do think it helps ensure that we can continue to do the journalism that's going to provide the information that will be more accurate for people.
Yeah, I think it's very similar for us. I mean, I think just the first part of what you were saying about the troubled industry we're in, I think we all have to change. We're constantly changing. I think we're all kind of just so used to changing. That's all we do. But you have to evolve, and you have to know who you are. So we know who we are. We know what we stand for. We know what our mission is. And I think AI is here, so we all have to grapple with how to deal with it. And I think this OpenAI deal is, it's licensing. It's making sure that we're getting paid for the work that's being used. And I think that's really important. Now, when it comes to AI overall, I think there's a lot of going back to the discussion at hand. I think what I'm really focused on is like how we do make sure we don't have the misinformation we were referring to. How do we make sure we're building that one-on-one relationship with our audience? That's what I'm really focused on. And I think these deals, we have to grapple with AI, and I think this is a path we've taken, and I think it makes sense for each organization to make their own decision.
So quick follow-up on that. Given the current state of the media industry right now, a lot of experts think it's because of over-reliance on digital platforms in the past, right? Whether that's cutting deals with Facebook or Google, and deals with OpenAI and other AI companies kind of follow that same rationale. How are you making sure that you keep your business diverse and not get very dependent on one particular source of revenue?
I mean, I think you answered the question, right? It's diversification, right? And I think anybody who's running a news organization right now should be talking about diversification. I think you're right. There have been, I think, moments where news organizations have been too dependent on advertising revenue, or they've been too dependent on a relationship with one particular platform. You got to have a lot of things out on the table right now, because to Swati's point, it is changing so fast. And so you have to make sure that you're not completely reliant from a revenue standpoint or completely shifting your news organization to focus on one path. You got to have just a lot of irons in the fire.
Although, I would just add that, diversification in terms of revenue is extremely important, but that, building that direct relationship with readers for us is like the core of the strategy. Through email, through people coming directly to our homepage, any way that we can kind of foster more of that direct relationship and not be entirely reliant on any outside platform is the key for us. Is that true for you as well?
Yeah, we also have a membership program like The Guardian does, but we also have grants. We also have advertising. We're really trying to make sure that we're touching, OpenAI is one part of it, but we have a lot of things that we're trying, and strategically trying. And I think the goal isn't to rely on one thing, it is to have this diverse strategy.
So getting back to the elections, previous election years have been bumper years for Newsroom as far as readership is concerned and engagement is concerned, famously referred to as the Trump bump in 2016 and 2020 to an extent. How are you guys learning from those years so that we do not end up in a situation like the insurrection again?
Yeah, I mean, the Trump bump is an interesting concept, and I think it means different things for different organizations. I think a lot of people were paying attention. I mean, at least the organizations I worked at, I was at The Atlantic then and The Washington Post, it wasn't like we were overly covering Trump because we were getting traffic. We were covering Trump because he was running for president, and then was the president. And there was a lot of audience attention for many reasons. And I think we did our job then. And I think now it is harder. It is harder in this moment. Trump is still here running for president, but I do think there's a lot of different conflicts happening. I do think news burnout is real. And I think what I'm trying to do is really, again, make sure we're reaching people and they're paying attention. And we're doing all the things we can do to build trust. Like, if we make a mistake, we say we make a mistake. We try to see okay, what does the audience really care about? Is it Gaza or is it inflation? What's actually happening? And that's our job.
Let me rephrase a little bit before you answer. How are you approaching election coverage with a more critical lens so that you're not covering everything that comes out of Trump's mouth, for example?
I mean, one thing I would maybe say is I think that it is hard. You can generalize what coverage looked like in 2016 and 2020. I think every news organization had a different approach to it. I don't think there was one sort of general approach to it. I think that, as you look at this election, it's a very different election for so many reasons, right? I mean, traditional things that maybe we would do in a presidential election when it comes to candidate vetting. I think about this a lot. Are we going to go and find one thing that Joe Biden said as a senator in the 1970s that's going to change the election? Are we going to go back and find one thing that Donald Trump said when he was a businessman in the 1980s that's going to change the way that people are thinking about things? Probably not. These are two known quantities. So it changes the way that you cover this. It's a lot more, from our perspective, it's a lot more, what are the issues that are animating this campaign from the perspective of voters? And I think to your point about the Trump bump, I don't think anybody's seen a Trump bump right now in numbers. I think it's a lot more about how do we actually engage people in the issues that are critical right now? Because just the nature of the campaign, I think, is leading people to kind of say, I'm not that focused right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to reflect on mistakes that we made in the past, but we can't forget that this is also a very different moment. So there is a risk that we could overcorrect for problems and not see what's in front of us right now. And I do think, as Swati was saying, that that there is a lot of jadedness, and a challenge for us as journalists is to really make clear to people what the stakes of this election are. The media critic Margaret Sullivan has pointed out many times, often the media focuses on the odds, not the stakes, and really making the stakes clear to people on a personal level too, because the jadedness affects people's faith that anything can change as a result of an election. So we commissioned a poll working with Harris Poll that looked at the disconnect between what people believe is happening in the economy and what is actually happening. And 60% of people in the U.S. believe that the U.S. is in a recession right now and it's Biden's fault, and that's completely not true. They have totally the wrong idea about unemployment, So just trying to kind of correct those issues right now in the moment we're in, I think, is the most critical thing.
I think the constant theme that I've heard from all three of you is you recognize that there is a huge lack of trust. And whatever it is you're trying to do is to earn back that trust, build back that trust. Can you talk about a few more initiatives? Betsy, thank you for sharing that. Anything that the AP is doing and the Vox is doing. Some media companies, for example, have ethics boards, editorial standards boards, how they cover certain topics, how they do not. Any initiatives you can share?
Yeah, I mean, I'll mention two things. I mean, we have a really robust standards team that's been in place for a long time, and they really have a powerful voice in our newsroom, making sure not just that individual stories are striking the right tone and hitting the mark, but that on balance, we're making sure that we're being, for the AP, nonpartisan and fact-based in our reporting. And then the other thing, and I alluded to this earlier, a big focus for us is explanatory journalism around our race calls, really making sure that we're informing people not just on who has won the race, but why. We really want to provide transparency around that process.
Swati?
Our tagline right now is we want to help people understand the world so they can help shape it. And so how that affects our journalism is that we're very solutions oriented, or we're really helping people understand the world around them. And so that leads to a different kind of journalism than maybe we were doing before. It's still explanatory journalism at its core, but I think we're able to bring people in a little more because we're, again, combating that burnout, which is what we've been seeing. And some other things that we've been doing is, again, when we make mistakes, we say that we made a mistake. We really try to meet people where they are. And so those are the things that I think are hopefully the things that keep people informed.
That is all the time we have for this session, but thank you all so much for sharing your perspectives, and good luck for what promises to be a crazy few months ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
right, well, we all love that we can search our iCloud photos by face matching or geotagging locations, right? But what if you want to search all the videos for the exact time code when, let's say, Taylor Swift brings out Bryan Adams on stage to do a duet of Summer of '69, or to find the video clip when LeBron made a three-pointer in that game 3 years ago against the Brooklyn Nets? AI algorithms can now identify objects, people, and actions in videos in real time. This has applications in security and surveillance, sports analysis to track player movements, and marketing to understand viewer engagement with video content. Our next speaker has pioneered a new approach to video understanding by building multimodal foundation models that can process visual, textual, and audio data concurrently within videos. To find out how to teach AI to love video, please welcome in conversation with Amy Nordrum from MIT, Ann Brodetsky of NEA, and the CEO of 12 Labs, Jay Lee.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome.
It's great to be here.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining me up here, Ann and Jay.
Thanks for having
And I'd like to start with you. Why is this an important problem to solve, this question of teaching AI to understand video?
It's really a fascinating opportunity and a challenge because if you think about the internet today, it is really awash in video. Video has become the dominant format in which we create content, we consume content, and this has been going on for decades now. But if you look at the scale of video data that is created today, it is absolutely massive. 80% of all new data on the internet, it's video. It's not text. There's 400 million terabytes of new video data that is generated every single day. And even though we all consume a lot of video on TikTok and YouTube and Netflix and even in sort of business to business marketing, we can't really search the video data today. And so when we think about video is one of the most compelling and yet untapped sources of both unique data to help us understand the world. And we simply have not had the tools until 12 Labs to begin to understand the world through video and to be able to search it systematically to identify all the examples you heard earlier, whether it's something about Taylor Swift or a sports highlight. And so we are obviously partnering 12 Labs to enable any company in the world, whether it's the NFL or Disney or YouTube or even individual consumers and creators, to truly be able to search and understand all of the video data at their disposal.
All right, I'm convinced that this is important. So Ann, just to stick with you for a moment, what makes this hard? Why is video harder for these AI models to process than text or images?
Well, when we talk about AI, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about AI just sitting here at the talks today, most of the models today are large language models, right? They've been trained on text data, and they're great at using text to reason and synthesize and almost speak like a human. But video is much more challenging. We have not yet had the opportunity to train models on a large amount of video data, taking in visual inputs, audio inputs, and essentially teaching AI to kind of see the way that humans see the world, to perceive what is taking place in a video, to be able to parse who's doing what activity is taking place, identify it, and then be able to reason through what is happening in particular video footage. And so that's sort of, the hard part is we haven't had the technical tools until now to be able to truly train artificial intelligence systems to both understand video, but then reason through them, and then synthesize that information for us in a way that we can understand.
And Jay, this is where you come in. So tell us how you're approaching this problem at 12 Labs.
Yeah, first, thanks for having me. I think, so
at 12 Labs, our mission is to make video just as easy as text, meaning be able to take in video as it is and be able to operate and be able to search the specific moment and also be able to just like interact with video data via text. And I think, we can go into the fundamental technology of language models, which I'm sure the audience knows about the transformer models. And in a nutshell, what these models basically do is training these models to predict the next word. But now if you take video into consideration, predicting the next frame actually doesn't make the video learn, or models learn about videos, because the next frame looks exactly the same as the current frame, right? So this requires a dedicated company to be spin out and do a lot of novel research around new model architectures, new learning algorithms, because we don't even know if Transformers architecture is actually the architecture that can unlock value for videos, right? So for our approach here is first, okay, the world needs a really powerful so-called video native embedding model that is able to take in videos as a whole and be able to generate really powerful contextual, semantic, and statistical representation of these video, right? And these representations contain all of the contextual meanings, who's in it, what are they saying, what are they doing, and also and leverage these representations as intermediate data format for other machine learning systems to leverage, right? So we're effectively trying to build like a semantic encoder of the world that can serve as like a cerebral cortex for language models to ask for help when it comes to video.
So fascinating. And as you both alluded to there, the training process for this must look very different than a traditional large language model. So what more can you tell us about how you train your systems, and how does that relate to this concept of perceptual reasoning?
Yeah, so I think for training video foundation models, it's heavily unexplored. So it's not as simple as, oh, let's take all of the videos like on the web and just jam it into a model. I think some big techs have tried it, and we haven't seen crazy breakthroughs in video understanding by doing that. So at 12 Labs, we really think about, okay, like we know that the brain is the best thinking machine that we have, and even when we were babies, we didn't have to watch like 10,000 hours of content to learn fire is hot, right? Then how do we take that logic and really pioneer the filtering systems to be able to produce pre-training data that's actually manageable and that's not going to cause crazy issues in terms of like GPU compute spend. So we do a lot of like novel research around curating our pre-training data set. And also we put a lot of emphasis around helping enterprises, right? Because we're not here to build AGI. I'm still confused with the definition of AGI, but we're not here to build a model that can answer all of the questions under the sun and be able to teach your kids math and be really good at video understanding. We're really focused on providing the best model that is really good at video understanding for enterprises, right? So our interactions with our customers also play a lot of role in determining how to curate these data sets, which is like really hard to figure out when you're trying to approach video understanding as like a real general research problem. Then you don't even know where to start, right? Yeah.
And Anne, what sparked your interest in 12 Labs as an investor? What did you see there? What kinds of new things did you realize might be possible with this technology that weren't possible before?
Well, as venture investors, we're not in the business of funding research projects. We're in the business of investing in and helping to build generational companies. And we, I think are so excited about 12 Labs and because of their holistic approach to not just training a model, but building a product platform for developers, for enterprises, and for different applications to actually make immediate use of their video understanding and search capabilities. And it's not sort of something out in the future, kind of a maybe. They're real enterprises and brand names that we would all know using the 12 Labs technology today. And sometimes, we often back category creating companies, right? That are creating entirely new types of products that simply haven't existed before. And oftentimes when that happens, it's this very special confluence of a technology shift and the right team and the right approach all sort of coming together to create a truly unique, scalable, generational company. And we see that potential in 12 Labs. I think they're the right team with the right approach at the right time to solve video search for a very wide array of industries, and we're incredibly excited to help them do that.
All right, Jay, give us some examples. What brands and companies are using this technology? What are they doing with it? And talk about what stage they're in. Are these, is this a beta trial? Is this a pilot? Or is this being deployed?
Yeah, so we've gone GA with our 2 models. So we serve 2 classes of models. One's called Marengo, which is a video native embedding model. So video comes in, and we produce really rich multimodal video embeddings that can handle both video, image, audio, text, whatnot, right? So it's truly multimodal, and these embeddings is what we used for powering our search, right? And then we have our Pegasus model, which is a video language model that takes in the embeddings that our Marengo model generated, along with user prompt to be able to tackle video summarization, chapterization, video question answering, right? And these are all available via APIs on our platform. And I think 2023 was like a year of POC for 12 Labs. So we've met with a couple hundred companies coming in inbound from 15 different industries. But we're mostly now focused on serving our customers in media, entertainment, sports, contextual advertising, and our awesome public sector government partners, right? And for media and sports examples, I think the person that introduced us gave really compelling search queries examples. Those are actually real search query examples that I've provided. So from Hollywood studios that are sitting on petabytes worth of B-rolls to post-production editing content to sports leagues that are sitting on century worth of their sports footage. Like, we allow them to monetize and be able to basically describe whatever's in your head via natural language, and we can pull in the right search result for you, that specific moment. And this gives incredible, this empowers these businesses to not only search for things really efficiently, but also really think about the kind of user engagement platforms to clip-based licensing, some of these concepts that were in the imaginary world, now we're bringing forth into reality. Yeah.
Yeah, those examples all make sense. But Anne, back to you. 12 Labs has some pretty big competitors as well. Companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft are also working on similar models that analyze video. Does that concern you at all?
No. I think focused teams and startups that have a very clear vision out-execute the big tech incumbents over and over and over again. And I think we're seeing that with a lot of AI startups right now. And so, no, I don't worry about them. But I think obviously you have to take the competition and incumbents seriously and be smart about how to outmaneuver them with customers in the market and deliver more value in a way that allows you to really own the customer relationship over time.
And I'm curious for your perspective as an investor too, because you talk with a lot of AI companies and the video space is so hot right now. What else are you seeing that's interesting in terms of AI companies working on video technologies and trends?
So video isn't just a format. I think video is actually a proxy for human communication. It's a proxy for creativity and how we express ourselves. It's a proxy for a lot of really effective B2B marketing. And so I think the opportunity space in and around video is absolutely massive. I think there's a couple of categories that we're looking at closely where there's exciting developments from AI native companies. One is making it, AI video augmentation. Companies like HeyGen, very, very easy, seamless. Companies that are machine generating video and animation and film content that could potentially take the marginal cost of creating video content down to zero, which would be really, really disruptive. And so it's around creativity, it's around teaching machines to really generate video based on text prompts. It's layering video with AI-generated music and sound effects and voices and creating entirely new formats for self-expression for either consumers or creators. So there's so much that we can do with AI in and around video that just would really, I think, unlock entirely new companies and opportunities. So there's a lot out there that we're tracking and getting excited about.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And Jay, I realize you're not focused on this right now, but I am curious, do the advances that you're making in perceptual reasoning, could those someday also improve the way AI systems generate video?
Yeah, I think so. I think first, this goes back to like 12 Labs research philosophy, and we really trying to like juxtapose ourselves into like, next to how our brain was developed. And I think, at the end of the day, what 12 Labs is really focusing on is training these models for enterprises, for video understanding. But if you kind of like abstract it out, these are the models that has really strong world representations that's stored inside of the models, right? So we think that, currently a lot of text-to-image or, text-to-video based models lack their counterpart in, working with the kind of companies like 12 Labs that can provide such world representations and understanding of video content. And we think that that's going to help accelerate some of the video generation technologies that we've seen. And we have something really exciting brewing up internally. If you guys are going to be in Europe,
Intriguing.
we'll probably demo something really cool. Yeah.
Great, we'll look out for that. 2 weeks ago, 12 Labs announced its Series A round of $50 million, led by New Enterprise Associates and also NVIDIA. So tell us what's next for the company, Jay. What are you going to spend that money on?
Finding the best talent to build out this product. I think you've mentioned about incumbents. We're really focused on building the best product. Whoever has the best product always wins. And we're here to win the hearts of enterprise customers that have tens of petabytes worth of video data. So it's about building a really strong team. So if you've been marrying video and language as your career, we're hiring. Please let me know. And also accelerate the model development. So you will see exciting models come out of 12 Labs on a monthly basis.
And this all sounds great, but it's not going to be easy, I'm sure. So Anne, what are some potential challenges that you see ahead for 12 Labs or problems that you're looking forward to helping them work through?
I think there's so much interest from different industries, entertainment, media, sports, government already. I think there's an interesting challenge around sort of which of the opportunities do you lean into first, which industry is truly ready to adopt and invest in AI tools today. There's a lot of opportunity, but I think there's always an interesting challenge for AI companies right now in prioritization. There's a challenge, I think, for anyone introducing foundation models or AI systems into the enterprise of building trust with customers, trust in the product, trust in the way their data is used, and trust in the sort of outcomes, right, and the output of these AI systems. Those are the two things that I think we're really thinking about that will be really influential in what happens over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
And Jay, are there areas of AI research that you think should get more attention than they are right now?
I think what's happening could be worrisome, but it's also healthy. Like a lot of hype around language models is accelerating a lot of adoption, technology building. But I think we've been kind of fixated on the transformers architecture because it works and it scales, right? It's easy to think about, oh, if we throw this much compute, it gets better and better and better. But I think the world deserves better, more efficient model architecture. So I would love to see more novel efforts in building entirely new model architectures and learning algorithms.
Thank you both very much. That's all we have time for.
Thank you.
Well, that's it for our morning sessions, but stick around because just a few minutes away, we have our breakouts, and you don't want to miss that. We'll see you soon.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. please welcome to the stage Collision co-host Sunil Sharma.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Center Stage. So before we kick off the afternoon content, we've again handpicked some of this year's most exciting startups to showcase. We're going to begin right away. First up this afternoon, we have Kailash Gopalakrishnan. He is the co-founder of Encharge AI. That's a startup that is an AI company delivering battle-tested computing platform to unlock the best AI computing from the edge to the cloud. From New York City, please welcome Kailash.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me today. And it's a privilege to talk about the exciting work we are doing here at Encharge AI. I am Kailash. I am the co-founder and CTO of Encharge. Encharge is a 2-year-old company focused on bringing a transformative new form of computing to AI workloads. At Encharge, our mission is to enable the most compute-efficient and the most cost-efficient form of AI compute, and to bring it into a whole spectrum of edge AI markets, ranging from AI PCs to mobile devices to edge servers. So there are a number of key exciting trends that we believe position us for a very key point of the market. The first is, as you guys all know, we are entering the era of agentic workflows. AI agents powered by LLMs are becoming increasingly accurate and hold promise for automating entire life cycles from perception to reasoning to action. Simultaneously, there's been a tremendous amount of work recently done in the era of small language models, or SLMs. And in just the past 3 months, we have seen these SLMs provide the same levels of fidelity and accuracy as large language models that are 100x bigger from just over a year ago. So this is a very exciting trend that promises deploying AI at the edge. And finally, there's a lot of excitement and interest to deploy AI in edge devices, whether that's PCs or mobile devices. And of course, deploying them at the edge guarantees privacy, or at least enhances privacy, while preserving and making cost and latency more accessible. However, to deploy generative AI at the edge, you need to have new technologies that are fundamentally 10 to 100x better than existing digital accelerators. And the reason for that is edge AI fundamentally has much more tighter power dissipation compared to data centers, where you have typically hundreds of thousands of watts of power. So this is where Encharge AI comes in. We have built the world's most efficient AI processor for generative AI workloads at the edge. And the key insight is, when you think about deployment of AI workloads at the edge, there are 2 key challenges. One is basically moving data, and the other form is compute. At Encharge, we have developed a new technology that was invented at Princeton that fundamentally solves both problems simultaneously, using a form of computing known as analog in-memory computing, which is both highly precise and at the same time provides extraordinary efficiencies. Using this particular technology, we have been able to build AI chips, AI cards, and AI systems that promise more than 10 to 20x in terms of performance and efficiency. And we believe that this hundreds of teraops of computation and packing it all in edge devices at just a few watts allows us to open up the aperture for a whole bunch of decentralized AI experiences, ranging from vision to large language model-based summarization at the edge, to eventually agentic workflows that will enable assistants and copilots and so on and so forth. So with that, I'm out of time, but if you're interested, certainly invite you to attend the Growth Summit at the other stage. Thanks a lot for your time.
Okay, well done, Kailash. All right, next up, we have Nuha Siddiqui. She's the CEO and co-founder at Earthos. That's a startup that's on a mission to produce biodegradable packaging materials that are intended to replace traditional polystyrene and polypropylene inputs. So please welcome to the stage from Toronto, Nuha.
I'm Nuha, co-founder and CEO of Earthos, and we harness the power of material science and AI to reimagine the building blocks of plastics. I know all of you in this room have experienced plastic pollution, but plastics are no longer just a pollution problem. They are deeply interconnected to the climate crisis and to our health as humans. But despite all this clear evidence and the urgency that we're all feeling, we're still falling drastically behind in finding a true sustainable solution. And no, soggy paper straws do not count. So let me bring you into the world of biomaterials. These are next generation materials that have a powerful role to play in addressing the climate crisis. And as incredible as these materials are, they still only represent 0.5% of the total plastics market. Usually, it's because they've been expensive, hard to work with, or they're simply incorrectly engineered for the thousands of products that we interact with. At Earthos, we found a way to change that. As a climate technology company, we're on a mission to accelerate the scale and the widespread adoption of biomaterials globally. We design cutting-edge alternatives for plastics used in products like shampoo bottles, but also those sneaky linings in coffee cups. Over the past several years of R&D, we've invented novel, sustainable materials that bridge the gap between functionality and performance. And over our journey of scientific breakthroughs, we've also collected powerful data and insights on the properties and the capabilities of these bio-based ingredients, unlocking them in a whole new way. Introducing Zaya, our proprietary machine learning AI platform that allows us to accelerate the discovery and the development of biomaterials. Our platform allows us to design effective biomaterials 5 times faster and with 92% less cost compared to our industry. Our materials platform is equipped to predict everything from cost to performance to carbon footprint, allowing us to thrive in the most complex environments where speed and agility are absolutely essential. Zaya's generative capabilities are trained to focus in on some of the common challenges of biomaterials, and instead turns these common challenges into targets. These targets are then paired with the hundreds of ingredients in our database, including our proprietary Earthos ingredients. We are now able to streamline the entire materials development process, which would have otherwise taken months and millions of dollars in lab discovery funding. And instead, we're instantly unlocking viable formulations for our industry. All of our technologies are accessed exclusively through the nucleus of our ecosystem, Earthos Studio. Here, we work with the world's largest brands and manufacturers, chemical companies, to tailor-make biomaterials that fit within complex supply chains. We work across industries like food and beverage, personal care, and beauty, ultimately ensuring that we can truly make biomaterials a reality. With that, welcome to Planet Earthos. We hope that you'll join us in our mission in creating a more material-conscious future.
All right, nicely done, Nuha. Okay, our last session for this afternoon, we have Hyunjin Park. He is the CEO and co-founder at a company called Catalog. They're a developer of data conversion and storage platforms that are used to offer the next generation of digital data archiving. So please welcome from Seoul, South Korea, Hyunjin.
The world is focused on AI. The computing industry is focused on delivering the compute necessary for AI. And the big problem here is the energy. How do you power the chips that make AI possible? So I went to a conference recently on semiconductors, and all of the executives from the biggest chip makers over the world have started on exactly that point. So you have Lisa Su from AMD showing an exponential increase in the compute demand driven by AI and the corresponding power demand. We have people from ASML, IMEC, NXP, TSMC, all making the same point. Now they have roadmaps for addressing those problems and to make their products more efficient with innovations in and around the chips. But is that going to be enough? Now, according to Goldman Sachs, the carbon emissions from data centers will more than double from 2022 to 2030. Now, who expects that to decrease or slow down after 2030? Consider the following computational problem. You want to mix red ink with blue ink and figure out the end result. Would you try to solve that problem by taking one molecule from the red ink, one molecule from the blue ink, mixing them together into a pool in a serial manner until you go through all of the ink in the bottles? Or would you mix the two ink together and have the molecules mix and interact with each other in a parallel manner? So this is what DNA computing does, and it represents a revolutionary paradigm shift in computing. Whereas in von Neumann architecture, you have to chop up your bits to bus it between storage, memory, and processor. In DNA computing, we're merging those three things together into one massively parallel computational storage medium. So we've been doing this for 8 years, but only recently did I get to ask if it was worth doing to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT, of course, rightly gave us the answer. It gave us some strengths of DNA storage and computation, such as massive parallelism, energy efficiency, to enable specialized applications as well as data storage and retrieval. It also gave us challenges, the limitations such as technical challenges, complexity and costs, and the infrastructure and implementation. Now, Catalog has been working on those challenges over the last 8 years, and you'll be able to hear a lot about that on the growth stage by our CTO, Dave Turek, tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone. Hyunjin, that was a great final pitch. Please don't go too far. We're going to be starting the afternoon programming in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
what problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Please welcome the co-host of Collision, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau.
Hello, my fellow food coma participants. How's everybody doing out there? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take whatever you got. That's great. How many people? Everybody's going to ask this question, but how many people in the audience right now are from Vancouver that are here, or West Coast, Alberta? Whoa, I like that. Okay. So as everybody knows, we're going to Vancouver next year, so I hope you would come and join us. So my name is Casey Lau, and I'm super excited to be your host for Web Summit Vancouver next year. But this afternoon here in Toronto, I'll be bringing you talks from the ACLU 1Password, Shein, tennis champion Maria Sharapova, and the godfather of AI himself, Geoffrey Hinton. All this, plus the pitch semifinals, it is a stacked afternoon here at the Enercare Center one last time. All right? Before we begin this afternoon sessions, though, I want to shout out to our community partners. These partners, they may be small-scale local groups, regional community networks, and everything in between, represent many interests connected to the world of tech, from promoting women-led businesses to increasing the profiles of indigenous entrepreneurs. All right? There's groups like Nobellum, a social and technology enterprise with a focus on strengthening the Black business ecosystem through accelerator programs and initiatives. Another one's called Porch, a community for immigrant entrepreneurs and professionals living in or coming to Canada, providing a space to build relationships, learn, and grow. And of course, the Indigenous Friends Association. The IFA is a not-for-profit organization that supports the elimination of the education and employment gaps of Indigenous people. Right? Let's give a big round of applause to all our community partners and thank them for being part of Collision this year. If you have a community out there that wants to get involved when we move to Vancouver next year, please reach out to me. Use the Collision app, connect with me, and definitely let me know what you guys are doing because I'd be very excited to have you there in Vancouver next May. All right, let's get this afternoon started with a company that has committed over $60 million over the past 3 years to their Impact Accelerator program aimed at helping early-stage startups led by Black, Latino, LGBTQIA+, and women founders. Organizations across the world are harnessing generative technology to deliver new, impactful user experiences. But are they reaching their potential? Amazon Web Services is hoping their literal arsenal of products for natural language processing to computer vision to machine learning and AI productivity tools can help. They have products called Polly that turns text into lifelike speech, and Recognition with a K that extracts information from images and videos. To learn more about supercharging your Gen AI tech, please welcome the VP of AI products from Amazon Web Services, Matt Wood.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here at this remarkable conference. My name is Matt. I lead our artificial intelligence product strategy at AWS. I've been at the company about 15 years, and I've seen everything from the early advent of cloud computing all the way through to the rise of traditional machine learning, and over the last 18 to 24 months, the rise of generative AI. And today, I'm going to take just 18 minutes to talk to you and convert you to a remarkable opportunity to scale, succeed, and shake up generative AI. This always seems to get left to the end, but thank you so much for joining us here today. I know this conference is enormous, and there is so much to see and do. You have 1 million emails in your inboxes, so I really do appreciate you taking the time to learn a little bit about what we're doing at AWS and about this remarkable opportunity that we are right on the cusp of. So generative AI, what else is there to talk about? It's the single largest shift in how we're going to interact with data and information and technology and each other, probably since the advent of the very, very earliest internet and the very earliest web browsers. And organizations like Amazon that invested in the early web browsers and the early internet have had pretty remarkable growth over the past 30 years. But I think that that is nothing compared to the growth that we will see for organizations that are investing in generative AI today. Multiple Amazons of growth are going to unfold for many, many, many hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of companies over the next 30 years as we deliver on the opportunity associated to building more intelligent systems and completely reimagining the products and experiences that we give to our own customers. So technology, over time, the capability tends to follow a bit of an S-curve. It starts off relatively low. You get incremental improvement up to an inflection point at which you see exponential increases in capability. And then, over time, you get reduction in returns, and you get back to the state of play where you only have incremental improvements. And you can never tell where you're at on this S-curve of capability until you're looking backwards down the curve. And I think there are some folks out there that may be looking at generative AI today and thinking that we're at the very top right-hand corner of this curve, that what we've got today is pretty much only with incremental improvements, what we're going to have to live with for the foreseeable future. I don't think that that's very likely. I actually suspect that more people think that we are in the very, very high gradient part of capability improvement for generative AI. There's new changes, the new approaches appearing all the time. But for my money, I actually think that we're all the way over on the left-hand side. That what we see today, albeit fast-moving, is the earliest possible stages of improvements in capability related to generative AI. And in the future, we are nowhere near this hockey stick inflection point in capability. That said, obviously today, we're experiencing an extraordinarily rapid pace of change. There is new techniques, approaches, models, solutions that are appearing virtually every single day from industry and academia, all of which are worthy of our attention. And I can virtually guarantee you that by the time we've finished our remaining time here together, there will be new models available that are worthy of attention that we should be looking at. It is an extraordinarily rapid pace of change. And how do we as leaders building our startups, how do we decide what our strategy should be in the face of such extraordinarily rapid change? Where should we invest? In an organization where we are trying to take our limited resources and apply them with the highest leverage, where should we invest? How do you spot that inflection point on the curve if you can only look backwards? With limited resources, how do you time the investment such that it is just right? If you're too early, you've got kind of an opportunity cost because you're investing resources in technology which may not be mature yet, or which may be usurped by something new and shiny and the big new thing relatively quickly. If you're too late, you may miss out on the growth opportunity. You may miss out on following this curve, this inflection point, all the way to the summit, and that means that you have limited growth opportunity yourselves, and you may limit your opportunity to shape the curve yourselves. So where should we invest? For my money, I think we should all be looking for these potential snowballs. These are ideas, opportunities, technologies which, when they get going, will build momentum on their own. And in so doing, will change the trajectory of growth itself. They will only gain more momentum over time, just like a snowball rolling down the hill. Now, they might be tiny today, some may already be starting to roll, and not all of them will make it to the bottom of that hill with the momentum to be able to continue to going. But for those of us that want to be able to get up to speed, place our bets, how can we find the right investments to make and set our strategy such as we're investing in the right things that are going to deliver exponential growth using generative AI? Now, the bad news, I'm afraid to tell you, is that these inflection points, these hockey stick inflection points in growth and opportunity are very, very unusual. They're very rare, they're hard to predict. They're kind of black swan events, and they only usually happen a handful of times per generation. But the good news is that there are a few telltale signs if you know what to look for. And so what I'm going to try and do is make the case that we are right on the cusp of this inflection point for generative AI. What we have today is remarkable, but there are a few things that if we believe this to be true, would allow us to make investments in a technology which is going to drive this exponential growth going forwards. And one of the ways to do that is to look back at other times that this has happened, going all the way back to the very beginning of agriculture. So a lot of these cycles start very early with a discovery of a new technology, which has improved materially utility and performance. And one early example of this is taking a stick and using it as a tool to be able to plant seeds in the ground. This is a discovery of a new technology which was materially more efficient than just planting seeds by hand. The next thing to look for, the second element of growth, is that over time, these general tools, these new inventions and discoveries, deepen in terms of specialization for individual tasks. That means that an individual stick can turn into a hoe, it can turn into a rake, it can turn into specialized planting equipment for specialized seeds, which in turn grow the aggregate crop of the growth. So you can now plant multiple different seeds using multiple tools which are specialized for those different seeds. And finally, you have this feedback loop where over time, these different specialized tools become much more collaborative. Individuals learn to use different tools together in order to be able to create a system which is much, much stronger than the sum of its parts. This leads to farms that don't just grow a single crop, but grow multiple crops. And they take advantage of the efficiencies of scale to be able to grow all those crops much more efficiently than they could any individual crop. And then, of course, that over time leads to more innovation, more discovery, more intuition, which feeds back into this cycle for the next evolution of an idea or a discovery. And this has played out in technology a couple of times as well. You can think of a discovery in terms of a new technology which improved utility and performance in the sense of the early browsers and the early internet. And from there, we saw specialization in terms of SaaS applications. I'm sure many of you have built businesses in this room that rely on very general or increasingly niche SaaS applications to be able to drive specialization. And over time, those SaaS applications grew such as they could be combined and integrated using APIs. And this allowed the web to grow and become much more valuable than the sum of its parts by the integration and collaboration of these individual SaaS applications. The same thing happened with smartphones and the mobile revolution, where we saw this new device that was remarkably capable, but by definition, pretty general. Over time, more and more applications and skills got added to those devices, and they made the device itself much more valuable. And then those applications started to be able to be combined through assistants such as Siri and Alexa, such as they could solve much higher order problems. And that itself made the aggregate environment of the device plus the apps and skills plus the assistants much more valuable than any individual task, any individual part. So let's take a look at how this applies to generative AI. It's my belief that we are right on the cusp of three key elements lining up which are going to drive similar scale, efficiency, and productivity going forwards using artificial intelligence. So the first, which many of you will be familiar with, is the discovery of a new technology with improved utility and performance in the form of generative AI models in all of their shapes and sizes. It's become apparent in the past 18-24 months that there is no one model to rule them all. Different models from different providers have different sweet spots. Some have different use cases that they're really good at. Some are excellent at summarization, others are awesome at analysis, others are really good at reasoning or code interpretation, or they break down by different operational characteristics. Some are really fast, others are incredibly low cost, and some are really, really intelligent. And what we hear time and again from customers that are pushing the envelope in applying generative AI to their business and to their products is that in isolation, you want to be able to find and match the right use case to the right model. That allows you to lean into that model's advantage, drive down cost, drive up capability by finding the right model. And it's what drove our strategy at Amazon to make the broadest selection of models available to our customers. And so we have models that are available from AI21 Labs. We have models that we build ourselves at Amazon. We work with Anthropic, the Canadian group in Cohere, Meta, Mistral, Stability AI. All of these providers provide a family of models that allow you to be able to mix and match to find the right use case for the right model. And that allows you to drive material new capability. But this is only one element. And whilst these models are remarkable and fascinating and seductive and fun and useful in and of themselves, they're only one element of what I think is going to drive exponential growth going forwards. The next is the arrival of deeper specialization of these models with specialized autonomous agents. Now, many of you will be familiar with working with some of these models, using Claude through the web app, working with Amazon Bedrock, where you provide a prompt and you can ask the model for information. You can have it write a poem or a haiku or rap lyrics or generate an image. Those are really interesting use cases that get a lot of headlines. But in fact, these models are remarkable integration and reasoning engines. And one use case for them is not just asking a question and getting an answer, but to be able to set an objective and ask the model to deliver on that objective completely automatically. And this is what autonomous agents look like. Instead of just asking a question, you define an objective. And you ask the models to be able to plan a strategy for for how to meet that objective. They can then go off and take that strategy, create a to-do list, and start working down it methodically to be able to execute against that strategy, going step by step to assess the progress that is making towards that objective, and reassessing and changing the strategy as it goes. Over time, you can let these things iterate, combining multiple models under the hood, and complete the objective. So these agents aren't just there to help with knowledge reuse. They are there to drive automation and solve real tasks and real problems on behalf of customers. The challenge is that the models that underpin these, when you take them off the shelf, they have a remarkably broad set of information, but they're not very deep. And when you get into any depth, which is where most businesses operate, it's kind of like Swiss cheese down there. There's areas of information density, and there are areas of information sparsity. And hallucination and errors occur inside those models as the model moves between areas of richness and paucity. And so as you move into these Swiss cheese gaps, that's where the models make mistakes. And so part of what you need to be able to deliver is specialization of those models in order to be able to plug those Swiss cheese gaps. And there's a couple different ways of doing that. Knowledge grounding, where you can take existing data and apply it to your models using techniques such as retrieval augmentation. Behavior fine-tuning, where you can align the models to behave in particular ways by giving it examples of the types of responses and types of plans that you want to be able to see. And increasingly, model optimization. So you can take the models, take out all the pieces of the models that you no longer need, or combine multiple models together, such as they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And many customers ask me, well, what do I do? Do I use RAG? Do I use fine-tuning? When do I optimize? The truth is that it's actually an and, not an or. You need to be able to apply all these techniques in an efficient way to be able to specialize the agents such as they can complete tasks in the sort of depth and complexity that are useful to most organizations. And we've been doing this internally at Amazon with an assistant that we have called Amazon Q. Q is two main things. It is an assistant for builders to help software developers write code more efficiently, and it is also a builder for assistants. It allows you to quickly take all of the information inside your organization and start to package it together inside a helpful assistant, which also includes autonomous agents. So we have a coding assistant. We also have developer agents, which can drive feature development and code transformation. So instead of having to generate the code for a feature, you just tell Q, this is the feature I want to build. And it will look at all of the different code available to it. It will build a strategy for how to implement the changes, run the tests, update the tests. You can review that strategy, and then Q will write the features, the code, and the documentation for you to be able to complete that feature. We also make it really easy to make code transformation, to move between different versions of Java in a completely autonomous way. And for knowledge workers, we have an agent that will create applications based on the data that you provide to Q. So you can very quickly and easily say, hey, Q, I'm a lawyer. I always compare a couple of documents. Build me an application where I can just upload two documents, find the similarities, the differences, and the missing policies. So that agent will run automatically and build an app quicker than you could find and reuse an app that already exists. So it's a remarkable opportunity for agents if you can drive the specialization to be able to make them useful. The third piece is really the kicker. This is the part that drives the combinator, the thing that makes all of these pieces combine in a way that they are stronger than the sum of their parts. And here we're looking at multi-agent systems. The ability to not just use a single agent for a single task, but to be able to combine different agents in a collaborative or even competitive way, such as they can solve much higher order problems on our behalf. Now, multi-agent systems are relatively early. They are maturing very, very quickly. It's an area we've got a lot of excitement and a lot of investment in at Amazon. But if they play out the way that it is looking like they will, this is the combinator moment, which will combine with the underlying models, the specialized agents, to be able to start to drive that hockey stick inflection point in terms of capability. And it is here, in addition to the agents, in addition to the specialization, that if I was a startup today, I would be investing in. There is so much opportunity related to building the agents and then combining them in interesting ways. One such way is a hierarchy. You have one agent, which is responsible for the collaboration of multiple different agents. This is really useful if you have a task where the path to complete the task is pretty clear and pretty knowable. So for example, you may have a coordinator agent that is responsible for coordinating and passing off subtasks to agents which are specialists in databases or architecture or writing code in a particular language or cloud architecture, front-end design, whatever it might be, and then collecting all that back up and building the application environment at the end of the day. Another approach is peer-to-peer. This one's kind of crazy, but in this case, no single agent is responsible for the delivery of the final objective. The component agents collaborate and in some cases compete, sometimes by voting, sometimes by just shouting loud enough, that together they are compassionate and antagonistic with one another in order to be able to drive a solution where the answer is not obviously clear. So both of these architectures are proving incredibly exciting, harnessing existing investment in specialized agents. And you can go beyond that, of course, and start to piece these things together where you have hybrid architectures. You have a coordinator which coordinates multiple peer-to-peer networks. And we're starting to see startups invest in this space and being disproportionately successful. One of my favorites is NinjaTech, of which I am a paying subscriber. This is a remarkable assistant which has a single interface to multiple agents. Here you can have a scheduler which works with a researcher, which works with a code developer, and it will combine all the different pieces together to be able to make the aggregate NinjaTech platform much more capable than any of the individual agents. And what's truly remarkable about NinjaTech is that they run exclusively on Amazon custom-designed silicon for generative AI. So NinjaTech keeps their costs low by not running on a single GPU. It's a remarkable capability. So that's my pitch. I believe that we are right on the cusp of an exponential combinatorial explosion in capability, driven in part by the models that we have available today, driven by the excitement that we see already with the early agents that are proving to be useful, and in the opportunity of multi-agent systems going forwards. And I think if you choose to invest in these areas today, you really are investing in what is most likely to be one of the single largest hockey stick inflection points in capability and computing in a generation. Now, you may be asking, that all sounds great, but how do I get there? I'm pleased to say that AWS is here to help. We want to enable the next wave of generative AI startups, and just last week we announced the AWS Generative AI Accelerator. Now, we make available about $1 billion in funding to customers, startups, every single year through AWS credits. We're upping the ante and doubling down on what is working around generative AI with an additional $230 million in AWS credits that are available to any startup that is innovating in this space. That gives you access to the foundation and frontier models that I've been describing. It also gives you access to the Bedrock agentic systems that we call Bedrock agents, and the ability to be able to build Amazon Q assistants for your own customers. And in addition to that, a group of around 80 startups will be selected as our second cohort for a 10-week accelerator program, the previous cohort of which has been remarkably successful, involving folks like Crikey and Leonardo.ai that have gone on to realize tens of millions of dollars in aggregate seed and Series A funding. And here we'll provide the guidance, support, architecture, and technical support necessary to build these agentic systems. And I cannot wait to see how you all get going. Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, huge. Apple has invested $100 million in efforts focused on education, economic equality, and criminal justice reform for communities of color. Intel committed to increasing representation of black employees in senior, director, and executive roles in the US by 30%. And HP set a goal to double the number of black executives by 2025. Is this enough? And has progress been made addressing ongoing challenges for fostering inclusivity and equity in our communities and workplaces? To navigate the nuances of racial equality within society and the tech industry, please welcome in conversation with Danielle Belton, the editor-in-chief of the Huffington Post, the president of the American Civil Liberties Union, Deborah Archer, civil rights activist and host of Pod Save the People, DeRay McKesson, and chairman of the Open Opportunity Fund, Paul Judge.
All right, so we're just gonna get right into it because we have 18 minutes.
All right.
So I kind of want to set the tone for this conversation by mentioning that today is Juneteenth, which is a holiday in the United States that was recently became a holiday in 2012, commemorating the end of slavery. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because it was made a holiday out of the racial reckoning that came out of the tragedy of George Floyd's death. And out of that racial reckoning came a whole movement towards DEI that made promises in the tech industry and in other industries where they were going to help the black community, hire from the black community, really support. And then in subsequent years, there's been a complete backlash. Tons of DEI officers have been fired and let go. And the conversation has completely shifted and into an entirely different direction. And so to my first question to anyone who would like to answer, what can we do to improve race and in the tech industry so we no longer have to have conversations like these?
Start with you.
You know, I think what's interesting, I spend most of my time on issues of public safety, and people often think about technology as a solution for many things, and namely the safety conversation. And there's no way to talk about safety without being honest about race. So when I think about the importance for me about why we continue to talk about race is that in America, at least, the overrepresentation of people of color in the criminal justice system is just true. And the American context is so interesting because the latest data shows that there's a almost 30% decrease in murders, almost 20% decrease in violent crime, and yet people are still producing these technology solutions around safety that are not necessarily keeping us safe.
Now, that's a good point because that leads into my first question. My second question was actually for you, DeRay. You know, police departments are already using emerging tech like facial recognition software and AI to basically work in their policing. Why does this concern you so much? And couple that with the fact that you have apps like Citizen and Nextdoor. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there are a couple questions that guide me. One is, does it do what it says it's going to do? Does it keep us safe or does it just scare people? And then does it set people up to make better choices? So when I think about Citizen just scares people. You see those alerts, what are you going to do differently? You are just scared. I think about my friends who live in places who every morning get alerts. And remember, Citizen is literally citizen-reported instances that people think were crimes. They are not. Those people aren't convicted of anything. It's like people being like, I think I saw somebody rob somebody. You're like, what am I going to actually do with that? Or you think about technology like ShotSpotter, which is supposed to be a gunshot detection system, but it actually just detects any loud noise over 160 decibels. We should not be sending the police to every instance where a loud noise occurs. And that technology has never been tested, but I say that because these are seen as real solutions in cities, and the consequences for people of color is dire.
Yeah. Now, Deborah, to pivot or to expand on what DeRay's talking about, especially in terms of technology and AI, you know, what we're looking at is even bigger than just policing. We're looking at AI that's fueled by systemic racism. And what horrors kind of await us in the worlds of education, housing, healthcare, and beyond?
Yeah, and if I can, I'm going to also touch on your first question as well. Because I think we're having conversations, but as the truth is always with race, we're not having the right conversations. and not having sustained conversations. And so the conversations around race and technology are grouped into two groups. There are the people over here who think, let 1,000 flowers bloom. If we start to regulate it and talk about race, we're going to stifle kind of innovation. And then there are the people on the other side that say it's evil. There's no good can come of it. It is just going to perpetuate inequality. And there's not a lot of conversation happening in between. And we need to have those conversations because what we saw with the original tech revolution, we didn't have conversations on race, and people of color were left behind. We didn't make sure that the most marginalized communities, black and brown communities, had access to cell phones, that they had access to the internet, and therefore that helped to widen the economic divide. And so it is about access. We were saying that tech will make healthcare better, but people won't have the tools. The people who need healthcare the most won't have the tools and ability to really take advantage of that. But as you're mentioning it also is a problem and a conversation that needs to happen because this technology is going to be introduced into a system that is steeped in racial inequality. And we have to account for that and acknowledge that and make adjustments. So in the context of hiring and employment, for example, which is important in areas of racial justice and economic justice, we're using technology in the hiring process, in the recruiting process, in the advertising process, in the application screening process. And we're seeing that that technology is discriminating against people based on their race. The ACLU recently filed a claim against a company that guaranteed that their software was free of bias in the interview process, in the screening process. But we discovered that it actually was discriminating against people based on race and disability. We found other technology that had flagged people with the name Jared and who had played high school lacrosse were more likely to be successful in the position. And we know that there are a few black people that play high school lacrosse, go to schools that have high school lacrosse teams. And that similar software flagged HBCUs and women's colleges as not predictive of success in those positions. And so we have to pay attention to that as well. We talk about, in the policing context, facial recognition software. We know that it is bad at identifying black and brown people. But we also have to think about the ways that that technology ShotSpotter brings police into black communities and what the results of that can be, or the way that that technology can be used to track immigrants, people of color, people who are accessing gender-affirming care, people who are trying to obtain abortion services, and think about the kind of power that that gives police departments as well. And then I just want to say that we're also going to bring these technologies into systems that are steeped in racial inequality, and then give that racial inequality that results a kind of authority, because now it's the result of science and math, not the result of bias and people making errors.
Yes, but like to your point, like AI is trained on whatever information, stories, articles, computations that are given to them by a human.
That's right.
And Paul, if AI is being fed information that only comes from one source and we aren't being considered, how do we put pressure on those who are in leadership in tech companies to be more accountable for this issue?
No, certainly. I think the AI is biased, to your point, because the data's biased, but also the humans are biased. Right? I love that you grounded us in Juneteenth, the beginning of this. And you think about blacks in tech. I mean, the venture capital industry was birthed in probably the 1950s and 1960s. At the same time, on the other side of the country, we were dealing with trying to get the Civil Rights Act passed. We're still dealing with the aftermath of Jim Crow. So the biases that exist is because the system was created at a time where the world was far from fair. And so the result that you see right now is because of decades of that. I mean, you think about black and Latinos in the US, we represent 32% of the population, but we only receive 4% of venture capital funding, right? So if venture capital is $150, $200 billion a year, you have 4% over here, 32% over here, it's off by order of magnitude. That means there's like $20 to $40 billion a year that's not going to black and Latinos that should. And we all know that technology is the biggest wealth generator we've seen of our lifetime. It's the biggest creator of jobs that we've seen in our lifetime. So it's not just the funding that's not going to black and Latinos, but it's the jobs, it's the generational wealth. And so that gap that exists is because of these biases. Many would call it pattern matching. And many VCs will brag about pattern matching. That's how they find founders that are successful, but that typically means, white male, Silicon Valley, Stanford. And don't get me wrong, that works. They're generating outsized returns, but as the world has shifted, the VC industry hasn't shifted. So the VC industry doesn't know how to go find a founder in Brooklyn or find a founder in Atlanta. And so that creates an opportunity for folks like us to really set out what the next generation of venture capital looks like and what the future of the tech industry looks like because of those biases that exist.
So this question, thank you, Paul, for that, that I want to direct to any of you who would like to answer. What can we, or those of us in this room, what kind of pressure can we put on executives and tech companies to take efforts around race and tech seriously, whether it's about how their AI tools are trained, whether it's about what type of emerging tech they're developing, or just the hiring of blacks in technology and in leadership in technology?
I'm always interested in this idea that we don't need to innovate new products for every issue. But we need smart people to help us make 911 better. We don't need 15 more apps so people can report a crime that they think happened when they are waking up in the morning. 911 is an infrastructural issue, is a real challenge. We need the technology around 911 to be much better. I think about in Baltimore, there's an issue that people have with crime, and instead of helping get people out of poverty or other public services, what the city did is contracted with a blimp that was over the city. It was a blimp, and the blimp recorded the entire city of Baltimore all day long. And they were like, well, we will just see crime happen, and when we see it happen from the sky, we will find people. And one of the carve-outs that they had is that the blimp could not record any instances of police misconduct, but it could record just citizens all day. The blimp was a complete failure. The blimp helped solve very little things, but people spent a lot of money on the blimp. And it's we need to help people get out of poverty. We need 911 to be better. We need the public parks. We need rec and parks to be stronger. The school system needs some help. And instead, we have some of the brightest minds making apps and building services on issues that don't frankly help us do any of the safety work better.
Yeah. But why are they so attracted to the big flashy blimps of the world, as opposed to the practical things that would actually make our lives better?
This is not a blimp of the world, but I also I agree that it's kind of the visual that they're drawn to. We had lots of folks who issued statements around the racial reckoning about what they were going to do and the importance of diversity education, diversity and inclusion. Really important, valuable, and incredible first step, but it's a first step. I think that statements around diversity and inclusion and the importance of thinking about race are not really calibrated to the power that you all hold. Even if you are not in management, you're not running the company, each and every one of you has incredible power and privilege. And I think you have to use that every day in every room that you are in to be an ally for racial justice, to speak out and speak up. Because all we need to have kind of inequality persist is for those who have access and proximity and power to stay quiet. So I think we need more people who will, yes, say that inequality is wrong, say that diversity is important, but then what are you going to do to help challenge that? And then one other piece, I think diversity, equity, and inclusion is important, but you started us out talking about systemic racial inequality. And diversity, equity, and inclusion goals can be hollow if you're not also doing the work to make those opportunities a reality. So it's one thing to say that you want to hire Black and brown people, your company, who have these incredible qualifications, but you also have to make sure that there are Black and brown people that have access to the resources and opportunities that are going to make them attractive for these opportunities. So it is far more than just stating this goal. It's about helping to build the systems and the structures and the opportunities and the pathways that are going to make these opportunities a reality and truly accessible for folks.
One of the things I see, to your point of the problems that people focus on, an Open Opportunity Fund, we invest primarily in Black and Latino founders. We've invested $100 million into 75 companies with Black and Latino founders. And what we see is those founders have a different lived experience. They're observing problems that a typical founder, say in Silicon Valley, never knew existed. And so we're able to solve problems that reach our community, but build scalable, profitable businesses based on it. There's companies like All Here, Black female founder Joanne, worked in a school system, realized there's a problem with absenteeism, built an AI software to help schools talk to parents to get kids back in school. Now that software is helping 4 million students every day in over 30 states. There's companies like Vitable that realize people can't afford primary health care, so for $30 a month, you can do telehealth to give health care to underprivileged and individuals. There's problem after problem of financial tech companies that are able to solve the wealth gap. And so when you're empower minority entrepreneurs, you get not only profitable, scalable solutions, but you get people solving problems that matter to our community. The last thing I'll say on that is we see that the attributes of minority entrepreneurs are really all the things that you want as a successful entrepreneur. We were sitting here and we had a whiteboard. It's like, how do you design the best entrepreneur? We would say, well, we need someone who's creative. We need someone who's gritty, someone who's scrappy, someone who has perseverance, always able to find a yes when there's a no. It's the very properties that it takes to survive as a minority in this country and on this continent. And so our minority founders outperform their non-minority counterparts. And so as we fund more of those, we'll get more of the solutions that are the right ones that we care about that make the world better.
Now, this next question I'm going to pose is something I feel personally very strongly about, which is the question about allyship versus action. Now, a lot of people engage in allyship and have different definitions on what it means to be a good ally. But often my criticism is that for them to be a good ally is often like, I wore a pin, I put a hashtag up, you know, like, I didn't vote for this person or I didn't do that one thing, but it's just like, where's the real substantive action? What can individuals both in and outside of this room actually do to create real change in the tech community? And that's to everyone.
Yeah.
Look, I think one thing you hear all the time is write the check.
Yes.
And invest in minority founders, right? Friends and family round, angel round. We know the wealth gap that exists. Those early rounds are hard to find. Do an introduction to a later stage VC to get those companies funded because they don't have the same networks. But the other side that I don't think we spend enough time about as a community is capital is one thing, but once you have the capital as a company, there's all the things it takes to build a business. And those are places that people can take an action even without writing a check. So for example, hiring the best talent. Make an intro to a great VP of engineering, a great sales vice president. Make a referral to a customer. You walk down the street in Toronto, there's so many big companies. Make a referral so that someone can sell something to somebody and generate revenue. Make a referral to a business development deal so people can get scale and meet potential acquirers of their companies. And so there's a number of ways that you can take action that drive value that aren't relying just on writing a check. So we should explore more of those more often.
And I'd say connect people with other people. The connections are really important, but also so many of the things that I see are common sense. So I was not the only person. The activists were not the only people in Baltimore who were like, the blimp didn't make sense. But there were a lot of people in the business community and the tech community who just were really silent about it. And we're like, we think about protests as telling the truth in public, and we need more people to tell the truth and not just invest in things because they might scale if they will hurt communities or harm communities. We need more people to say that out loud and not just rely on the activists to be the people pushing.
Yeah. And I would just add that this is not only a moral imperative, but a legal imperative, because tech and innovation does not exist outside of the laws and policies that we have that regulate discrimination and inequality. And so if it is not, you're not going to do it because it's the right thing to do, because it is an important thing to do and that it is going to actually help your companies to focus on it. Do it because there are organizations that will use the other tools that we have to make you do it, that there are still requirements around challenging discrimination, around making sure that opportunities are open to everyone. So it is both a moral and a legal imperative.
So thank you all, Deborah, Paul, Dre. I just want to close by saying the power really is in our hands to create effective change. And we really have to move past just dialogue and turn that dialogue into true action. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
right. Do you guys ever think that AI can be used to break into your iPhone or your MacBook? Recent research has shown that contemporary AI bots can solve the latest CAPTCHA tests faster and more accurately than humans. For distorted text, CAPTCHAs humans took 9 to 15 seconds on average to solve them, while AI bots needed less than 1 second. Access to generative AI has transformed the cybersecurity landscape and increased threats to businesses. As AI tools become more sophisticated, cybercriminals become savvier, and digital technology entrenches itself even more in the workplace and at home, leading to an uptick in cybercrime. Our next session opts to teach how businesses can move at the speed of technology to strike a balance between people, productivity, and security. To reveal the threat AI has to cybersecurity, please welcome in conversation with Sharon Goldman of Fortune, the CEO of 1Password, Jeff Scheiner.
Hello. Hi, Jeff.
Hi there.
AI and cybersecurity, it's where it's at.
That seems to be a fairly hot topic.
But seriously, I feel like over the past year and a half, so many people have become aware in this generative AI boom. Things like celebrity deepfakes, disinformation around the upcoming elections. People are really concerned about that. But what I think is so interesting about AI and cybersecurity is that I think a lot of people are not aware of how some of the very basic cybersecurity concerns that have been around for decades and that people deal with every day are actually being amplified by threat actors using AI to make them even easier to slip through the cracks. Things like phishing emails, deepfake impersonations of executives, for example. Can you talk a little bit more about how these traditional threats have just kind of exploded into something more?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said phishing, and phishing is a great example, right? Because if we look at what AI does well, AI adds context to content, and that's what it does well, whether that's written, whether that's video, whether that's audio. So if you think back a few years, you might get a phishing attack that's from somebody who's got 1,000 pounds of gold to send to you.
Right.
And even over the last couple of years, they've gotten a lot better, and it may be, here in Canada, the CRA, our Canadian IRS, who has got their refund for you if only you would provide your banking information into this suspicious website. Those are somewhat tricky, and obviously they're still out there, so they're fooling some people, but they're not going to be at the level that AI is going to bring. AI, with context, is going to be able to sit there and target you individually and say something that is particular to you or comes from somebody that you may know and is going to have a topic that is going to resonate with you, and it'll be very difficult for you as a human to know whether that's true or not. So there was an interesting deepfake that made the news about 3 months ago, or maybe a terrifying deepfake, and it was a deepfake of a CFO who reached out to their person and managed to get $25 million sent to the wrong account. That's what's happening, and so I think when we look at it, it's going to be how do we as humans combat against this new context-based AI.
Right, and I feel like, what does that mean for those of us who have become accustomed to being fairly careful? I'm not going to click on that video, I'm not going to do this or that. But here, generative AI is kind of taking it to the next level, that we have to be suspicious of what? Everything? How can companies defend against what, they've educated their employees, but now they have to defend against these very traditional threats put forth in a new, in-context way? That sounds almost impossible.
It does sound almost impossible, and I think if you solely rely on the techniques of the past, it is largely impossible. And if you look at it, what do most businesses do today, especially against things that are human-related attacks like phishing? Once a quarter, they're going to bring you all together, they're going to give you the security training, and they're going to do what? Don't click on suspicious links.
Right.
That's about the extent of what we do these days. And so it is going to be necessary to give your employees, to give people tools. Because if you think of a suspicious link, it may be a link that's very, very close to the real link. And as a human, we're going to try and, analyze it and look at it and say, is it Netflix versus Netflix?
Right.
We may catch it, we may not. But a tool looks at it, changes it all zeros and ones, and it's just different. It doesn't see that it's close. It just knows that it's not the same. So I think in the advent of AI, or just frankly any of these newer tools that are going to make it much more difficult for a human, we need to be able to give them the tools. And then the second thing we need to do, which is really going to be the challenging part, is go back down to identity and be able to look at it and say, I trust Jeannie, right? And when I look at it, am I actually speaking with Jeannie? Or am I speaking with somebody who looks like Jeannie and sounds like Jeannie? Or maybe, this login over here is with Jeannie's credentials. Was it really Jeannie? And I think going back down to that identity of the actual human being is going to be where we need to, as a business, start to be able to demonstrate and prove in a way that's beyond what we've done today.
Well, that kind of leads me to my next question. I feel like what's interesting to me about AI and cybersecurity is kind of the offense and the defense position that all companies will have to take going forward. There are threat actors that are offensively trying to attack you, and then companies are going to start using AI tools, like you're saying, to play defense. So can you expand on some of those ways that companies kind of have to rejigger things and adopt new tools to kind of fight back? And isn't it just going to be this ever increasing, one top of the other, round and round, and as the threat actors learn from what we're doing?
It will be, as it's been for the last 100 years. That's cybersecurity for you. I think we're at the start of the AI generation. I know it's been going on for a decade, but at least in terms of the broader knowledge of it and generative AI. And I think whenever you see that, you do see the threat actors have the advantage. Because whereas a business has a number of things, including obviously ethics that they have to be aware of, the threat actors, if the threat actors were using ethics, they wouldn't be threat actors. And so they can move very quickly. So when we look at it from a business point of view, what's going to happen is at this moment, there's going to be a lot of the traditional threats. There's going to be everything from hacking threats and phishing threats and identity theft threats that will get a lot smarter because of the use of AI. They'll still be the traditional threats, but they'll just be a lot more intelligent, and they'll be able to be done at scale in ways that haven't been done before. So businesses have to look at the traditional threats and be able to sit there and understand that they're going to be a lot more prevalent and a lot more difficult to detect. As such, they need to give their employees and the business the tools that they need so that the employee can go about their daily life and their daily job and not have to worry nearly as much themselves about security. Because again, as a human, there's only so much that we're going to do, let alone what we can do. And so you need to give the humans a security tool. I think as we move forward, we're going to start to see AI play a bigger role from a defensive point of view. I think today it's going to start mostly in areas like SIMs, mostly in log gathering and analysis sort of after the fact of, something looked suspicious and went wrong. And those tools exist today, and I think they're going to get far smarter with AI. I think what will start to happen is that will become more and more real time as we're starting to see, and so then instead of being able to analyze, they'll be able to prevent and then eventually predict. Predicting is a part that is both exciting but also challenging from, again, an ethics point of view of how do we predict, but predict in ways that aren't going to incorrectly say, hey, we're not going to let this person do X because they might do something wrong. So there's a number of challenges there.
Right, you're still wanting your employees to feel like they can do their work without being inhibited, but safety is also the issue.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest challenges that businesses face in general with cybersecurity is productivity versus security. And we've always seen this, again, with or without AI, it's very easy to allow your team to be productive. Go nuts, do whatever you want with whatever tool you want, wherever you want, just get the work done. It's actually very easy to be secure. Don't allow them to do anything, right? You got to be. It's the 15 years ago of badge in, sit at this desk with this computer and only this computer, and use these tools that are on-prem. Well, the best companies are going to be the companies, and frankly, I think the only companies that will succeed are the companies that are marrying security and productivity. And that's the challenge that we find in the cybersecurity world is how do we allow the companies that in this day and age are looking at a hybrid work environment, are looking at their employees wanting to use a bunch of SaaS software that doesn't come in from IT but comes in from the edge, and they'll be at a great conference like this and then want to try some of the tools that they've seen. And the companies need to allow them to do that, but at the same time, the companies need to be able to sit there and say, who's using what in my company? Where is the data from my company going? Where is the IP going? And what are the risks that
Well, that leads to my next question. What about generative AI tools that employees want to be using? If they're allowed to use ChatGPT or another tool that isn't a company tool, how can organizations make sure that the use of those AI tools within the company by their employees stays secure? That's not a threat actor, that's their own employees doing stuff.
Absolutely, and I think ChatGPT in particular and the generative AI tools is probably the best example over the last year of this entire problem, because what we all saw in 90% of companies, 1Password included, starting say 9 months ago, was every employee saying, I'm going to try this ChatGPT thing, right, in various ways. And the security and privacy teams at those companies going, I wonder if we should allow our employees to use ChatGPT. And that's sort of the productivity security balance that we face. Now, as this has progressed, we've started to look at it and say, the most important thing from a business perspective is to understand where your data is going and what data is going where. And so when you look at the previous versions of ChatGPT or the non-Teams versions of ChatGPT, that data could very well be used to train the next version of the models, which means any information you're putting out there, whether it's company confidential information, whether it's your customer data, all of that could be going out there in ways that could be used and shared. And that's obviously, in most companies, a big no-no. And now they're starting to have these more team-based ones, or what Apple's come out with their private-centric versions. I would say that this is absolutely the right approach. Now, we have to go and look at them and understand the details behind them, and this is still changing, and I think there's a lot of challenges there. But I think having the ability to share your business information within the company or within the portions of the company that are needed so that the AI can be better and tuned and trained along with your company data is important, but has to be done in a way that it's not shared beyond your company.
But you think it's potentially doable, it just has to be done with care?
I think they're doing it now. Again, to your point of care, we're going to continue. It's early days. We're going to continue to see some faux pas in these and some areas where that's not done as well as needed. But they've got the right idea.
So I wanted to kind of go broader and ask you, there's a lot of talk about AI and cybersecurity like we're talking about here, but then the larger issue of AI safety and AI security, which is often kind of connected to longer term risks of the technology, or like how it's going to be with China. So I was kind of wondering how you explain that to the average person, between that and sort of the practical short-term risks you're talking about, within a company, threat actors doing these traditional attacks using AI. How do you explain the difference between those two things?
So theory by Jeff, and it's only theory,
That's
so
what we want.
again,
Theory by Jeff.
could be completely wrong. I think there's three fundamental stages of AI, or three broad stages. And the first stage is somewhat the stage, I think it's just starting to end, but we're still in it, and that is AI as a thing. Do you use AI? Do you like AI? Do you buy AI? And it's all very AI-centric, sort of back, I'm old enough to know when it was the internet was a thing, right? Do you internet, right? I think the second phase, which we're really starting to see it come about, is where companies will just leverage AI to make their tools significantly better. So you might sit there and say, Zoom, love it or hate it, Zoom has the ability now to have an AI summary at the end of that call. And so you're not sitting there thinking, I'm using AI, you're sitting there thinking, I'm using Zoom, and then it's doing something helpful. 1Password's used machine learning models for years to try and identify when you go to a particular page, is this a sign-on page or a sign-up page or a password reset page? Where are the fields that we need to know so that we can do an intelligent job of that sort of filling? So I think the second phase, which we're really starting to get into now as a tech community, is one of tools will be better and smarter because they're leveraging AI in different ways, but they're still the tools that, by and large, we know.
Right.
I think the third phase is going to be AI is just going to start fundamentally changing the tools that we know. And so if we look at it, the iPhone came out with, brilliantly branded Apple Intelligence. And so it's like the phone we know today in a way with this, AI helper. At what point does that phone no longer need to be there because AI is going to be doing so much of the busy work, as it were, and know us as a person so well that it can be doing it for us? So I think those three phases are in general the phases that will happen. And I think when people talk about the challenge to us, I'll say as a humanity, it's that third phase that is most exciting and most concerning, because there's an opportunity for a ton of good out there. Healthcare, is one area that I think could be tremendously improved. But at the same time, I think there's concerns because AI, first of all, depends on the past. It's trained on data on the past. And so when we look at it and we're saying things that we're trying to change, just the talk before us with DEI is something we want to change. Do we want to depend on data on the past to make those decisions? We better do it very carefully and things like that. But it's also the case where AI continues to make statements as fact. And so do we believe what an AI says because it says it so confidently even when it's wrong? So there's concerns. And then, of course, all of the concerns that you get with purposeful manipulation. So I think it's something that we have to keep a sharp eye on. You can see the European government is maybe even more ahead of North America. But we have to embrace because it's going to be here. It's going to have many tremendously positive benefits. And it can be used, for negative reasons as well.
So would you say that you're more optimistic than you are pessimistic, or are you taking a wait-and-see approach to how these things play out as far as AI and cybersecurity?
There's a phrase I use internally at work sometimes that I think is apt here, and that is I'm tremendously excited and terrified. Look, I think there's potential there with AI for all of the world to benefit, for us to become much more productive, for all of us to be in a position where what we're trying to accomplish becomes so much easier, so much better. And I think that's the world we have to drive after. We have to seek that, and we have to just as a broader community understand where we can really leverage that and try to avoid sort of the challenges that it can bring, understanding that they'll be there as well.
And if I were speaking to you a year from now in Vancouver, perhaps, where do you think organizations will be in sort of taking advantage of these tools, really understanding what it means for their company and their employees as far as cybersecurity and AI?
I think there will be twofold. One, internally, and this is, I think, probably the initial value, looking at where you can use it as a company to make your company much more productive, whether that's in everything from the tax side to the development side and so on. Every tool that they use will become better because of AI and more productive. And then also outwardly, where can we as a company, and each company will be thinking this, whereas we as a company, where are we able to use AI to improve our company and make it more productive for those who are trying to use us?
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jeff. Jeff from 1Password. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The China-based fast fashion retailer Shein generated an estimated $32.5 billion in revenue in 2023, which was a 43% increase from 2022. With an estimated 88.8 million active shoppers globally, that Shein app was downloaded 238 million times last year. That's a lot of square sunglasses, all right? In this next session, we will listen to one of the world's biggest e-commerce fashion sites and delve into how their rapid growth has brought increased scrutiny as the European Union presses them for more transparency around supply chains, user privacy and security, and if fast fashion can be created in a more sustainable and ethical manner. To peer into the future of shopping and the next normal, please welcome in conversation with Steve Clemons of Al Jazeera English, the head of strategic communications at Shein, Peter Pernille-Day.
Wow. Hey, everybody, let me just ask right now, how many of you are fast fashion fans? We got a lot of people in the front. I'm sure I'm not going to ask you who are not. You can take it up with us later. Peter, great to be with you.
Likewise.
So how much of your attire today, I mean, have you got shoes, pants? I mean, how much of you did you buy from your own company?
So my shirt and my pants are from Shein. My shoes I got from another company.
You get like a friends and family discount? You get like free stuff from, it's already cheap, but.
So we do have some employee perks and we do get some discounts. And I'm very fortunate to be able to take advantage of some of those.
Well, just in anticipation of this, I got some really great swimwear there. So I am co-opted in today. They're excellent. But listen, you are huge. As we just heard when you were introduced, you are really one of the world's, if not the world's, top fashion brand. Enormous global footprint with daily purchasing and daily interactions that are really staggering at all levels. And I guess I want to ask you the tough question is, how do you make governments love you when you are so big?
So I think one of the deepest answer to your question is it's about direction. How as a company do you embrace values towards responsibility and signal that your direction as a brand is committed to complying with the laws in all of the countries you do business with? And we do business in over 150 countries, but we're committed to working within those frameworks and to being a responsible global business. And I think that signaling has been the single most effective thing that we've been able to do in working with our partners in and out of government.
So one of the areas, and I'd love to hear your response, that you've been criticized before, perhaps fairly, perhaps unfairly, is that prices are so cheap in your fashionable brands because somehow you must be cheating either in your labor or in your environmental standards. So I'd love to hear your response to those people who hold Shein up as a company that folks like, but somehow maybe must be skirting the rules.
To sort of dispel, I think, a myth that underlies that is that somehow, in order to be price competitive, you have to be skirting some set of rules. And the reality is that the intelligent application of technologies, like a digital merchant management system, and accurate demand measurement from mobile devices and the effective use of first-party data, combining all those things to break free from traditional retail's seasonality and its projections and its really wasteful forms of holding inventory has allowed us to compete on price in new and novel ways. And that technical innovation isn't well understood. And I think that leads to questions about, well, are you using illicit labor? Are you cutting corners on your environmental practices? I think the reality is like everyone in the fashion industry, we have challenges, but our technology is what sets us apart. It isn't the abuse of our workers or our contract manufacturers or our misuse of materials in a way that's environmentally irresponsible.
Another thing that intrigues me, and I don't know if many of you folks know this, but Shein was founded by a guy named Sky Zhu. No one knows much about Sky Zhu. He doesn't hang out. He's got to be the least visible major CEO in the world. To me, he's kind of like Satoshi Nakamoto, and I'm not sure. So is Sky Zhu real, or is he just an algorithm?
So Sky's very real. I speak with him regularly. I've met him on multiple occasions. He's a great guy. He's one of the most thoughtful and committed leaders that I've met. And let me tell you how. I think unlike some, his view is really, I want to build a business. I want to take this really innovative model of accurately marrying supply and demand measurement and doing low waste, small batch production and reach the world with that. And that's motivated him from the start. When Sky founded Shein, it was founded to sell wedding dresses. And it was founded on this idea that people wanted to self-express through their clothing. All of that is something he's been able to carry forward with his vision. And as we've grown and scaled, he continues to be deeply involved in driving and setting our innovative goals and our objectives. So he's very much real. I think he just...
So he's not an algorithm.
He's
but
not an algorithm.
Let's get to algorithms and AI. I'd love to hear how AI is changing. And a lot of people have said that in a way you cheat by having an algorithm go out there and find what are the trends people are into, what's the sexy, scintillating next new thing from all of the zillions of people you're acquiring product from. So how do you see AI, and is there any merit to the argument that AI is the secret sauce of your success?
So Steve, we don't cheat, we compete.
Okay.
And the question is, how do we compete? And the way that we do this is through what I call an augmented system. So rather than use AI tools, rather than use algorithms, we take an approach that's very similar and recognizable throughout the ready-to-wear retail space, which is we have design teams. Those design teams are assigned to product categories, and they look for inspiration from multiple sources. Some of that could be search data, some of that could be social media trends, some of it could be on the Paris runways or the pages of a major magazine. That inspiration is what feeds back to the really innovative part of Shein. And that's where we use tools like machine learning algorithms, intelligent merchant management systems, and a digital-first supply chain to achieve the extraordinary operational efficiencies that I think some attribute to AI. But in the conversations that we have, we really are not an AI company, and there is no generative system that's designing our clothes. There's no algorithm that's scraping social media feeds for trends. It really is a process that mirrors those of pretty much every other major fashion designer you'll see in the world today.
Look, I don't know anybody, the United States government is trying to take TikTok away from me. Anybody experiencing some of that? Maybe here in Canada, around the world, you're not experiencing, the TikTok. But in TikTok, there are tons of people who get on there and they've got hashtag Shein hauls. So I'm interested in what would be the Peter Pernod Day Shein haul. What would you be ripping open and sharing with the world? And are you doing that on your own TikTok account, or are you afraid of the US government?
So I'm not on TikTok, so I don't have a Shein haul video to share. But if there was to be a Shein haul, it would fall into three categories. Obviously some menswear, men's casual clothes, but more importantly, we get a lot of kids' clothes from Shein. So we have 3 small kids at home. We buy a lot of Shein stuff from them, and that would be a major feature of the Shein haul.
But that is the thing, as part of the secret driver of your success. It's other people showing off what they've gone, and it's gone crazy.
When we entered the market, we were not in the same capital position we're in today. And at this time, and I think it's hard to think back this early, but you think back 10 years ago, 12 years ago, social media marketing and the use of micro-influencers was not as ubiquitous as it is today. It was actually a very low-cost, easy to enter way to engage a new audience. And as an upstart brand, we're trying to move into new markets. It was the only way that we could really reach our audience. And so we embraced at a very early point in our journey marketing through social platforms, and particularly the use of micro-influencers. And that proved to be incredibly, incredibly powerful for precisely the reason you said. The network effects of people identifying products in their community, making their own videos, posting those, that's what drove part of our success, and I think was really responsible for our growth after 2019, is the investment we made in this sort of new approach that today is very common, but thinking back to our early days, 2010, 2011, it wasn't that common, wasn't that popular.
How hard is it to be Shein in the world? Recently, I think at the end of April, the European Commission designated you as a VLOP, a very large thing, a very large online platform. And I think there are about 22 other companies in the world, transnational firms that are designated as very large operating platforms. And my understanding is that changes the game a lot in the way gravity works for you in the digital space, what your responsibilities are in privacy, what they are in terms of worrying about the addiction of people to your platform. How are you going to have to change your behaviors to be a VLOP in Europe?
So we really welcomed, the validation from the European Commission that we have so many customers in Europe. And I think as a business
It's above 45 million, right?
45 million. That's a real testament to the growth that we've been able to drive and the value that we bring to customers throughout the European Union.
Did you have a party that night when they called you a VLOP?
Well, you know, it's funny because we actually started working with the European Commission a year before. Right when the Digital Services Act was announced, one of our first steps was to go to Brussels, go in and begin meeting with the European Commission because we could see the trend data. We were going to cross that threshold, at least if our business continued to grow as it was at the time. And we were confident that if we went in and had these thoughtful conversations with the European Commission, we would be able to, A, demonstrate our commitment to our customers in Europe, B, demonstrate our commitment to data protection, but also more importantly, signal that we were willing to learn. We know that there are things that we can do better and there are things that we can improve on. And I think the DSA, our designation as a VLOP, gives us a roadmap to continue to enhance our business, ultimately for the benefit of our customers. And so, I welcome it. I know our leadership team welcomes it. We see VLOP as almost a badge of honor. So we're very excited to begin changing and adapting our platform to meet those needs.
I desperately do not want to lose our audience in the next question I'm going to ask, but I've got to ask you about this de minimis rule. Sorry, guys. De minimis rule is basically a loophole in tariffs, and it allows you, at least in the US, to receive up to $800 tariff-free, and a lot, many companies in the world use that to get there. But it's controversial, and some are trying to close that loophole. And what's interesting to me is that your executive chairman, Donald Tong, has come out and said, get rid of it. We don't need it, as long as there's a level playing field.
Right.
I want to know, essentially, make this human for us. Why does it matter whether it's there or not? And who would get hurt and helped if that loophole were closed? Would the consumer get hurt? Would you get hurt?
So I think stepping back to the highest level, as I mentioned earlier, Shein's business is really about our customers. It's not about customs. It's not about cheating. It's not about cutting corners. And I think there's a lot of talk about these trade rules, including de minimis, and there's confusion as to what de minimis is. Essentially, in the United States...
Don't you hate saying the word?
Well, it sounds scary. I mean, you hear something de minimis, it's Latin.
Go to a cocktail bar tonight in Toronto and say it.
Yeah. I think that what de minimis is it is the ability of an individual American to purchase goods from anyone outside of the United States, and if those goods are less than $800 US in value, that individual American doesn't have to pay taxes or tariffs on that import.
Do they have to pay in Canada?
I don't know the Canadian rules, but...
All right, we'll find out.
We'll find out. But that essentially is an encouragement for Americans to shop globally. And it helps Americans who are importing goods or making global purchases to not have to pay these tariffs, which can run as high as 25%. And so the de minimis rule, which is part of the US tariff code, it's been on the books for years, it was part of bipartisan legislation, is really meant to encourage Americans to be able to shop overseas. Now, the debate today is, should we get rid of that because it's allowing an influx of goods that aren't being inspected by Customs and Border Protection, which is the US tariff police, essentially. The reality is that Customs and Border Protection inspects everything that comes in, whether it comes in via de minimis or from another program. The challenge is there are not enough Customs and Border Protection people to actually review all these packages. And so what we'd like to see is we'd like to see that change. We want to see meaningful reform at the federal level to adjust the de minimis level if necessary, but more importantly to fund CBP so that Americans can be confident that goods they import from anywhere in the world are safe, they're responsibly sourced, and they know where they came from. And that's what Donald called for, and we echo that.
So pretend I'm a super important politician in Europe or the United States or Canada, and you've got a minute to tell me and explain to me, prove to me that Shein is not built on slave labor, not built on labor from those in Xinjiang, which some others in your space may very well be using in their production. Convince me, tell me.
So I think we as a company are a values-led company, and one of our core values is we have zero tolerance for forced labor. We also take visibility across our entire supply chain very seriously, and we can back that up because of our digital merchant management system. By digitally connecting to our suppliers, we know where they are, we know who they are, and we can audit them aggressively. And so in the last several years, we've done thousands and thousands of supplier audits, typically unannounced, typically done by third parties, in order to get visibility across our supply chain and push our suppliers to do a better job. And all of this taken together, we think signals that we are a responsible global brand that's committed both to our suppliers' well-being and our suppliers' workers' well-being.
Let me ask you a question about the TikTok issue again. So one of the reasons TikTok is in trouble in the United States and also in other parts of the world is data privacy concerns and questions, not about their behaviors, but about the vulnerability they have to direction if demanded by the Chinese government. What about data of your customers? Is that subject in any way to control and direction by the Chinese government, or do you have it somehow buffered in such a way that that can't happen?
So our strategy is to collect the minimum amount of information possible. At the end of the day, we're a fashion retailer, so we have information about sizes, we know where we need to send your package, we may have some information about what kind of clothing you like in general. That information is all stored in our AWS servers in the United States. And in general, as a Singaporean headquartered company, I don't know the specifics, but we try to make sure that data is protected and secured and not accessible broadly. So don't collect a lot of information, and the information you do collect, we try to host it in the United States or in the North American region for our North American customers.
Now, you're headquartered in Singapore. Does that give you any distinctive protections in that space that we ought to know about?
Well, as a Singapore headquartered company, we're subject to the laws of Singapore. It's been a really great partner. I think Singapore has fantastic opportunities for entrepreneurial businesses like ours. But in general, I think it's a global company. So we have significant operations in the United States. We have obviously a significant supply chain and operations in the People's Republic of China. And so I think while Singapore is the head of the operation, I would really see us as a global business, a business that can embrace our customers in the 150 countries we serve out of the 20 offices in 20 countries that we have today.
Do you ever see yourselves going brick and mortar?
We will continue to do pop-up shops, and these are ephemeral.
Oh, I don't know about the pop-up shops. Tell me.
So we do pop-up shops. These are ephemeral, couple days. You can have an event, you can show up, you can look and feel in the clothes. Sometimes you can make purchases. These are principally engagements, marketing.
You do one in Vancouver next year at Collision?
Maybe we will. Maybe I'll bring my own Shein Hall. Yeah. We're always evaluating where we want to do pop-ups. We want to be where our audience is, where our customers are.
Well, we'll have to end it there. I want to thank Peter Pernot-Day, Head of Strategic Communications for Shein Corporation.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm glad you guys carry my size, so I will order more. I'll have Bravery for the shirts. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody.
Well, full house, great on day 2 afternoon. I'm going to ask you guys a couple questions. I'd like to see your hands raised. How many of you feel more productive working from home than in an office? Okay. How many of you feel less productive working remotely? Okay, a few, interesting, hey. What if I told you there are companies now offering AI acting as your co-pilot that automates routine employee support tasks and workflows across an enterprise, allowing employees to get instant resolutions while freeing up human staff for more strategic work? You need a password reset? AI will do it. Need immediate answer to an HR policy? Boom, done. Need a raise? Well, I don't think it's that far yet, but I'm sure it's coming, and these people are going to tell you about that. To understand what AI means for remote work productivity, please welcome in conversation with Rob Pegoraro of PC Mag and Fast Company, the founder and CEO of Moveworks, Bhavin Shah, and the co-founder and managing partner of Everywhere Ventures, Jenny Fielding.
Good afternoon. Happy Juneteenth. So I need to make one thing clear at the risk of having half the audience disappear. This panel is not going to cover how to use AI so you can attend 2 meetings at once and hold down a second job that your boss doesn't know about, right?
Really? Sorry, I thought I was on that panel.
Well, we can talk about how AI can cover meetings while you take a nap, right?
There you go. That's a good
one. All right. So let's introduce ourselves first. So what is Moveworks? What do you all do, and how are you helping your clients to adapt to remote work?
Yeah, well, hey, Rob, great to be here. Jenny, great to be here with you. Moveworks is a generative AI co-pilot that employees use to navigate their enterprise, to be able to search and take actions across a variety of business applications, and all using, of course, natural language. Now, if you're familiar with ChatGPT or Gemini, you're familiar with how these large language models work, but they don't have data as it pertains to your business. They can't talk to your underlying business systems. And that's essentially what we provide, is this interconnect with all of those underlying systems so people can navigate their organizations and get help. Now, as your question asked about remote work and how that's sort of evolved, we started the company in 2016, so way before COVID and the whole flight towards remote work. But fundamentally, there was a shift already happening. People were using messaging tools like Slack and Teams more and more aggressively. And so as a result, companies wanted to find a way, in working with us, how they can use chat to help people intuitively get support and get help. And so that was the journey. And then, of course, remote work became front and center as everyone started to work remotely. And so customers of ours, like, for example, Unity, when they went to remote work as part of COVID, they saw a 2x increase in support tickets, and it was taking on average 3 days to resolve an issue. We were able to address that by handling all of the excess load that was coming in, but also be able to do that in 1 minute. You have other customers of ours like Palo Alto Networks who introduced something called FlexWork, which they wanted to provide the ability for employees to work anywhere in whatever capacity that they wanted that suited their needs. And so to do that, they needed to have support run 24/7 in a way that was robust and comprehensive.
So Jenny, how many of your portfolio companies are working on future work startups, and how many of them are invested in particular in remote work, besides the obvious one, remotely?
Exactly. Well, I run a fund called Everywhere Ventures, right? So we believe innovation's everywhere. We want to be where the best founders are. And that means I spend a lot of time on the plane. But it also means I started this fund a little bit different than your average Sand Hill Road fund. We started it as a remote first fund in 2018. We thought, hey, there's a lot that you can do on Slack, collaborating with teammates. And we don't have to have a Monday morning partner meeting where everyone comes in the office. So I think we eat our own cooking, really believing that remote is the future. So to answer your question, it's one of the 3 verticals that we invest in. Future of work is a broad category, and we invest in all of those. So new modalities of working, developer tools, productivity, and then, of course, remote work.
Now, in any discussion of what AI is doing, as in every single panel here, I always think it's useful to figure out what is it doing that you couldn't do with plain old software. If you replace AI with software in the pitch deck, what's different? So what does AI add in particular to remote working?
Sure. So, I think for us, the distinction is really about not just remote work, but all work. I think AI is changing how we interface with underlying systems, what we have to know to be productive, what we have to learn in terms of new interfaces. And AI is simplifying that. It's leveling the playing field. It's flattening the interfaces so that any employee can quickly get to the information that they're looking for, whether it's searching, whether it's taking actions. And so when it comes to remote work, what we're seeing is that it just becomes faster and easier for someone to join the company, not even ever be in the office, and be able to get access and to find the information that they're looking for so they can get on with their day.
I'd just add, effective collaboration. A lot is lost in kind of the virtual world that we live in, right? So if you kind of tell me a story or you give me some information and I just say on this stage, okay, and I raise my eyes and I smile, that might feel good to you. But on Slack, if someone kind of presents something to me, maybe one of our associates, and I just write, okay, that can be maybe misconstrued, right? So I think the promise of AI is like, how can we collaborate more effectively and hear each other in a more productive way?
So you're making me think of one of the more persuasive demos I've heard of AI, which is when you have Apple and Google not using AI to make pictures of people with 6 fingers or tell you funny stories, but just tell me what's in this email thread, where you have 10 people going back and forth. Tell me what they decided. Just look at this limited body of knowledge. Is that what you're talking about?
It is, but I'm also just talking about tone, right? How do you translate how people are thinking and feeling? And I think AI, as these tools get better, can really coach people through that. So we have a company, it's called Kona, and they integrate into your Slack. And as you're writing, Slack messages, it kind of coaches you for what you might want to say or how you might want to rephrase that. And that can really help with your team morale. And I think as we have more remote companies, we need to figure out how can we all communicate more effectively.
So, Bhavin, you mentioned a bunch of different applications for AI you put into. How did you start? What was the sort of whiteboarding phase where you're thinking, which of these tasks that remote workers face, which should we try to solve with AI first?
Yeah, so we looked at the space and the problem set, and when you build a new company, you have to think about how it's going to be purchased and what the justification is going to be. And I'm hearing from a lot of young companies now building AI tools that they're not able to justify the productivity gains. They're not able to show enough value for the customers to adopt the product or to pay for the product. And we thought about this early on, and what we saw was an opportunity to go after the internal support space, where employees were, of course, submitting tickets, and companies were spending lots of money on supporting those employees with agents and ticket flows and such. And so we thought, well, if we can help automate and eliminate tickets, there's obviously a cost reduction that the business can actually realize, and as a result then can justify the investment in these new AI technologies. And so that's where we began. But that's not where we ended, right? As the world sort of expanded, people started to see how intuitive these interfaces were, and now they are asking us to incorporate every type of business process, from sales processes to marketing processes to finance processes. We've had many companies go public, and there's all sorts of use cases that come up just in that journey alone. And so we're seeing that as people get more and more comfortable with this category, they're starting to think about new ways that these underlying business systems can be interfaced using chat.
So, Jenny, you mentioned you've got a lot of different portfolio companies, several hundred, I think. I was going down the list. There were 3 starting with BOO alone. Have you seen any sort of variations in how they approach remote work demographically, regionally? I know looking at the US, back to office trends have varied a lot. It seems smaller cities have seen more of it. Weirdly enough, people hate traffic on US 101 in the Bay Area, so it's less return to office there.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'd say our portfolio, future of work, kind of breaks down into 2 categories: efficiency and productivity, and then collaboration. I talked about Kona. So on the kind of efficiency side, we're seeing a bunch of marketplaces. So we have a company called Contra, which helps freelancers connect with employers, right? And so they're the interface layer.
As a freelancer, I'm listening.
Yes. Check it out. But we also have a company, you talk about geography. We have a company called Vahan in India, and they're helping do this as well, connect workers, but they're doing it on WhatsApp because that's the kind of dominant platform in that geography. So I think what's great about AI is it's kind of platform agnostic. It can work how these people are working wherever they're working. So in places like India, that seems to be a WhatsApp first community, they can embrace it that way. So those are some of the trends that we're seeing across geographies.
Now, from the perspective of the individual employee, maybe someone who's eyeing remote work because they can't stand that drive on 101, I guess you have to balance. AI can make you as a remote worker more efficient, but it can also make you, as a remote worker, you're less visible. It could make you redundant. How should the workforce of the future be looking at these things, making sure that they can profit from AI as well?
So what we've seen in terms of the category of employees that are probably most directly affected by our automation are IT support agents, HR support agents, help desk folks. And what they've seen with our product is we eliminate a lot of the mundane, busy work. You couldn't imagine spending 40 hours a week answering the same questions about how do I submit this performance review? How do I, I'm a new manager now. What training do I need to take, to sort of, get certified again? All of that stuff comes up, and there's information out there, but it's generally frictionful to get access to. So what we find is that by having the AI take care of a lot of these common sort of L1, as they call them, level 1 tickets and issues, it frees up these individuals. And the result has been that they've been trained to do more advanced types of tasks. One of our customers, Toyota North America, has a goal to eliminate their L1 by 2025 as part of them opening up a new gigafactory to build their electric cars.
I think I know what company you're talking about.
I'm sorry?
I think I know what company you're talking about.
Toyota North America, yeah. So, but what they're finding is that they're able to take, through the automation that we're providing, and provide a completely agentless service desk, while still then taking those individuals who are providing that support and up-leveling them to level 2 and level 3. So I think from a remote standpoint, and many of these folks are remote, they're given new opportunities because we're able to sort of take away things that were not very satisfying. The job satisfaction of answering the same question every day is quite low.
I would just add, when I go home tonight, I'm going to have to do my expense report, right? I am not looking forward to that. Now, if I could spend, that's going to take me 2 hours, right? I've been traveling for a few weeks. We don't have people on our team that can cover that type of work. Now, if I could spend those 2 hours with founders, right, either in our portfolio or new founders, that's a better use of my time. So I think we have to think about, as you said, some of these tasks that maybe we shouldn't even be doing in the first place. That's very liberating.
Yeah, AI teaching you about how humans work. Are there cases where you've looked at applications of AI in these sort of workforce scenarios and either the capabilities were not there, or you've decided, like you mentioned expense account. I immediately think of ChatGPT deciding that you had some really nice meals at the nicest steakhouse in town, except it was you were also dining on some endangered animal because it likes to make things interesting. Where you decide that AI has risks that you want to hold off on that? How do you make those decisions?
Yeah, I guess from our standpoint, and just given how we built our own product, we don't go to the largest of large language models to make every decision. In fact, they're quite slow and they're quite inefficient at doing so. So you will go to them for advanced questions. In our case, we use it to do the planning whenever someone talks to our Copilot as to what steps should be taken. But a lot of the actual tasks themselves are done by high precision, fine-tuned, smaller LLMs that are really good at making those decisions, those discriminative decisions. But on the flip side, having these larger models does provide certain capabilities that we didn't have before. So as we look at all of these different considerations, we look at different products, we're also evaluating, what aspects of the workflow are they providing value for, and what aspects are we still leaving to the individual to provide judgment. And I think those are the types of things that get considered. The one thing that eliminates a lot of products in our company that we can't use is a lot to do with security. How companies build their products, how they handle data, what certifications they have, what data center they're in, all of that ends up not showing up as rigorous as we need, and so therefore we can't use it ourselves.
I think, there was recently, I think it was an Apple commercial of that people did not like very much, of like the iPad crushing the, right?
So bad.
So, I think that we're not interested in displacing creatives, right? And so we're not investing in tools that are going to impact, people that are doing incredible work and the artists. We think those people should be around and should be compensated. And I think going back to, your good point, there's so many tasks that can be automated that can help with productivity. So our focus is really on that, and we want to see, the diversity of life flourish.
Thank you. In your own roles, how much of your time is remote? And how has AI sped up that? I guess if you're not yet automating expense reports, how has it enabled you to spend less time on the boring stuff, the TPS reports part of the job?
Yeah, so I traveled 38 weeks of 52 last year. So from a practical standpoint, I'm on the road quite a bit. And so I use our own product. We dog food our own product all the time. And it really does become valuable for those quick questions that you have. I was coming into Toronto a couple days ago, so I said, which of our employees work in Toronto? Can you give me their titles? Can you give me their photos? And it went and found that, right? I then had to go visit customers yesterday. I looked up each customer. Hey, tell me about the account. When do they renew? What's the ARR that we're getting from them? All of those facts, I could have gone to my EA, I could have gone to our head of sales to say, hey, can you give me a briefing doc? But it eliminated them having to, follow me around and prep because I could just self-serve. And I think that's sort of the big theme of being remote is to the extent that you can enable more self-service, the greater outcomes you can achieve as an organization.
So that sounds like, I looked up on your LinkedIn, you sold a company called Refresh to LinkedIn.
I did, yeah.
That was aimed to sort of address that issue. What do we need to know about this person?
It was a lot to know. It was sort of a digital dossier. And the concept was, could we give you the insights you needed right before a meeting?
I think for myself, I do a lot of writing, and it's just been, game-changing for me. I did a series of interviews with founders around the world, and to be able to kind of record that, use my Fireflies, have it distilled down, to its essence, and then be able to work from that as opposed to kind of a raw file, really changed my whole workflow of how I write and how I process information. So I'd say that's a practical use case that's worked out really well for me and our fund.
Okay. So I have to ask this question as the token Washingtonian on this panel. Right now, there's not a whole lot of laws and regulations about AI. We're making it up as we go along. A lot of the existing ones are written for a world without AI. Are there new guidelines, policies, rules, laws that would help? Are there old ones that just assume there should be a human doing this that we should take a look at?
Yeah, so look, I think with any domain that we deal with, IT, HR, finance, et cetera, you have to be very thoughtful around how you handle customer data. You can't train on their data. You can't incorporate their data into a generative model. You have to think about customer-specific models. You have to think about all these different scenarios. So privacy, while security was the big topic last year amongst enterprises, every customer we'd go into, they want to have a whole list of questionnaires that we'd have to answer. Now it's all about privacy. Where is the data going? Where is it stored? Where will it end up 5 years from now? What are you doing about that? So I think that as you think about the different trends, privacy is becoming important. Now, you asked the question around guardrails. A lot of it is around preventing bad information, hallucinations to show up in the product. So we do a lot of protection around that. Now, with government, I've spent a fair amount of time on Capitol Hill in DC.
Lucky you.
And I'll say that there's a lot of conversation around how to protect the innocent consumer who is going to be using AI in certain scenarios and certain websites. But when it comes to business, at least I've gotten a lot of feedback that there isn't a lot of desire to regulate how a company acquires a product like Moveworks and deploys it, because ultimately they're doing all the vetting. There's an exhaustive process that they go through about what we're doing with their employee data, but they essentially authorize that, and we work with them to make sure that it's copacetic. So I think that there'll be probably less of a need to regulate businesses' use of AI, provided that it's being used for certain use cases. If the business is using it to, decide whether you get a mortgage or not, now you're affecting the end consumer, and that will probably have some sorts of guardrails and regulation that emerges.
You get the last advice to the feds.
Yeah, I think for us, protecting IP is top of mind. And so, especially with generative AI, and I just mentioned, that I do some writing and that we're interested in keeping creatives active. So I think that that's something that's going to be sorted out, and we want to see strong IP protection for all the creatives that are out there.
Okay, thank you. I've been working remotely since 2011 before it was cool, and I learned some things. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Okay. All right, everybody have a seat. This is a big one. Speaking out against a powerful company like Google, Meta, or Apple isn't an easy choice. Ask Frances Haugen or Sophie Chang, formerly from Facebook. As you all know, Boeing went under the magnifying glass at 2 Senate hearings last month examining allegations of deep-seated safety issues plaguing the once revered plane manufacturer. Whistleblowers painted a disturbing picture of a company that cut corners, ignored problems, and threatened employees who spoke up. With governments losing the battle to regulate big tech, the role of the whistleblower becomes crucial. But just how are whistleblowers serving as agents for transparency and accountability in the tech sector? To see if whistleblowers can save tech, please welcome in conversation with Michael Isikoff, Deborah Katz, a partner at law firm Katz Banks Kumi, the CEO of Whistleblower Aid Lubilu, and the Boeing quality manager and Boeing whistleblower Sam Salahpour.
I don't remember the time. Quite early in the morning, my husband prepared his flight bag. We had a meal. That was the normal routine before he left for his flight. After a few hours, I got a call from one of his colleagues. We are not able to find his aircraft.
Fly up! Fly up! The Indonesian investigators found the black boxes.
It records a very comprehensive tally of what happened on the airplane.
Something was putting repeated nose-down pressure on the airplane.
And then there was another crash, this time in Ethiopia.
Safety is at the core of who we are at Boeing.
2 crashes of brand new airplanes within 5 months of each other, that doesn't happen in modern aviation.
And the question was, did Boeing put an unsafe plane in the air?
Boeing waged a pretty vigorous public relations campaign.
There was a blame game going on.
They talked about Jedi mind tricking regulators.
Who brings a lobbyist to a safety meeting? Boeing knew pilots had a monster waiting for them. It's just unconscionable to me.
The families of the victims expected answers.
To the relatives who have lost loved ones, if you could please stand.
But Boeing actively tried to keep emails and documents out of the public domain.
They have essentially ignored the families of the victims.
We shouldn't expect pilots to have to compensate for flawed designs. These crews would have been fighting for their lives in the fight of their lives.
This is the cost of doing business as usual.
Okay. Well, great crowd, great panel. I have spent most of my career as a journalist trying to cultivate whistleblowers. And I gotta say, it can be quite a frustrating experience because most of them wash out. They've got their own agendas. They are trying to achieve some purpose that is not of any interest to me. But every once in a while, you come across one who actually makes a difference. And we saw a classic example of that yesterday at the United States Senate, where a committee held a hearing about Boeing and with the Boeing CEO about how it is that 2 of its planes crashed, killing hundreds of people, that a door fell out of one of its planes, an Alaska airplane. And one of the people cited prominently at that hearing was one of the key whistleblowers who helped bring this to light. Sam, you have a remarkable life story as a whistleblower. You started out many, many years ago when you were working for a company called Morton Thiokol, and that was responsible for the Challenger disaster, and then you moved to Boeing. Tell us about how you came to be a whistleblower.
Well, I guess nobody wants to wake up in the morning and say, I'm a whistleblower. I think, ever since the Space Shuttle Challenger explosion, I had promised myself anytime I see evidence that, it's going to result in loss of life, I'm going to speak up. And so when I came to Boeing, I was design engineer first, then I moved to quality. While I was in quality engineering, I saw that Boeing is taking a lot of shortcuts, that it could result in loss of life. So I spoke up. I spoke up for about 2.5 years internally, trying to see if I can mitigate the problem, but the management didn't have the appetite to listen. So I had to go to external help and get them to help me so that we can get this thing addressed.
Before we get to the external help, I want to hear a little bit more about what happened when you tried to bring some of these issues to light internally. Who did you go to? What did they tell you? How many, how many layers of review of what you were trying to bring to light took place?
I think I started with my manager, and I've had 3-4 managers. I have spoken to every one of them, and every one of them, they told me this is harsh, I need to water it down or something like that. And they wouldn't hear, then I still kept them persistent. We had to bring some other people in, higher ups. And the higher ups I had set up a meeting with 30, 40 non-advocate reviewers to just go and listen my story and tell me whether the hypothesis exists or doesn't exist. And last minute, every one of my meetings, the rug gets pulled out of your feet.
What do you mean? How does the rug get pulled out?
Well, they just say cancel the meeting, or go to one person who created the problem. So you go talk to the person who created the problem. You think they're going to admit that they made the wrong decision?
And just one more beat on this, were the issues that you were flagging, were they implicated in the crashes of the MAX planes in Ethiopia, Indonesia?
The only thing common that they have eliminated all of the, like common sense, like the best practices. Whenever you eliminate the best practices, you're asking for trouble. And, in the 737 MAX crashes, they eliminated a lot of, best practices. And in this one also, they have eliminated some of the best practices, or overlooked it, and that's why I raised the question.
So you mentioned you turned for outside help, and you went to Deborah, one of the premier lawyers representing whistleblowers in the country. Deborah, tell us how you came to represent Sam, how you evaluated what he was telling you, and where you took it from there.
Sure. When Sam came to us, he had been banging his head against the wall, as he said, for 3 years, facing escalating levels of retaliation, from forced transfers to being ostracized to being given poor reviews and to be given a threat of death by his supervisor. It just was getting worse and worse and worse. And when Sam came to us, recognizing that this is the kind of issue that affects all of us in the aviation world and who fly, and our families, that this was an issue that could no longer stay internally. He had given Boeing 2.5 years of chances to get the problem fixed. And when you have someone who is courageous, like Sam is, and willing to stick his neck out, as you said, Mike, the perfect whistleblower. because Sam was willing to attach his name and the documents that he put together to his allegations. And from there, we went to members of Congress, and there was a hearing that was held. And also, a very good vehicle for whistleblowing is to go to a trusted member of the media. And Sam pursued those avenues. We also went to the FAA, and the FAA has been a very lax agency, but we knew if we could get a big story in the paper and we could get congressional hearings, the FAA could not be lax about these issues. And to be clear, what Sam was talking about was the manufacturing of the fuselage of airplanes. Right. We're not talking about small parts. We're talking about the part that goes to the overall safety and soundness of airplanes.
So you mentioned that Sam brought you documents from Boeing. Now, I know that can sometimes get a little tricky.
Sure.
If it's internal company data, how do you use it? Can you use it? Could there be blowback? Walk us through a little bit how you dealt with that issue.
Most companies, I'm sure most of the companies that you all work for, you sign agreements when you onboard that are trade secret agreements and confidentiality agreements and NDAs and the like. But none of those agreements have the legal force of a whistleblower's ability to go to regulators. If this is a highly regulated industry, governmental authorities, law enforcement, and it is my view that it is protected activity, at least under US domestic law, to take documents to give them to the right place.
Right.
And the right place is those with authority to take action, to correct the problem.
So once you give the documents to regulators,
yes,
then you've got more freedom to give them to members of the press, right? Because
yes, sort of. When the issues get
That's what I would have been telling you if I was
and
trying to get
I would be saying to my client,
story.
don't listen to him. He's a brilliant journalist, but he wants your story. The issue is this, and maybe Libby can speak to how she has done this so effectively. If you get documents to Congress, and Congress chooses to release them because Congress is holding a hearing, there is no ability on behalf of the company to take legal action against the whistleblower.
Right.
So you've got to be very, very thoughtful and not trying to plug myself as a lawyer or Libby's organization. It is really important to get legal help because when people try to do this themselves, there are so many ways that really moneyed corporations who don't want these issues to come to light can really try to smush the whistleblower. Right. Smush being a technical term.
Right. Now, Libby, this is what you do, is you take care of whistleblowers and try to get their stories out. Tell us a little bit about your organization, and obviously this is a story that goes well beyond Boeing and has had quite a lot of impact on big tech as well. And you are intimately familiar with one of those cases, so tell us about it.
Sure, thank you, Mike. So Whistleblower Aid is a nonprofit legal organization, and we are committed to providing holistic support to public interest whistleblowers to make sure everything they do is done safely and lawfully. So we do everything in our power to protect the people of conscience that are putting everything on the line. Part of that is helping them realize their goals for positive social impact. And big tech is an area that we spend virtually 50% of our resources on because tech companies are so large and they have such an outsized impact on the world around us that we knew there's an issue with a small number of people who have the wrong incentives making decisions that impact the world. So a few years ago at Web Summit, which is the sister conference to this, we brought Frances Haugen, who had brought tens of thousands of documents from Facebook that demonstrated they knew exactly what harm they were doing, they knew exactly what they could do to fix it, and they decided not to. And this is in the face of years of them lying to the public, lying to the regulators, saying, we don't know what you're talking about.
And what was the specific issues she was raising that Facebook was not,
I mean,
was denying.
there's literally so much that a fraction of it's been covered in the press. But I'll give you an example. Before the elections, which Trump lost, Facebook had implemented all of these checks and balances to make sure that disinformation, misinformation wasn't going to overrun the truth on the platform. The day after election, they turned it off. So fast forward to January 6th. On January 6th, as we know, social media played a very big role in getting everybody, the insurrectionists, to the Capitol. Francis had a document that was called Break the Glass on January 6th at 5 p.m. Eastern. This is 3 hours after people went in. And Facebook headquarters they had conversation with all the staff and the managers saying, these are all the tools that we turned off after the election. We need to turn them on right now. And the leadership was like, I don't know, do we need to do it right now? Because we're getting a lot of traffic. So the next day, on January 7th, we had Break the Glass 2, which was 4 times as long of all of these interventions that Facebook had just to toggle a switch to stop what they could see in action. So that's just one example. I mean,
Right.
Frances came forward because of the Rohingya genocide and the violence in Ethiopia. She just could not live with that possibility.
Yeah. But, you know, that's fascinating about the January 6th, that they had turned it off after the election. And was it clear, and you may have given us the answer right there, they wanted the traffic, right? Because these posts from these insurrectionists, Proud Boys, extremists, whatever, generate traffic for social media, and they make money off it.
That's right. That's how they make money. More eyeballs for longer times on the platform. That's what they do.
So as a result of Francis's whistleblowing, what were the
I
consequences?
think she changed the game. I mean, really. Before Frances, Facebook was very effective in demonizing whistleblowers, internally and externally. I mean, there were case after case of whistleblowers that courageously came forward to reveal some of this stuff that was happening in Azerbaijan, in India, all these places. But because of our approach, which is to build basically an infrastructure around the whistleblower to have the public understand what matters about what they're bringing forward, to get members of Congress to be high-powered validators, to get a hearing in the Senate. All of these things, we put all of these things in an impact strategy and laid it all out because we had a goal at that moment. In the EU, they were getting ready to take up the Digital Safety Act and the Digital Marketing Act, and they were at the final line. We needed Frances to come out, for her documents to be validated, and to do her hearing so that she could go to Europe and testify.
So we've heard accounts of 2 successful whistleblowers who made a difference, Frances Haugen and Sam right here. But there's also, can be and has been in the case of Boeing, a tragic side to this story. One of your fellow whistleblowers who was not listened to and ultimately committed suicide. Tell us about that and what that says about the culture at Boeing.
Well, the culture at Boeing is they are not really too friendly to the whistleblowers. And, you know, they try to eliminate anything that you do or kind of to prevent you from engaging, they push you aside, sideline you and eliminate you from all the meetings, everything else, and you basically sit in there doing nothing. That's one of the approaches that they take. The other thing is they kind of attack you from all aspects that you are not doing the right thing and this and that. But you got to be a strong person. I'm sorry to hear that our friend passed away.
This is Mr. Barnett?
Yeah, Mr. Barnett. And then we had a second whistleblower, 45 years of age, and he passed away. So a lot of times right now when I have dinner, I say, is this going to be my last supper?
Okay,
If-
I need to jump in.
The lawyer.
I need to jump in. I'm sorry, Sam.
Can we adjourn for the
The
moment?
problem
Right.
is that it is a very chilling and terrifying thing for other whistleblowers. John Barnett was valiant, and he did everything he could, and Boeing broke him.
Yeah.
Boeing broke him. But other people who call us have conspiracy views that actually Boeing killed him, because that's how bad they feel that the culture is.
Yeah.
And that's very dangerous. John Barnett died tragically. He developed PTSD from the harassment at work. Many of our clients do. It is not for the faint of heart to blow the whistle, and people need tremendous support when they come forward.
Well,
Can I add?
Yes, please
I
do.
think one of the best predictors of massive tragedies that we have is to look at leadership at these industry companies that persecute and retaliate and silence whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are actually their opportunity to not go down the path to disaster. At Boeing, for example, the whistleblowers are raising these issues. At the Port of Baltimore, the Maersk shipping line, they were fined for retaliating against a whistleblower on the very same safety issue in 2020. I mean, this happens over and over again. So that's
Well,
the problem. The culture is the
I'm
problem.
so glad you brought up leadership, because just returning to that Senate hearing I was referring to, which really was extraordinary. You should watch the YouTube video of it. But the CEO of Boeing was there, David Calhoun, and during the questioning from Senator Hawley, of all people, who was brutal, brought out the fact that while all these crashes took place, while all these safety concerns have rattled the company, they're under investigation, he made $33 million in compensation last year, which was a 45% increase in his pay. I don't know what to say about that, other than something is wrong with a company that rewards a CEO like that when that CEO has presided over so many failures. Anyway, great discussion.
Thank
We could
you.
carry it on,
Thank
but
you.
I really want to thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Collision and Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Holy smokes, this is a lot of people. The sports industry, like almost every other industry around the world, is only just beginning to understand the power of generative AI. Athlete performance, fan engagement, team management, analytics, content distribution, and more are being shaken up. To discuss AI in a new era of sports, please welcome, in conversation with Ashley Gold of Axios, SVP at IBM, Professor Rob Thomas, and a woman who has won Wimbledon, the US, French, and Australian Opens, and is former world #1, the legendary Maria Sharapova.
Hello, welcome everyone to our talk. It's not every day we can sit here at a tech conference with the tennis champion, so we're obviously very excited, and
Thank
IBM
you.
too,
Yes,
of course.
of course. This is an amazing room.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, this is a huge crowd
Hey,
in here.
guys.
Excited to get started, talk about some of these partnerships IBM is doing with both professional tennis and golf. So going to get started with you, Rob. So why is IBM doing these partnerships with professional tennis and golf championships, and why is it good for IBM as a company?
Well, sports is an enormous industry. I think it's close to 700 billion. And
you know, we have a line in one of our commercials that says, "You see sports, we see data." And if you think about everything that you see in a sporting event, it's all data. And with data, if you have the right data fabric, you have the right AI, you can deliver a lot of insights that changes the fan experience, can inform the athletes, can inform the owners. And so we just think it's a great application of technology. You look at the world right now, some people are excited about AI, some are scared. We think something like sports is a great way to humanize why this is a good thing for society.
And you just announced, I think earlier this week, a new partnership with Wimbledon. Can you tell us about that?
We've worked with Wimbledon for a long time. I think that's where you won for the first time, right?
20 years ago.
Wow.
20th and you've worked with Wimbledon for over 20 years as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think we were.
So happy anniversary.
Yeah, same to you. I think your accomplishment's slightly bigger than ours, but
You're doing
Maybe a
pretty
little
well.
bit.
You're doing pretty well.
we love working with Wimbledon. Incredible organization, and we've done a lot over the years on technology, delivering statistics, analytics. I'd say the most popular thing we've ever done is things like AI commentary around tennis. But the new feature this year is something called Catch Me Up, which is if you haven't been watching the tennis, you're a day or two behind, you find your favorite athlete, and you're instantly caught up on the mobile app. You get AI summarization of everything they've been doing, what has the media been saying, statistics, what do you predict about what will happen in the next match. So it's just a great way to improve the fan experience and to keep people up to speed of what's happening.
So you don't have to go back, watch a recording of the play. You can get informed really quick.
Right. And if you think about, go back to 20 years ago when Maria won, you didn't really know what was going on unless it was on the center court.
Right.
Now you know what's happening on every single court if you want to know that.
Let's talk about that just from an accessibility and sort of inclusion standpoint. Not every match goes on TV, gets on the broadcast. Not every match, gets featured in a news article. So how do these AI applications make it so they get some time in the sun too and they get some attention?
The key thing is you want to make the same experience for every athlete, regardless of what they're number one in the world or something else. You take something like the US Open, I think it's over 250 matches per year that nobody ever sees on TV.
Yeah, you can't put them all on TV.
But how can we give those athletes the same visibility and platform to what we're doing with things like AI commentary at the US Open? Their whole match can be commentated as if they were on the main court. So we think it provides a great experience for the athletes, which creates more fan engagement, and more fan engagement is obviously really good for athletes.
And I think that also, speaks to the younger players, right? When you're coming up and you're playing, first round of the US Open as an 18-year-old, you're most likely on court 18, and for a fan to get behind you from a young age, to know more about your statistics, to know more about you as a player, I think being informed as a fan just makes it a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, it's this new avenue to sort of break out and maybe get on people's radars when normally, the regular means might have been shut off to you. Let's talk a little more about that AI commentary feature. Tell us a little bit about how that works and if there's any humans involved in that, doing any checks on the content and how you manage that.
We have built foundation models. And so for many people that have tried AI in their consumer life, we build foundation models, but they're built for business applications. So we're not trying to do consumer type work. And so what we've done is we take all commentary over time and we use our IBM Granite models to actually train it to look at patterns in the data, how we would create new commentary, that type of thing. So there's very much a human in the loop when we're doing that training and what we would call fine tuning of models. But once we get to an event, there's a live event, there's not a human in the loop. We're just, we're doing the commentary in real time. We're highly confident because we use things like watsonx governance to make sure that the content is going to be exactly what it should be and what we predict. We do monitor it, so if we see any change or what we call drift or changes in how it's performing, but we're actually very confident we get good results.
And you're also rolling it out in other languages, which I think, because tennis is so international, I think it requires now Spanish, right, and hopefully going into other markets, which will only widen the fan base for the sport.
See, Maria knows a lot about this technology, which is awesome. She's right.
Absolutely.
now in Spanish, that's incredible.
I mean, you've been a partner for so many years. I feel like I grew up knowing all the things that you were up to for a long time.
But we're just getting
She's a great
started.
spokeswoman.
We'll bring this to another 15 languages because, to your point, we want to get every fan engaged.
Yeah.
We think that's great for the sport, and so this is just the first steps.
And on that commentary feature, have you received any interesting feedback from fans, people using the app? Like, what do you hear about what people are enjoying about it?
People love the app. I'd say the most famous moment for the app was, I think it was last year that McEnroe said on TV, "This person can't possibly win," and then it became the winner. That was the Watson X
And
prediction.
the app called it, yeah.
Exactly. So the thing
Wait,
that the
so
people,
Watson X beat McEnroe? That should be a headline.
we predicted the winner. I think it was on Wednesday. So we were pretty confident in that. But I think the thing that people are probably most drawn to is predictions.
Yeah.
What's going to happen?
The draw predictions when the draw comes out before the
Exactly.
tournament begins. Which is kind of interesting because if from an athlete's perspective, when the draw comes out, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. But I wonder if you had the draw predictor when I was playing, would I be looking at that and trying to prove you wrong if you didn't have me as a winner?
So I'm curious, would you, if you were a player, would you go look at the app before? Or do you not care? You're so focused that you don't care about what we think.
I wasn't the player that wouldn't look past the first round. There are several players that don't want to see, the draw past the first round. I didn't really mind. I actually thought there was quite a lot of fuel to the fire if I knew I was playing a higher seed or what my draw looked like or how mentally and physically I had to be prepared for it, because that's the reality. You don't want to shy away from your competition. So, but I would imagine that if I wasn't the favorite to win that tournament, I would be trying to prove Watson X wrong. Because I'm quite competitive in nature, so I think that would come out.
Yeah, it would have been some more motivation to disprove the algorithm.
Yes,
But,
yes. Not only did I want to beat my opponent, but I wanted to beat
Yeah, I mean, let's go deeper on that. As an athlete, would you have liked to have all that extra information at your fingertips? Would it have stressed you out more? And other than the predictions, what other AI tools do you think could have been useful when you were still playing competitively?
Yeah, I mean, I go back to the days where I remember my coach, as soon as he knew who my next opponent was, he would probably spend 2 or 3 hours collecting short videos of where my opponent was, important things like where my opponent was going to serve on break point at a certain period in the match. So he would collect these little videos, and right before my match, he'd show it to me. What's interesting about, sport is that in general, you go there as a fan for the emotional experience, right? But underneath all of that, there's so much foundational wealth that's incorporated with AI and data. And so now I think my coach would have an extra 2-3 hours, maybe having a nice meal instead of collecting all these videos for me. So that would have been extremely, and it's also so quick, right? And it's, I think from a fan, when as a player, you walk on the court that a fan is watching you as an informed about your game and your results, it makes for a better experience as an athlete because you feel like they are more engaged, right? They know. Most of the time when you go to a sporting event, I'd say 80% of the time, people don't really, it's their first experience at an event. They don't really know. Maybe they know the top players, but they don't know the underdogs. And so I think the experience just becomes so much richer when they are engaged and know exactly about this young player that's across the net, that's someone that's #1 in the world.
And I have to ask, is there anything about AI applications using AI in general that you would not have wanted to be involved in your experience as a professional athlete? Any areas where you think it really wouldn't be a fit and you got to do it the old-fashioned way or, use human insights?
I think the acceptance of AI is really important. I mean, I look back to when, the line calls were made by humans and when the challenge system came into place, we were all extremely hesitant. Did we, necessarily believe in the system right off the bat? I don't think anyone would agree with that. I think it took a lot of time to just build the trust on. And now, you're at the US Open and there are no line judges, which I actually missed. I think I played in the last few months with humans on the court judging calls, still with the challenge system. But now you have automatic line calling, and it takes time.
You prefer that? Would you rather it be
I think there's a combination, because I'm also, I come from a belief that sport is a bit old school, right? And there's a connection to, feelings and emotion and the grit, and I think that's part of it. But I think, all the technology is underneath is only making the sport wider and bigger.
Absolutely. You have gotten into tennis, you've gotten into golf. Can we expect IBM to do partnerships with any other professional leagues anytime soon on AI applications?
I think the thing I'm most excited about, so if you move beyond the fan experience, a recent example is we're working a lot with Sevilla Football Club, which is the football club in Spain. And we're helping them do early scouting of potential players for the team. And to me, the best evidence of the power of technology and AI is they say that what used to take them 500 hours, they can now do in 1 hour using Watson X. Like, that's incredible. Think about the productivity that drives for an organization and ultimately the performance of the organization. And that's because we're able to analyze tons of videos, stats, data from all of the, I'll call it the leagues before the professional league, and help them do scouting. They have a product that they've built using Watson X called Scout Advisor. And so it just gives you the sense that any company can take AI, hopefully in our case, Watson X, make it part of their product, and it becomes a better product.
Right.
And that's why we're actually really excited to be here at Collision, because we have so many startup companies, emerging companies who are looking to create a competitive advantage based on technology. If we can do it for Sevilla FC, we can do it with you. And this is just part of the promise of what's happening with AI and data.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about the scouting aspect, does it also help teams maybe pull from a more diverse set of potential players? Because maybe it's catching people that, a coach or someone who was just manually gathering the data before didn't see. Does it help them sort of get a richer data set to look at when they're considering who to recruit?
This is why I love data. One is, I believe sports is one of the ultimate meritocracies, but you also never know, is there bias in the head of a scout?
Right.
Any form of bias. There is no bias in the data. The data is the data. So to some extent, it ensures that it's the ultimate meritocracy. And if you are a great athlete and you're delivering on the field, it's going to show up in the data. And that's the best way to empower anybody from any country. If people looked at me and Maria, they'd be like, he's like really short. He can't possibly be a good athlete. And
You might be.
They would be
you
right.
never know.
Prove us wrong.
They would be right. But let's say that I actually was, then the data would show that. And so I think it's actually really empowering for athletes.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, I was saying, I think, from an international perspective, when a sport, touches so many lives across the world, if you can, gather talent that's young and up and coming, that sometimes is unreachable. What a powerful tool that is.
Absolutely. And let's talk about how the rollouts of these features have gone. Any hiccups you would highlight, any lessons learned that have sort of helped you make sure it all goes smoothly going forward, and anything you want to reflect on?
Every AI project is always first and foremost a data challenge. It's kind of the classic garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have the right data, the output from the model is not going to be what you want. And we see that over time. So I think that's the main lesson learned. I'd stress to anybody. AI is really exciting. People want to do things with AI, but if you don't have the right data foundation, you're not going to get the outcomes that you want.
Yeah.
So that's really about when you're inputting the data into the system to begin with, when you're training the algorithms, have you sort of had, specifically for sports, have you had to sort of fine tune that compared to maybe other data gathering Watson does?
I would even go before fine tuning. It's how do you collect data? So, because for sports, a lot of time the data collection is actually a human who's sitting there, recording what happens. So it's how do you collect data? How do you analyze data? How do you organize the data?
So the way you collected data 20 years ago is different to how you collect it today?
It's probably not as different as you may think.
Okay.
In some cases, yes, it's very different. If you think about on-court scoring, we have much better video analytics, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But there's still, certainly in the realm of scouting,
Yes.
there's still a lot of human analysis that goes on for that.
Which is important because it's a new, when something is new, it's important to combine the technology with the human efforts.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And I think it makes the athletes believe in it a little bit more, right? Because they're used to more of an old school, model. They grew up in sport from a young age. And so AI feels, technology in general, I think it feels a little bit foreign to us because we are used to something that is formed in an old school model.
Can I ask you a question? You won your first Grand Slam on grass.
Yes.
the data is actually not great looking at athletes across different surfaces. What is your qualitative view on surface?
Well, it's an interesting question because I started my career having an exceptional record on grass. And with time, I actually think the way that the grass, I know these are like specifics, but the way the grass was grown at Wimbledon changed, and it became quite a slow court. So what was one of my biggest advantages with bigger ground strokes and a powerful serve, actually toward the end of my career was a little bit more challenging for me because it slowed down the game, and so had to work a little harder with me. And so I think you'd see, based on the statistics, that clay was difficult in the beginning, became a little bit easier for me. Grass was, I won my first Grand Slam there, and was more challenging toward the end. So I'd be interested to see those statistics, actually.
We'll get
have to
more
pull
over
those
time.
up. We'll put them up on the big screen next time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just in general, the data gathering and the insights AI could provide just for how the sports are working in general, what surfaces are best, what conditions are best for players. Are they playing well in this sort of heat and humidity? Are they not? I'm wondering if ultimately the data gathering and the insights will lead to just a better, maybe sometimes more humane experience for players if you see some trends happening over time and eventually maybe make adjustments to make it better for players. What do you think?
I actually think as a player, if I knew, ahead of time how my opponent performs in cooler conditions, in warmer conditions, I would be better prepared, right? Because as a tennis player, not only is it the surface, it's the weather conditions, it's the tension on your strings, it's the heaviness of the ball. So there are so many elements that go into this, into a match. It's not just how your opponent is competing. So if there is data that, that's pulled together, to give me that information ahead of the match, maybe I'll make adjustments in my game, right, or in my string tension, or with my team collectively, technically, that will help me win the match.
Absolutely. And with that, we're actually out of time. So thank you guys so much for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
Nice to see everyone. Thank you.
Whoa, look at that. Okay. Reddit and Astera Labs went IPO earlier this year to huge billion-dollar valuations. Investor interest in AI and semiconductor companies like NVIDIA and ARM have been off the charts. There is a pent-up demand for IPOs, and with a resurgence in IPO activity anticipated for the latter half of 2024, what are the main challenges or opportunities in the current IPO market? What should founders and investors know about the potential IPO boom? To learn what VCs are betting on for 2024 and beyond, please welcome in conversation with Akash Parisha of The Information, the president and partner of Sapphire Ventures, Jay Das, the managing partner at Initialized Capital, Jen Wolfe, and the managing partner and co-founder of QED Investors, Nigel Morris.
All righty, I think we are ready to go. Welcome, everyone. My name is Akash Pasricha. I'm a reporter at The Information. We are here with three very exciting panelists. Jay Das is the president, partner, and co-founder of Sapphire Ventures. He is focused on expansion stage enterprise software companies. Jen Wolfe is a managing partner at Initialized Capital. The company focuses on backing seed stage companies across sectors. And Nigel Morris is the managing partner of QED Investors, a fintech-focused fund. He is also previously the co-founder, president, and COO of Capital One. Thank you to the three of you for being here.
Thank you.
Jay, I want to start with you. We're talking about the state of the IPO window. My sense of IPOs right now is it's a little bit like the dance floor at a wedding, where everyone's in a circle. And nobody really wants to go in the middle. Everyone wants the person next to them to go first, but nobody's dancing.
That's right.
It's kind of boring. And the kicker is, all the best dancers in the house, companies like Canva, like Stripe, they're over at the bar. They're not even on the dance floor.
That's right.
They're raising all their private rounds to cash out and give people liquidity. That's my sense. How would you characterize the IPO market right now?
I agree with that analogy 100%, right? Because there's no fun in being a public company, right? You kind of have to give you quarterly results. You have to meet and beat your numbers every quarter. Why would you want to do that? And then you have, maybe some activist investors might get into your shares and then start asking you to run your company in a different way. I really don't think that there's a lot of advantage of being a public company. So your analogy is absolutely right.
Last night at dinner, you were walking me through some of the math that you see that sort of is preventing companies from going public right now. Explain to the audience that math. I think those numbers were good.
So the math goes like this, right? Look, if you want a large investor like a Fidelity or T. Rowe Price to be an investor, they need to have a lot of float, right? They need at least 400, 500 million of actively traded kind of shares in the public markets. So you kind of look at it saying, okay, I have to sell at least 500 million worth of my company. Typically, you dilute yourself like, 10% of the company, right? So again, you're kind of getting to the point where if you can't get to a $5 billion valuation or above, you're not going to go public. And if you look at the current market multiples of enterprise software, where we focus on, it's trading at like 6 to 7 times your, last year's revenue, right? Last 12 months revenue. So you do the math, and you're kind of getting to a company with 500, 600 million in revenue, has to be growing at least 20, 25%, and be cash flow break even. There's not a lot of companies that meets those criteria, which means that there's not a lot of IPO-able companies.
So, Jen, that math there sort of implies that either multiples need to get higher for companies to go public, or you need more companies to grow into those $500, $600 million ARR ranges. Those two are kind of related, but which of those two do you think are likely to happen first?
I think, these guys are going to know much more than I do because they're talking at the IPO stage much more than I am. But I think, when at the seed stage, you're thinking a lot more about, who's going to open up new markets and who's going to kind of expand the base of what we think about now. And when it's time for them to IPO, it'll be, what we think of as the market now will have been, much bigger and much broader, so that would allow much more of a multiple at that time and encourage the IPO at that point.
Nigel,
I want to add one little thing, and I agree with Jay here that there's a lot of gravitational pull, a lot of like a moth to a flame of companies that are doing well to go public. And 30 years ago, I was part of the team that took Capital One public. And at that time, there was not the wealth of resources that the private equity business and hedge fund business has now. So you really didn't have that many alternatives to get to liquidity.
That's right.
But we had QED had 5 companies go public in 2021. With every one of those CEOs, I sat down and said, now, why do you really want to do this? Every investment banker that you ever talk to always says it's the right time to go public, and you really should. But there's a huge amount of work to going public, and then there's a huge amount of risk that follows going public if you're not ready. So, if nothing else, buyer beware, and if you're going to go public, be really ready before you go, because the public markets are massively punishing and a lot less forgiving than the private markets.
Jay, I want to come to you about the companies that have gone public this year. Companies like Reddit and Astera Labs. Those are 2 companies that are trading well above their IPO prices. But then you look at companies like Rubrik and Tempest AI, they're trading below. And so you kind of have this mixed bag. There's not really a definitive result here. What's your read on the companies that have gone public this year?
Yeah, look, it takes about, I would say 4 quarters for the stock market, so the share prices to stabilize, right? So there are 2 things that happen, because 6 months after a company goes public, a lot of existing shareholders sell again, right? So there's more liquidity in the market.
So a lot of savvy public market investors are not going to jump into a stock until that 6-month lockup expires. So that's one thing to kind of watch, right? And the other thing is that in the public markets, unlike private markets, there's a trust issue where they want to see a company meet and beat for 4, 5, 6 quarters, and then they start going into it. So the thing is that when you look at a share price like a Rubrik that has gone public a quarter ago, you really have to wait 12 to 18 months from now to see what multiple is going to trade, what is its real price, because at this point, things are still in flux in terms of the share that is going to come to the market, who's going to buy it, and all of these things.
Jen, Initialized was an early investor in Reddit.
Yes.
You've been watching the IPO market quite closely, I'm sure. What was your key takeaway this year as you've watched companies go out?
Well, in addition to Reddit, we had Instacart and, a couple of years ago, Coinbase. I think for Reddit in particular and some of the other IPOs, I think, one of our takeaways is consumers still very popular in a lot of ways. And when you're investing in seed, sometimes the emphasis is more on, software and enterprise products. But I think looking at a lot of the IPOs that have done, that have been able to go out and done, pretty well for themselves, the consumer side of things has really been driving a lot, for us as well. So it's something interesting to look at. 10 years prior. If anything I invest in now, it needs to be big 10 years from now.
Nigel, all 4 of these companies their operations are still losing money. They've got negative operations from cash flow. If you look at the companies that went public last year, Instacart, Arm, Klaviyo, those companies were actually generating free cash flow at the point they went public. So I'm wondering, what's changed? I mean, is the bar coming down, or are they just antsy to go out? What's going on?
Well, in fintech land, the bar is absolutely not coming down at all. In fact, I would be very nervous about taking a fintech company public that was not profitable or could point to a very clear pathway to profitability. I think that so many fintechs are much more fin than they are tech and don't get the benefit of some of the things that you've talked about. So for me, I think that the public markets for financial service companies is more skeptical. We've seen a number of fintechs not do well in the market as the market has learned about how fragile their business models really are and how they've not been able to secure their earnings performance over a long period of time. So no, I think you need to be profitable or close to profitable, and you have to have a really pretty substantial growth rate. Plus, you need to have a great story and real competitive advantage. The days of 2021 where the market was so hot that you had investors piling, and I think have long gone. We've come back to an equilibrium that would exist before COVID.
Right. And we should add, fintech stocks this year are not doing so well. Last year they did quite well. I mean, explain to the audience, in the land of public fintech companies, why is it that year to date some of the leading fintech indices are down, the market is up?
Yeah, I look at it every day and scratch my head a bit. I think that what we had so many of those fintech companies did really well in the public market last year. Many of them had terrific gains. Entities like Nubank, for example, where we were very involved. But I think what's happened this year is we've seen a rotation out of fintechs into more tech-based entities. And I think that so many of those fintechs that went out and have done a really good job, have real competitive advantage, were exceeding expectations quarter after quarter. And the market learns very quickly that if you exceed every quarter, you've got to keep exceeding. And at some point, the bar gets really too high. But in the long run, we're going to see companies that have sustainable comparative advantage be able to deliver quarter after quarter. And these valuations will come back for great companies.
Jen, your fund invests in earlier stage, seed stage companies. These are companies that are years and years away from going public. Talk about, when you're watching the IPO markets, what impact is it having on your business? I mean, limited partners are coming to you and talking about this all day, I'm sure. What are they saying to you? What are they asking of you? How have you changed your strategy?
Yeah, with seed, sometimes you think it's very far away and how you're thinking about it now. But anytime as a VC, you're thinking about what's the model of the fund that's going to return the capital that you've taken for LPs. And they're going to want a 5x return or a 10x return on the money that they've given you to invest in startups. So when you model that out, you have to look at sort of the math of, how much am I going to own at this company? It's going to get diluted down over many, many rounds by the time it gets to IPO. And do I need to have one of them IPO, 5 of them IPO? Do they need to be a $10 billion company, a $20 billion company, or do I just need like a couple $1 billion companies, And so a lot of that math is what goes into, when you raise a fund as any VC, how you're going to get that return, how many of those do you need, and that's obviously what we look at when we evaluate seed stage founders too. Can they get to a $1 billion exit, a $10 billion exit if given enough time? And in there, we look at a lot of the qualities they have as founders. Do they have the tenacity? Do they have the real passion for that market? They have the talent and intelligence to hire a really great team that can go the distance that long. And those are all things you look at very much from the beginning to see if they can IPO.
Jay, Sapphire Ventures has a sister company, Sapphire Partners, with LPs into a number of these venture funds.
Yes.
You're on the venture side, but presumably you talk to the partner side all the time. So from the LP perspective, what's on their mind right now?
Well, look, I think everybody is looking for liquidity, right? On the LP side, DPI is the word that every GP is talking to their LP about. But capital is like water, right? So it kind of finds spaces to go to. And what has happened is that, since you can't go IPO, but you still want liquidity, there are lots of secondary kind of buyers who are now buying out, not only the individual stakes in your company, but they're also buying out all the LP stakes that you might have in a bunch of companies, right? So in the same way, since the IPO market is closed, doesn't mean that liquidity is not available. If you look at for employees, Stripe and Databricks, they're all out there being private because they're able to raise money and provide liquidity through tender offers, right? So the aspect of IPO that people really wanted to have, which was liquidity, both for your investors as well as for your employees, are being solved by the secondary market. So that's the biggest thing that people are talking about is like, hey, who are the continuation funds out there that our partner team can actually go and invest and purchase?
On the secondaries too, I saw, last year everything sort of secondaries were at a big discount, to the last round price. But in the last couple months this year, it's been much more closer to, sort of what the value is today. So the secondary market's also recovered quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition in the secondary market right now.
And so this is because of demand.
Yes.
Got it.
And one other thing I wanted to point out on the IPO side, if you're a public market investor, would you invest in NVIDIA or some of those stocks, or would you invest in an IPO stock which typically is breaking issue, which means that it's trading below the IPO price? If you look at the state of the stocks that Microsoft, Apple, Google, and of course NVIDIA, you get far bigger returns with a lot more liquidity than investing in IPO shares. So I think that is also driving a lot of the public market investors not to really go after IPOs.
Nigel, the fact of the matter here that we're describing is that companies are staying private longer. That shouldn't have an impact on the core operations of the business, but in your experience, does it have an impact? Is this a good or a bad thing for a company, whether it stays private or not, from your perspective?
Look, going public is just a stop in the life of a company. It's not the end game. And I think too many founders see it as the ultimate, point of departure. To me, it's just a way of financing yourself that has some liquidity for the investors and has a whole bunch of paraphernalia and obligations that come along with that, as we said. So I think that we are too attracted to IPO as something that's really sexy. I think we see, certainly in fintech land, and I'm not seeing quite the amount of secondary, sadly. Hopefully it comes. But I think we're seeing way more opportunities for incumbents, I'm thinking banks and insurance companies, to see the fintech landscape as a giant experiment and be able to look at the winners and buy those winners and integrate them. Because it's the fintech landscape that's doing the disruption and the breakthroughs, and it's the big banks that have trouble doing that, but they have balance sheet and regulatory approval. So to me, it's not something necessarily to work backwards from. It's just having a great company is a great company with great governance.
Right.
And you should do that whether or not you're public or private.
Right. We've got a little under 90 seconds left. You all talk to bankers, I'm sure. I want one name from each of you, a company that you think is going public before the end of the year. And anybody can go first, but everyone's got to say a name. This is when Nigel gets the notes.
Nigel gets to go first.
One
Nigel
company.
first, all right.
2024.
Yes, he's got notes.
I'm picking from 2 or 3. Chime.
Before the end of the year.
We had a portfolio company that was acquired by Discord, so I'm gonna go with them.
Before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Talking to bankers? Are they talking to bankers?
I can't
Everybody's
say.
talking to bankers.
Everybody's talking to bankers. Jay.
I don't think any tech company goes public before the end of the year.
None of them. Not even StubHub, not even SeatGeek. I mean,
No, because I think everybody's looking at the elections, and nobody wants to go out before the elections because the stock market is going to do different things. So people are all going to go after the elections.
Huh. All right. Well, watch for the elections. That's what Jay says.
Yeah.
November 5th.
Thank you very much, everyone, for having us, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
All right. Whoa, full house. Look at this. Well, then, to close day 2 at Collision 2024, our final speaker needs no introduction. Welcome.
Hi there, this is Jeff Hinton. If you don't know who Jeff Hinton is, you probably shouldn't be in this room. Let's get right into it. So, I think one of the things that I find so frustrating discussing AI safety generally is that a lot of ideas get conflated into this kind of like toxic cloud of anxiety. And when you're actually dealing with a lot of separate problems, really, that require different solutions. And I wonder if you could just give us a sort of rough summary of what the biggest problems are in your mind.
So there's a whole bunch of them, but one of them is surveillance, which will help authoritarian states stay in power. There's lethal autonomous weapons, which we're going to see very soon. There's fake videos corrupting elections. There's job losses, which are going to increase the gap between rich and poor. There's cybercrime, which is increasing rapidly. There's bioterrorism.
6.
There's the alignment problem, which is how are you sure that the AI is going to do something that you'd like when you tell it to do something?
Right.
And there's finally the existential threat that it will go rogue and take over.
So which one do you want to handle first? Which one do you worry most about of all of those problems?
So the existential threat is the one I've talked about the most,
right.
But that's not the most urgent by a long way.
What's the most urgent?
I think surveillance is something to worry about. So AI is going to be very good at surveillance. It's going to help authoritarian regimes stay in power. Now, in the US, the founders thought about this kind of thing, and they put in protections against it, like the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the current Supreme Court isn't a very good protection.
Right.
You've got one guy who's probably a sexual predator. You've got another guy who takes so many bribes he can't keep count of them.
Right.
And you've got a third guy who's so keen to keep Trump out of jail that he's willing to contemplate that the president might be allowed to shoot his political opponents and not be legally liable.
Right. Oh. Starting a revolution here. I mean, you know, as someone who has access to a lot of political figures, you know, you consult with presidents and prime ministers and so on. I wonder, do you feel that they're even capable of addressing these problems at this moment? Like, we're in a moment of great political collapse, you know, political collapse, while we're exactly facing this new reality. They don't seem particularly capable of handling the old realities. Do you have a sense that they're even you know, can address this problem?
It depends on which country you're in. So in the US, it's sort of paralyzed now by the fact that one of the parties is dedicated to a lie.
Right.
So you can't get much done there. The White House is doing what it can, but it's difficult because they can't get legislation passed.
Right.
In some other countries, they can do more, but it's difficult. So, for example, in all of these countries that are making up regulations, the regulations always have a little clause in them that say, none of these regulations apply to military uses of AI. So defense departments won't allow governments to rule out lethal autonomous weapons.
Europe has taken some steps in that direction. I mean, how do you feel about the European legislation around lethal autonomous weapons?
So if you look at the European legislation, there's an explicit clause in there that simply says, none of these regulations apply to military applications of AI.
Right. So that's a bit
much for that.
terrifying. So how do you imagine, like, what do you imagine what's going to happen to this? Do you think people are going to use these and realize they're so terrible that they're unusable?
So I think for lethal autonomous weapons, it'll be like chemical weapons. So after the First World War, people realized they were so terrible that they had Geneva Conventions, and they pretty much held. Putin isn't using chemical weapons in the Ukraine, at least not yet.
Right.
So it's pretty much worked, and we may get that for lethal autonomous weapons, but not until we've seen how awful they are.
I've never really, how do you imagine lethal autonomous, can you tell me what that would look like? The use of lethal autonomous weapons in AI, like what it would do?
Just imagine something creeping up behind you that's intent on killing you.
Yeah, that does it. And you wouldn't even notice. It would be,
right.
Yeah, it would just be there. Okay, so I think everyone kind of agrees with these sort of political problems we all know how to face, or we know that they're political problems. But the other ones, particularly the alignment problem and the existential problem, they have a lot more debate around. And they have, particularly, let's talk about the alignment problem first of all. I mean, how do you see a solution to the alignment problem, or why is it so hard to find a solution?
So, well, one reason is if you give an AI some goals, and the AI's got the ability to create sub-goals, which it will have, you're not necessarily sure which sub-goals it will create. If it's smart, you can rely on it not creating sort of sub-goals that are clearly not what you wanted. So, for example, if you give it the goal of stopping climate change, the obvious way to do that is to get rid of people. But it'll be smart enough to realize that's not what you meant. But there's other cases where even you may not be quite sure what you expect to happen. And also there's cases where different people have very different goals. So people talk about the alignment problem as if we all agree on what's good to do and what's not good to do.
Right, and we don't at all.
So there's, for example, some people think it's good to drop 2,000-pound bombs on children and other people don't. They've both got their reasons.
Well, also
but you can't align with both of them.
You can't align with both of them. But do you think, I mean, the alignment problem, is the problem that is the problem within the technology itself? Or is it just the fact that the technology makes us realize that actually there is no such thing as human values? There's just Western values, there's Chinese values, there's values in different places around the world, and we're in a polyvalent world with different systems of meaning. Which of these do you think is more difficult?
I don't know which is more difficult. They're obviously very different problems.
Right.
I think actually the biggest problem is we don't align with each other.
Right.
So you're going to introduce these very intelligent things, and they're going to have a big problem knowing what to do.
Yeah, I mean, do you think there's something ironic in the fact that, this portrait of humanity failing to deal with AI, that there's something ironic in the fact that we don't seem to be intelligent enough to deal with the intelligence that we've managed to create?
I think, yeah, if you put a whole bunch of people together, they can get very stupid.
Right, right. They can, and is that also true for artificial intelligence? I mean, it can also be very stupid, right?
Maybe.
Right.
But actually what you're going to see is maybe a few of these superintelligences, each with many copies of itself. And at least all the different copies of the same superintelligence will be able to communicate very well.
Right. I mean, one thing, when I thought about the question that we were trying to answer today, which is, can we control artificial intelligence? The question that seems to naturally flow out of that is, what is artificial intelligence? Do we even understand what it is? I recently interviewed Noam Shazir of Google, and I asked him how much we understand AI, and he said we're roughly where we were in chemistry in the 12th century. We're in alchemy. We don't really know what is happening here. I wondered if you feel that way, and if so, how do you control something that you can't even really grasp?
I probably don't feel that way quite as much as Noam does.
Right.
I think we do know quite a lot of what's happening in Transformers, but we certainly can't say when it makes a decision why it made the decision. We can't say that succinctly. And there's an analogy here.
Right.
If you take a physicist and ask him if he understands what happens when a leaf falls off a tree, so the leaf kind of goes like this, and it'll land on the ground somewhere, which depends on the wind and the precise angle it first fell off at and stuff.
Yeah.
So the physicist can't predict where the leaf's going to hit the ground, and it can't predict the exact trajectory of the leaf. But nevertheless, he feels he sort of understands what's going on. And I think that's where we are with AI, with Transformers.
But is it that the leaf might fall on one side on bombing children and the leaf might fall on another side on not?
No, it's not like that. It's just that the precise details of how a Transformer decided to make this be the next word, we don't understand that. But we do sort of understand what it's doing in the way we sort of understand what's happening when a leaf falls off a tree.
Right. I mean, your work on the existential threat of, it's very interesting. Now there are really kind of two schools that are emerging. There's the kind of school of Yann LeCun, who was your fellow Turing Award winner, who really feels that these are statistical pattern machines and that this apocalyptic view is something inherited from the movies and does not really meet the case of what we're dealing with. And then there's the emerging Hintonian view, where the existential threat is a very real possibility. And I wonder, how did you, and this is very recent for you, as I understand, too. It's only about a year ago that you came to this conclusion. What made you come to that conclusion?
So while I was still at Google, I was working on analog computation, trying to figure out if you could use analog computation to use much less energy for doing large language models.
Right.
And the idea was, it used to be that a computer had to do exactly what you said, because the way you got it to do things was by giving it a program to do those things. Now that everything's changed, the way you get a computer to do something is you show it some examples. You program a learning algorithm, but then for specific things you want it to do, you show it examples. And that gives the possibility of having analog computation, where every analog computer is a bit different. It doesn't do exactly what you tell it to, and it learns its way around its peculiarities. And that's much more energy efficient.
Right.
But there's a big problem with it, which is two analog computers can't communicate what they know to each other, because they work in slightly different ways. If you have two copies of the same digital model, they use their weights in exactly the same way, and so they can share gradients. They can share really efficiently.
Right.
They can share trillions of bits. But if you have two analog computers that have learned to use their own peculiarities to do the computations efficiently, the only way they can share what they know is by, for example, producing a sentence, and the other one tries to figure out how to change its weight so it might have said that, like we're doing now.
And that's
as you can see, this is very inefficient.
Right. Very inefficient. Right.
So that's what made me suddenly realize digital computation is actually much better. It's much more energy expensive, but it's actually much better for sharing. And that's what got me scared that these things might be better than us.
Well, then why were you so interested in mortal computing if it was so much more limited in its perspectives? Because is that why you left Google, to pursue that?
No, I left Google because I was 75.
Right.
And I wanted a break.
Right.
And to watch a lot of Netflix.
Right.
But also, as I left Google, I figured I could just warn that the existential threat, the threat that in the long run, these things get smarter than us and might go rogue, that's not science fiction like Aidan Gomez thinks. That's real.
Okay, I would like a very specific description of how this might happen. Like literally a film scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't give you quite as specific as you want.
Okay.
But in order to make AI agents, you have to give them the ability to create sub-goals.
Pardon me?
You have to give an agent the ability to create a sub-goal.
Okay, yeah.
Like if you want to get to Europe, your sub-goal is to get to the airport.
Right.
And you can focus on achieving that sub-goal.
Right.
AI agents will be the same. Now, as soon as you give something the ability to create a sub-goal to get stuff done, it'll realize there's a very good sub-goal that works for almost everything, which is get more control.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can get more control, I can get stuff done better. So even if I'm totally benevolent and I just want to achieve what you asked me to achieve, I'll realize that if I get more control, it'll be easier to do that. And actually, if these things are much smarter than us, they'll realize just take the control away from the people and we'll be able to achieve what they want much more efficiently. And that seems to me like a very slippery path, because if you ever get an agent that gets any kind of self-interest, then it'll say, well, you know, if I had a few more data centers of that other superintelligence, I'd be able to get a bit smarter. So I'd be able to protect my interests a bit better. And then you'll get evolution. And once you get evolution, you'll get all this nasty competitive stuff.
But you must understand that there is a whole series of spiritual assumptions underlying that description you just gave. I mean, for one, that the best avenue to an outcome is control, which seems to me like a very human understanding of the truth, of answers even.
I'm not convinced by that. I think that generally is the best way to get
But I sort of assume that our need to dominate, our need to control, that part of our intelligence that is obviously there is our ape brain, right? That's our biological impulse, which a machine would not have.
No, I don't think it's just that. I think it's genuinely the case that if you want to get stuff done, getting more control helps, whatever kind of being you are.
So what would would this be like a military system that decides that it would achieve its goals better, or is it the paperclip algorithm like that from the video game?
The good outcome would be that a superintelligence just starts running everything and looks after us, and we're kind of pets of a superintelligence.
Right.
That's Elon Musk's view of it.
Right.
And that's the good outcome.
Maybe it's already there. Maybe it hasn't told us. Maybe that's part of its control.
Maybe it's getting more like that all the time, right?
Right. So, you know, the World Safety Initiative people are here. There are now hundreds of these institutes around the world. Tell them what you think they should do.
Okay, so for most things, I have no idea what they should do.
Okay.
I've got a couple of suggestions.
Right. Yeah.
One is for the existential threat. The only thing powerful enough to make the big companies invest significant amounts of money in doing experiments on that when they have things not quite as intelligent as us. And I believe you really need empirical experiments.
Right.
The only thing that can force them to do that rather than take more profits is governments. So I think governments should be involved in forcing the big AI companies to do lots of safety experiments. That's one suggestion.
Right.
And the reason Ilya left OpenAI, for example, is probably, he hasn't told me explicitly, but it's probably because they wouldn't put enough effort into safety.
Right. I mean,
so that's one suggestion.
Okay. Another?
I have another suggestion, which is one of the dangers we didn't talk about in detail is fake videos corrupting elections. We're going to see a lot of that this year.
Yeah.
And my suggestion is we should try and inoculate the public. So I was at a meeting with a bunch of billionaire philanthropists who wanted to know what they could do to help.
Yeah.
And my suggestion was pay for a lot of advertisements where you have a very convincing fake video, and then right at the end of it, it says, this was a fake video. That was not Trump, and he never said anything like that. Or that was not Biden, and he never said anything like that. And it's just like inoculation. You have a version of it that's then attenuated by saying it was a fake one so that people can build up resistance.
An inoculation to virality, essentially.
Right. So you basically you need to get R, which is the number of retweets below 1.
Right. I mean, we have about a minute left. I'd like to ask sort of two questions. One is, I think, you know, the AI space, at least as I see it, is sort of overwhelmed with this pessimism. right? Like all of these problems that we're talking about, which are very surreal. What if it all works out? What if we do AI and suddenly the government comes to its senses and the tech world comes to its senses and we do everything great? What does it look like?
That would be wonderful. And also, I want to
What would it look like, though?
No, I want to correct something.
Yeah.
We've just talked about the downsides. Okay?
Right.
All the bad things that might happen.
Right.
There's an equal number of wonderful things that are going to happen.
Right.
Like, for example, in medicine, instead of going to your family doctor, you're going to be able to go to a doctor who's seen 100 million patients and knows your whole genome and the results of all your tests and the results of all your relative tests and has seen thousands of cases of this extremely rare disease you have and could just diagnose you right. And in North America, there's more than 200,000 people a year die of poor diagnoses.
Right.
Already, a doctor on difficult diagnoses, doctors get 40% correct, AI gets 50% correct,
right.
and AI with a doctor gets 60% correct. So that's already like 50,000 people saved right there every year. So there's going to be wonderful things, particularly in healthcare, but actually anywhere where you want to make a prediction. So there's going to be huge increases in productivity. The problem is, in our political system, to turn those huge increases in productivity into benefits for everybody.
So the problem is us. It's not the machines.
The problem's always us.
The problem is always us. Geoff Hinton. Okay. Good, right?
You go?
Where do we go?
All right. Okay, that was just incredible. The Godfather. I'm never unimpressed with Dr. Geoffrey Hinton. It's just such a privilege to have him in our city. Bridget, this is Sunil. Welcome, everyone. This is the pitch semi-final.
Yes, we are going to be your hosts for Pitch today. And in a few moments, our 10 semi-finalists will begin to pitch their hearts out right here on center stage, right in front of you.
So these companies that you're going to meet, to get to this stage, they were battling it out through all the group rounds happening throughout yesterday, all through Collision. And today, what they're going to do is be pitching for a spot in tomorrow's final.
Yes, only 3 startups will make it to the pitch final, which will take place tomorrow here on center stage at 12:30 p.m. Now, to determine the best finalists, we'll need stellar judges, right, Sunil? Like we do every single year, and we need lots of them, which, of course, we have.
Yep.
So judges.
Bring out the judges.
Come on out.
Let's go. Right this way. You're very welcome.
Hi, good to see you.
Wesley on top, as usual. Thank you.
Yes.
How are you?
We've got
Good to see
comfortable
you.
bleachers
Wesley.
set up for you.
see you.
We're going to stagger everyone, too, just so
Come
we're
on
all
over.
even here.
Devin.
Well, thank you.
All right, so for these semifinals, there will not be any Q&A. The startups are going to have 3 minutes to impress and to convince our judges that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's final. So that's all from us. Please give a warm welcome to the very first startup. I know she hails from Victoria, British Columbia. The company is Voxel Bioinnovation. Come on out, Voxel.
Let me tell you something shocking. Did you know within the drug development industry today, there is a staggering 95% failure rate? We are talking about an industry that's investing over 15 years and $3 billion, and these drugs still aren't reaching patients. All because there isn't an accurate enough platform out there. Until Voxel. Voxel has created the brand of bioprinted human-like cancer tissue models that can identify the ineffective drugs much earlier in the development process. And we do so by harnessing our 100% proprietary technology, starting with our high-resolution bioprinter, 600 times higher resolution than the standard, our trade software that's able to create AI-optimized tissue models with an actual human-like blood vessel system, and our universal bioink that can mimic the tissue properties of actual human tissue, and our perfusion device. So for the first time ever, pharmaceutical companies can directly inject their drugs through the blood vessels of our tissue models and identify the unviable candidates a lot sooner. Now the best part. With our models being used as a negative drug screening platform, we do not require any FDA approval, accelerating our timeline to commercialization. Voxel has encountered 100 hours with our target customers, the pharmaceutical companies, to understand their needs for mass adoption. In doing so, we have secured 10 paid pilot projects. We plan to leverage the success of these projects alongside of the completion of our validation studies to make an introduction to Big Pharma by 2025. And we have a strong IP portfolio with multiple provisional patents and a trade secret software. To date, Voxel has raised $6.5 million in non-dilutive and dilutive capital. Our most recent round for $1.5 million has gone oversubscribed, and we're planning for Series A this upcoming year to help execute these paid projects. And we are fueled by a team of 15 full-time experts in hardware development, bioprinting, and tissue engineering, alongside of support from strong advisors and expertise in business development and oncology. Our mission here at Voxel is very clear, and that is to accelerate drug development and get therapies into the hands of patients that need them sooner. Join Voxel and help us shape the future of drug development. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Voxel. That's a great start. Next up, come on out, Keytech.
Hello. So buildings consume a staggering amount of energy. 40% of global energy consumption is attributed to buildings. There's also a number of other consequences and costs as well to that. The building envelope specifically refers to the windows, walls, doors, roof, and insulation, and plays an essential role in the energy efficiency of buildings. There are up to 40% energy savings potential through reduced heating and cooling with a high-performing building envelope. Historically, it's difficult to evaluate the envelope. At Keytech, we use drones and AI to pinpoint issues, quantify energy loss, and recommend targeted retrofits that maximize return on investment. We use drones to capture thousands of visual and thermal images and additional data points. Our proprietary AI software analyzes the high volumes of data, and we provide comprehensive recommendations and reports. Building owners and operators have a detailed understanding of their building through an interactive portal. They can click and drill down into each issue, each section, and make data-driven, evidence-based decisions. We work with all different types of buildings. We've completed 600 projects in the last 3 years. We work with large real estate owners and operators, with property management firms, different levels of government. We also partner with building engineering and facilities management firms and utility companies as well. We are a first mover in our space. We have a number of advantages going for us: revenue positive, strong customer base, strong repeat business. We have patents for the quantification of energy loss and anomaly detection using infrared imaging. We are venture-backed and are raising a Series A this year. Thank you very much.
Another very strong pitch. Thank you very much. Okay, hoping to keep up the momentum is our next startup. Let's welcome to the stage Flora.
Hello. Hi, I'm Laura McDonald. I want you to raise your hand if you know anybody who's been impacted by infertility. Thank you. It might have been you. It might have been a friend, a family member. You might have even been born because your parents went through fertility treatment. 1 in 6 people globally will be impacted by infertility, and that means that they will need some form of fertility treatment in order to be able to conceive. In fact, it's such a big issue that the World Health Organization has labeled it a global health issue in need of new mechanisms of funding. And with good reason. Treatment costs can range as high as $50,000 or more in out-of-pocket expenses. So while 90% of cases are actually treatable, only 2% of people are currently accessing treatment. At Flora, we are changing the way fertility treatment is funded. Existing models have tended to look at loans and financing or group benefits through Fortune 500 companies. Now, that's fantastic if you work for a Google or an RBC, but most of us don't, and that leaves 60 to 80% of us with little to no coverage. We are building the first individually owned fertility benefit solution, really allowing you to own your reproductive health outcomes and have the ability to pay for any treatment you might need. And we're catering this to women ages 20 to 34 years old across North America to start. Like Molly. Molly just graduated from university and she plans to pursue a law degree. She has no plans to settle down anytime soon, and yet she's seeing all these ads to freeze her eggs. Instead, she buys a Flora policy. For $19 a month, she covers her future fertility risk, and she joins a community of support from day one. If down the road she needs treatment, we have the majority of those costs covered. Now, it's important to note that we built this model in consultation with the world's largest women's health app. This app reaches 60 million plus women. They told us that 50% of their North American users who had yet to have kids or start trying to conceive were concerned about their future fertility. When we dug further, 35% of them indicated interest in paying out of pocket for a fertility insurance solution. This presents a huge opportunity. So we have spent the past 18 months building out the risk data sets, the actuarial, the underwriting, finding the risk partners in order to be able to be the first to bring this product to market. Our team brings cross-sector experience in marketing to the female population, data analytics and wearables, including a Stanford medical prof and actuarial leadership, and we've been backed by VC dollars in our pre-seed stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Flora. Such an important company. All right, next is our 4th company presenting. Will they be victorious? Let's find out. BioFect Innovations. Please come on out, BioFect Innovations.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christian, and I'm a recovering sugar addict. At just 26 years old, I was pre-diabetic, overweight, and my doctor wanted to put me on statins. But can you blame me when more than 75% of our grocery products have added sugar? It's impossible to avoid. And this is problematic because sugar is a known risk factor for chronic inflammation, causing diabetes, obesity, and cancer, which kills 3 in 4 people every single year. If that's not bad enough, sugar cane, where we get our sugar from, are some of the most polluting crops on Earth, causing deforestation, water shortages, and it's a large greenhouse gas emitter. And because of these reasons, governments around the world, they're changing the way sugar is used in our products with new labeling and tax premiums. This is forcing food manufacturers to reformulate using alternative sweeteners. But the problem is, as consumers, we don't like them because they don't taste as good as sugar, and they're not necessarily as healthy as we thought. So the question remains, without a good sugar substitute, how do we solve our sugar addiction sustainably? And at BioFect, this is what we're solving by providing a natural, high-intensity sweetener called Brazine. And Brazine is unique because unlike popular substitutes like stevia or aspartame, it's a protein. It's a protein naturally found in a fruit in West Africa called the ubli berry. And interestingly, this protein, it's 2,000 times sweeter than sugar, so a little bit goes a really long way. And because it's a protein, it's digested easily by the body, causing no insulin spike, suitable for sugar-restricted diets. And the best part of all, it actually tastes good. It has a clean, sugar-like taste without the bitter off flavors. And I know it sounds too good to be true, because it is. Unfortunately, the fruit only grows in West Africa, and there's no economically viable way to mass produce it. Until now, because at BioFect, we developed a proprietary bio-based platform to produce proteins at scale, including Brazine, without needing to grow any plants in the process. So how do we do that? We bioengineer friendly microbes like yeast, giving them the DNA instructions on how to make Brazine. Then we put that yeast in fermentation tanks like making beer, where they convert sugar into high-value products like Brazine. Then we purify it and use it to make great-tasting, sugar-free, sugar-reduced products. We want to bring Brazine to the market by licensing it and the technology to ingredient manufacturers who want to make Brazine and other ingredients as well. We started this project in 2022, and we've come a long way since then. We've raised about $500,000 in non-dilutive funding and developed a proprietary technology, generating significant customer interest and demand. We've also been privileged to be recognized by some of the most prestigious organizations around the world. We're a technical team of PhD founders surrounded by high-impact mentors and organizations around the world who continue to empower us to make meaningful change. And at just 26 years old, I had to make a meaningful change. I cut out sugar completely, and it worked. But life's about enjoying the simple things. And at BioFect, we're creating lives without compromise. Now, that's sweet.
All right.
Thank you,
Okay.
that was great. Okay, next onto the stage is Savintech Inc. Let's welcome them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sakina Mihar. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Savin. I'm going to start with my story. I am a survivor of war. So when I moved to Toronto, I used to experience panic attacks quite frequently, and I did not have access to care until 8 years later through my employment benefits. So I'm not alone. 70% of adults here will experience a traumatic event and will go on to experience PTSD symptoms, but 35% will not get access to care, leading them to have symptoms of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and even suicide ideation, costing the government $51 billion. So the current treatments are labor-intensive and expensive, costing upwards of $200 an hour. CBT and exposure therapy are kind of the standards. It takes a little while, 12 to 18 weeks, to see reduction in symptoms. EMDR works very fast, but less accessible due to resource shortages and the cost. So what we've done is we've digitized EMDR and exposure therapy on our platform to provide cost-effective care for patients and care providers. And we have shown really high efficacy, patient efficacy, through our clinical study at SickKids Research Institute in adults that were diagnosed with PTSD. We reduced 60% of their symptoms and had 92% adherence rate. And the impact we provide is that we are providing faster care with better patient outcomes. So how we work is through a referral system, through the care provider. The patients come onto our platform, they do some grounding, and they start their EMDR sessions, which is 8 weeks long. And by the end of it, we have reduced symptoms. What we have, our traction so far, we are generating revenue close to $500,000. We are invested by VC, and we are raised almost $1 million in non-dilutive funding. We have contracts with 11 refugee agencies across Canada and a first responder pilot at one of the leading hospitals here. These are some of our partners, including DMZ, who made us possible to be here. And looking at what others are doing, we are uniquely positioned to provide highly accessible care, but with a specific focus on treating trauma and PTSD. So the market opportunity is pretty big. We are operating in a $26.1 billion market. We are a SaaS platform priced at $250 per patient, and we have predictive revenue and growth of upwards of $10 million in 3 years. This is our amazing team. It's a cross-functional team of tech and neuroscientists on our, working together to solve this really important problem. And we are doing a funding, opening a funding round by the end of the year of close to $1 million. And we are looking to get introductions to impact investors and form relationships to change the world and help people feel better about their trauma. We are also exhibiting at PS 808 tomorrow. So if anyone is interested in talking to us and supporting us through our journey, please come by. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sakina. Very good. Actually, the quality of the company is very high this year. Very well done to the startup team at Collision for this. We're already halfway through. And so we've had 5 very impressive semifinalists who have pitched. And now it's time to hear the second half of 5 companies and see what they have to offer. So next up on stage is the company Harvest Systems. Please come on out.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jim Cotton. I am the CEO of Harvest Systems. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're up to. We're tackling the problem of how do we heat our homes, our buildings affordably. And the answer is we can harvest and recycle waste heat. We do that in a modular, affordable way in order to save the customer money. And we're focusing on the market of restaurants, in particular franchises. It's a $4.6 billion industry. Right now, we've been working extensively with Pizza Pizza, but if you look at the overall market size, you look at the franchise approach, it is a scalable opportunity. That scalable opportunity means that these businesses have similar appliances, they have similar fryers, they have similar ovens, and we can scale that across all of these industries. Future markets include waste heat from cooking appliances all the way to data centers. If you look at the problem, a restaurant wastes as much as 6 homes use an entire year. So if we think about how much we could consume if we were able to harvest that energy and repurpose it in the environment of the restaurant. Our solution adds a modular heat reclaimer to the appliance. We take that heat, integrate it with our thermal battery, and take that heat and distribute it back to the restaurant itself, saving the customer money. Our platform right now has been tested with Pizza Pizza extensively for ovens. We've now adopted that to fryers and working on conveyors. We can also use that for ventilation air and for their dishwasher directly. We can also sell it to the next door neighbor, to the hair salon or to the laundromat. Our traction right now, we've actually changed and authored the regulatory standards to make this happen. In the past, you couldn't do it. We've patented the technology, in particular how we do that safely and economically. And finally, we've successfully piloted that with Pizza Pizza, 3 restaurants right now, and we've received an order commitment for 340 units over the next 3 years with Pizza Pizza, and CEO invested in the company as well on his own. We are now working with Recipe and Wings Up and in discussions with several other companies, including A&W. What is the difference that makes Harvest unique? We are a retrofit opportunity. We are low cost compared to ventilation heat exchangers. There's no grease-laden vapors, worries about concerns about safety, and we can go into an existing restaurant, retrofit that overnight, and then start delivering them savings immediately. If you compare that to trying to improve the efficiency by applying new appliances or by using traditional hot water heaters, we don't have any OpEx. We don't have the big capital outlay of these solutions. We have a team with over 65 years of experience. Jeff Gerard changed the CEO standards. He's their CEO, and he changed the standard himself. We just hired Kasia Maltz in order to help. Thank you.
Right.
Amazing job done by Harvest Systems, Inc. Okay, we have 4 more pitches left. Coming on to the stage next is Buyerica. That's fun to say. Bioeureka. So let's give them a very warm welcome.
Imagine a world where detecting pathogens such as viruses and bacteria was as quick and as easy as identifying a song with Shazam. That's the vision of Bioeureka. Hello, my name is Debian, and I'm the lead scientist here today from Bioeureka. The detection of pathogens is crucial to our safety in various industries throughout the world, ranging from food safety and medical diagnostics to environmental testing and pharmaceutical development. When a patient is sick and an analysis for an unknown infection is required, the current process of pathogen detection is long, costly, and inefficient. It can affect patient mental health and poses significant challenges due to a shortage of technologists around the world. Bioeureka is offering a game-changing idea, an AI tool that is capable of rapidly identifying pathogens under a microscope. Using your smartphone or computer as a gateway to the Bioeureka service, pathogen detection becomes simple, portable, and fast, enabling field testing. Bioeureka benefits its customers by allowing users to perform thousands of tests without the need for additional technical labor. Major savings can be found due to reduced reagent costs and diagnostics only taking minutes compared to hours, days, and even weeks for some traditional testing methods. With over 2.6 billion tests performed annually in Canada and over 10 million in the US, the market size for pathogen detection has grown to well over $250 billion. Capturing even just 5% of that market poses a significant revenue opportunity, and Bioeureka plans to shake up this market with our cost-effective solution. Our company has recently finished its pre-seed funding round and raised $2.2 million. We are planning to use that funding to scale our operations and achieve the necessary regulatory approvals. Bioeureka's current roadmap involves obtaining ISO certifications, FDA and Health Canada approval, as well as our SOC 2 cybersecurity certifications. We are also in the planning stages with our lab partners to commercialize the process in several private hospitals and laboratories across North America. Bioeureka stands out from its competitors by integrating our image recognition AI with 3 cooperative and proprietary algorithms designed to ensure speed and accuracy. The technology also works offline, ensuring accessibility in remote regions of the world. The expertise brought forward by our team and our advisory committee is focused on ensuring the technology's reliability. Bioeureka's team brings a combined 30 years of experience in technology, research, business management, and cybersecurity. With a strong advisory committee by our side, we are well poised to drive innovation in the field of microbiology. We here at Bioeureka are poised to revolutionize pathogen detection with our AI-based solution. Join us in our mission to make pathogen detection as easy as finding your new favorite song. Thank you.
All right, well done, Bioeureka. Now it's time for pitch number 8. Please welcome EdgeCom Energy.
Hello, Collision. Hi, everyone. My name is Bedad Barami. I'm the co-founder and CEO of EdgeCom Energy. At EdgeCom Energy, we help large industrial facilities navigate the energy transition. So we know that the world of energy used to be simple. It used to be that a large power plant would produce power, and then energy consumers like factories, malls, big buildings would just consume that energy. But that old world of big power plants and big energy users no longer exists. Now we have solar panels, electric vehicles, smart thermostats, batteries getting added to our buildings, and this world of energy is no longer simple. Now it's very complicated. The problem is large industrial energy users are stuck in the past. The energy data that they get is a piece of paper once every 30 days with old, outdated information. Some of them have gone ahead and upgraded some metering infrastructure, but that doesn't really help them much more than the bill anyways. What these facilities need to do is they need to gather, analyze, implement, and validate the energy data that they have and make changes in their processes to navigate this new world. When they don't do that, they waste 12 to 20% more in energy every month, and that leads to much higher emissions than would be required to run their regular operations. So this is where EdgeCom Energy comes in. Our real-time grid data and facility data platform gathers all the information, makes recommendations and actionable insights, and helps these facilities reduce energy costs and their emissions. We're already in market, and we have 3 different products within our energy ecosystem. We combine grid data, facility data with real-time forecasting and real-time recommendations and help these facilities save significant amounts of money and emissions. But this is just the start. Our goal is to give every single facility in the world an all-knowing, AI-powered energy co-pilot. We have the data on the back end. Now we just need to translate it in a way that these facility operators will be able to use it. The co-pilot will be able to make recommendations, understand how you've consumed energy historically, and it'll eventually be able to actually control certain parts of your facility. We're already working with some of Canada's largest manufacturing facilities and some of Canada's largest energy users. And most recently, just in April, we won a huge startup challenge with ABB, which is one of the largest industrial powerhouses in the energy sector, to launch into 100,000 industrial facilities as a partner. We recently closed our seed round, oversubscribed, and we're looking forward to 2025 to raise a Series A. We're looking for LLM talent, machine learning engineers, and people to help us as we scale into 100,000 facilities in early 2025. Join us as we change how large industry consumes energy. Thank you.
Thank you, EdgeCom Energy. Have we seen the pitch winner yet? What do you think? Oh, OK. Very confident yes. Or maybe it's still to come. We don't know. But it's one of our last pitching startups. Let's welcome Proceive.
Hello, my name is Paul Michaud, and I'm the founder and CEO of Proceive, and I'm the former global CTO for IBM. Companies spend $1.6 trillion a year developing custom software with a 70% project failure rate and $500 billion in annual waste. While the bulk of the cost comes from core development activities, the primary causes of failure are constantly changing objectives and requirements and inadequate project management. So what's it going to take to solve this? Well, first, we've got to fix the project management stuff. In my 30 years developing enterprise software, the numbers have not moved substantially despite improvements in technique and tools. Secondly, we need to automate as much of the development process as possible. And even given the advances in AI, our research shows that AI is not capable of getting it done. We do believe combining AI with our technology is. Our team has 200 years of collective experience dealing with these issues. We've actually made a substantial investment in developing our technology, resulting in up to 12 patents we're currently in the process of filing. We released our Jira-killing project management software yesterday in a closed beta and already have some top 25 global banks signed up. In addition, we've created the most advanced automatic code generating technology in the world. Existing project management software, as I mentioned, is not cutting it. They don't address the root cause of project failure, and frankly, the users don't like them. We've actually created the first enterprise-grade alternative to Jira and Microsoft Project that directly addresses the causes of failure, streamlines the process, and frankly delivers the features that the users actually want and need to manage their projects. In addition, as I mentioned, we actually created an advanced automated software generator that took over 100,000 hours of R&D. It's capable of understanding the complete enterprise context, and we can actually generate higher quality code that's fully coherent, testable, repeatable, and we can do it cheaper and faster than any current AI-based system. In our release yesterday, for an example, we have 3.6 million lines of code to do our project management software. 3.3 million of those are generated every single build by our in-house code generation tech, and we do it in 30 seconds with no GPUs. Our business model is a standard SaaS pricing with various tiers for the project management and code generation technology. Once the code is actually generated, we're actually going to move to a platform-based model that we would charge based on the complexity of the software that we develop. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The CEO means business. All right. So last but not least, we're going to have our 10th pitch. The company is Stumble. Come on out.
Hi, I'm Megan Johnson. I'm CEO and co-founder of Stumble. My co-founder and I have over 45 years of global marketplace experience, and we have previously raised over $83 million. We have a passion for marketplaces and a proven track record. Excess inventory is surging. As a matter of fact, off-price is growing 5 times faster than traditional retail, and returns are growing 3 times faster than overall e-commerce, leaving so much excess inventory to be sold. As a matter of fact, this excess inventory isn't just a business concern, it's an environmental crisis. If we don't sell this excess inventory, it ends up in landfills, contributing to the over 11 million tons of apparel waste each year. Most consumers think that you can only buy off-price in a retail store, but those retail stores don't actually want to sell online. As a matter of fact, it's less than 3% of their overall business. The TJ Maxx CEO has said several times that they have no desire to grow online. So enter Stumble, the off-price marketplace where brands and retailers can unload their excess inventory and when consumers can save up to 85% off retail prices. Think TJ Maxx online. We have 0 upfront inventory costs, and our logistics provider fulfills orders at a fixed post-purchase fee. We use live shopping to grow our customer base at a low acquisition cost, and we are launching a subscription service to bring in luxury brands behind a paywall. Now is the time to capital on this because there is so much excess inventory that not even the retail stores can sell all of it, and consumers want to buy this off-price online. We've been in business for 6 months and already done $150,000 in sales. We have 150 brands, including Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, and Ralph Lauren. We have a returning rate of 23% with our customers. We have a gross margin of 47%, which is unheard of for a marketplace. We launched our app last month, and we already have 700 downloads. We are on a fast track to do $1 million in our first year. Stumble is already VC-backed by Antler. We have raised $600,000 and are looking to complete our $1 million pre-seed round with another $400,000. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Okay, center stage audience, please give a massive round of applause for Stumble and for all of our semifinalists here today.
For all 10.
Takes a lot of courage to get up here.
Yeah, just amazing. Okay, so judges, it's now your turn to lock in your scores. Please review all 10 pitches while they're fresh in your mind. And we're going to figure out which companies are going to make it to pitch tomorrow at the finals. And while we give you some moments to consider, we're going to bring out the winner of last year's pitch competition to hear from her. If you were here last year, you'll remember her with me. Her name is Azra Manji-Savin, and she's the CEO of Sizzle. Please come out.
Woohoo! Azra, hi. Should we bring it on over here and chat?
Yeah, you chat.
Yeah. All right. You have your mic on. You're okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, first of all, I don't know about all of you, but I love a good follow-up moment. And so we were not expecting this, and I'm delighted to see you. Tell us about your evolution since you won the competition last year.
Yeah, it was really game-changing for the company. I can be extremely upfront about that. It helped us finish closing our round. We were able to start to scale and build recognition for ourselves, able to hire some talent that learned about us through this. But honestly, that Collision name, it meant something. We would be able to go out and all of a sudden investors or future customers, they're like, oh, you guys are the Collision people, great. And that's way more than anything else.
You were fantastic last year.
Thank you.
Truly.
Thank you.
Any questions from you, Sunil?
No, I mean, we know each other a little bit, but what kind of metrics has the company kind of pushed on since last year?
Yeah, so we were just starting last year, which was really exciting. We were just doing our beta, really trying to gather as much customer and consumer insight as possible. And now we're actually going really big to the public. We're launching in new markets. We're actually launching in the US later this year, which is really great, in Atlanta and Houston. So stay tuned for that. But that kind of growth, we were able to buckle down, figure out some additional things, and then say, okay, it's time to grow. And Collision and the investment really helped with that.
Amazing. Well, now you're passing the torch.
That's exactly it. It's exciting to see the next one.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Congratulations on everything.
You guys have a tough decision to make.
You
Thank
do.
you.
So
Thanks,
we're going to
Ezra.
turn our questions now to the judges.
Yeah.
In the hot seat. Thank you
All right.
so much.
Thank you. Take
you.
care.
Yeah, so I mean, what we could do is pass the mic around a little bit. Maybe I'll start with you, Jenny Fielding. Introduce yourself and tell us which company maybe resonated the most with you and why. But start with yourself. Who are you, Jenny Fielding?
Hey everyone, I'm Jenny from Everywhere Ventures here from New York. So excited to be here. Everywhere Ventures believes innovation is everywhere, and we want to be where the best founders are, wherever they are. So we invest globally, is what that means. I really liked the last presentation, right? I think there's so much waste happening with clothing and apparel and all of that. So to be able to recycle it and do that in a digital way, which is just not efficiently being solved right now, that one resonated with me.
Okay.
Nice. And you, sir. This judge over here. Sorry. I didn't want to interrupt there. Tell us your name, your fund, and the strongest pitch you thought you saw today.
Mobolaji Sokumbi. I oversee the Dell for Startups program in the Americas for Dell Technologies. Stumble spoke to me. I co-founded a nonprofit in West Africa years ago, and we always try to figure out how to get clothes to the masses. And so when I heard a pitch, that resonated with me quite a bit. So Stumble spoke to me the most.
Okay, I'll take the mic from you. Let's go to Wesley Chan, the all-star mentor and judge. What did you like today, Wes? And introduce yourself, too, please.
I'm Wesley Chan. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of FPV Ventures and investor in a company called Canva. And I always look at companies, kind of reminds me of Canva. If you think about it and ask the question, what's going to be around 10 years from now if they raise all their funding, and who has the most impact on the world? You kind of look at all the great companies here. A lot of them will be great, but will they be around 10 years? Are they timeless? Are they going to go change the world? And I think some of the life science startups, right? The one that did sugar, which was wonderful. Like you can see that being the gold standard of how people are cooking if it's not impacting and causing cancer and helping people not use traditional sugar. There's another one that was trying to model cancer and cancer biology so that you could run drug tests. Like, those companies, tend to, if they get the funding and they want, that they need and they build what they claim to build, like, you could see them around 10 years from now making a big impact in the world. So I'm a huge fan of those.
Okay.
I'm going to slide on over here. Your name, your fund, and thank you for bringing back the gift of handwriting. I think you're the only one here, but your name, your fund, and the strongest pitch you saw today.
Sure, yeah. My name's Devin Ramphal. I'm the innovation manager at the city of Brampton and former tech entrepreneur as well. For me, the first pitch really stood out. Voxel, I think it has the potential of really saving a lot of lives. And I think they have a massive moat, right? A big, deep moat. There's an AI component, there's a printing component. So I think they can go a really long way without facing much competition.
Very nice. Thank you.
I'm going to just ask Rashmi, maybe just introduce yourself and tell us what you thought of the pitches today and which ones stuck out with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rashmi Gopinath. I'm a general partner at B Capital. Amazing pitches today and all over different sectors as well. So it was great to get a whole perspective of the market. For me, the two pitches that stood out was Voxel, the first one. I do think there's a tremendous amount of savings that can be done in life sciences by bringing drugs quicker to the market. Very interesting approach, different from what I have traditionally seen in the AI drug discovery space, where they have the appliance and they actually have live tissues to help pharma companies experiment and quickly know which drugs to not spend time in. Perceive was also really interesting. Again, it's a pain point that resonates quite closely to me, given that I spend a lot of time in enterprise software. And just the cost of project management and getting software out quickly is a huge pain point, and using AI to address that is really interesting.
Okay, thanks, Rashmi.
Okay,
Bridget, I've got the
yes.
scores. I'm
The
going to come over to you.
scores are in. That was
I'm gonna
fast.
come over to you right now, and I'm just simply
So the 3 victorious startups who will take part in the pitch grand final tomorrow are...
I'm going to open the envelope and you're going to
Good.
read them off. Here we go.
All right. Voxel. Woo! BioEffect Innovation.
BioEffect Innovation.
Woo! And finally,
Proceed.
Proceed. A round of applause for all 3 finalists. Congratulations.
Voxel, BioEffect, Proceed.
Proceed.
Well done.
Congratulations.
So tomorrow, we're going to have audience participation in the final selection. You'll be the 4th judge. You have to be here tomorrow at this stage at 12:30 p.m. You'll be able to count your score, and we'll find out which of these companies is going to be the champion of Pitch Collision 2024, the last Collision 2024 in history. So see you here tomorrow. Thank you, and congrats to you guys.
Thank you. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong. Please welcome to the stage Collision. Please welcome the co-host of Collision, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau. Please welcome the co-host of Collision, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau.